move that we approve and sign the contract for law enforcement services with the correction of village to town.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Root. He beat you, Gene. And it's his first one, so we got to give it to him. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Mark, we'll get that taken care of. I appreciate your comments. I should have, as soon as I read that, I knew exactly how that was going to sound. I have a large amount of law enforcement in my family, and I can assure you that firefighters, the military, and police have always, my children have grown up seeing them as real superheroes. So I don't envy you. I don't envy the position that any of you are in. And I certainly respect the fact that more and more officers nationwide are standing in solidarity. So thank you for what you've done.
You're welcome. Would you like me to stick around to talk about the passing on Pond Road?
You can. I did get VLCT's response on that, and because it is a town highway, that would just be a town ordinance, is my understanding. Do you understand it any differently than that?
Nope, I understand it to fall. So this would fall under the statute. I think I sent you Title 23, Section 1008 permits the town to enact a statute. I'm sorry, enact an ordinance. Our enforcement of it would occur under the state statute that enables the use of an ordinance. The benefit there is that it takes full advantage of the Judicial Bureau. It will allow the essentially the process that happens for all state violations to happen on a town ordinance. So you don't have to set up any quasi-judicial proceedings or anything like that, which to all of you means it's just easier. To us, it's even easier. So that would be the ideal way to do it. It's the same as adopting municipal speed ordinance on a state highway, establishing stop signs, passing zones, one-way roads. It all falls into the same area. There's one thing I do want to note in terms of passing. If there was an ordinance that restricted passing in a certain section, that would mean all passing, including a farm tractor going, say, 10 miles an hour. So, for example, if we're talking about the segment that is near or in between the north end of 142, the overpass, and what was Annette Royden's farm, in that section, a farm tractor transiting between a field would not be allowed to be passed. There's another section of law, which is the speeding violation. It's Title 23, Section 1007. That, regardless of the effects on passing, that is still standing. So if you're going more than 35 miles an hour on Pond Road, then you're speeding, whether you're passing or not. There's no permission to exceed the speed limit, even if it's to get around a vehicle safely, because we don't acknowledge that as being a safe behavior. So I did want to at least mention that that could be an unanticipated effect. I know I've spoken with people over the years in Vernon about what speed limits are appropriate on Pond Road. Personally, I believe 35 miles an hour is an appropriate maximum for that section. South of the wreck, there's been people who felt that 40 or 50 would be more appropriate. I don't agree with 50. Beyond 50, I think that would be something that would be worthy of a traffic study if we wanted to consider anything in terms of speed adjustments. But those are just a couple general statements I wanted to mention, and if there are, I'll be happy to stick around for the conversation on that if you'd like me to.
Seth, do you have an extra 5 to 10 minutes if we jump into this discussion so that we can pick from the sheriff's knowledge?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead. Does anybody on the board object with us continuing to bounce around and discuss the addition that we added concerning the passing issue on Newton Road?
Pond Road.
Pond Road, I'm sorry. Yes. Yep. Let's just make it on all of them.
Go for it.
All right.
Yes.
So we've discussed it a little bit. I'm sure that there's a few people that are joining us that have no idea what's going on. So I'm going to just read an email that we received as the select board real quickly here. So due to the fact that there is no law in Vermont that makes it illegal to pass on a double yellow line, I propose we make Pond Road from 142 to Scott Road a no passing zone. So that in talking to this person, that would be the north end of the north end of Pond Road to Scott Road. This is the main highway for people to walk and bike to the pool. The reason most people moved here. This will also allow people to walk to the Lily Pond in this zone. More people are using the Lily Pond as a result of Norma Manning's environmental push. We all frequent this road daily. The horse farm now is a big distraction as well. People passing me when I'm doing the speed limit makes no sense. Maybe they need a lesson in time management. If you're 5 minutes early, you're 10 minutes late. Nothing is that pressing. You have to pass someone at 50 or 60 miles an hour on Pond Road. You can call the sheriff's department, but it's not illegal to pass. So really there is little that they can do. Putting the signs should make it so those of us who actually do the speed limit might slow the speeders down by just doing the speed limit. Too many children and adults walk on this road. It seems to be a drag strip lately. So that is the email that we received from a resident that lives on Pond Road. And I'm curious what people's thoughts on that are. Certainly I was not aware of the tractor issue. That just always seemed like an unwritten thing in Vermont that if you had room, you could kind of go around them. We did reach out to VLCT and their response was that this is a town issue because this is a town road. So we do not need to involve the state on this one. And they did send over and I believe I forwarded it, but they did send over what the ordinance should read with the proper legal terminology on there. So, Jean, your thoughts?
Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time until Mark spoke, because
Mark.
living right there, I have frequently been passed, even way before I get to my driveway. So that is quite, and I can hear the traffic is very fast. But the tractor thing is kind of, it's not for that far to follow a tractor. Usually they're turning onto West Road or something, but you always thought, oh, they pull over and they wave you to go, and you thought that's okay, we'll go by them. But
Mark, does that change if the tractor was to pull over and stop and wave you by? If they are not moving, does that change things?
So if they pulled over, and I mean, some of this is going to be discretionary, to be quite frank. When we're talking about law, we're talking black and white, and when we're talking about the world, it's muddy gray at best. So yeah, there is permissives within Title 23 that allow people to pass around an obstacle. I also do want to clarify, after hearing the email, there is a law about limiting passing on a double yellow line. And while Vermont is permissive in the fact that you can pass on a double yellow line, it's Title 23, Section 1035. And what it requires is, I don't want to bore you reading the entire thing. It's kind of a long statute, but basically you can't pass when approaching railroad crossing, intersection, on corners, and anywhere where you, within 200 feet of any approaching vehicle or a vulnerable user. A vulnerable user would be someone like a person in a wheelchair, a blind person. I'm not sure if we could extend it further. I haven't ever sought the definition to determine if a pedestrian is considered a vulnerable user versus a 5-year-old riding a bicycle is a vulnerable user. And anywhere where the view is obstructed upon approaching a bridge, viaduct, or tunnel, which really doesn't apply for the sections that's been described. So yes, a person could pass a tractor if it pulled over, but if it doesn't pull over, they're stuck. But again, I want to reaffirm that a car going 60 miles an hour to pass is already against the law. Some of this is enforceable. It's just a different section of law. So I guess the question would be if there might be something else that we can do right now that might be able to help with the problem. I'm also aware when we reduced hours from I think it was noticeable after 20 hours a day. When we reduced from that down to 8 hours a day, we did receive a large increase in complaints about speeding, especially on Pond Road. And we also saw a large increase in what we'll refer to as aggressive driving. Those are high speed, passing, chance taking. I could break those down by statutes, but really that's what we're talking about. So the dangerous driving that we then relate to motor vehicle crashes and fatalities. So we did see that. I think it kind of makes sense as people became aware that there's not policing at certain times on a consistent basis, that their risk factor increased. So.
Mark, have you noticed an increase in that kind of countywide since this COVID stuff started?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've had several people approach me asking why we don't stop cars, which my response to them is we didn't stop stopping cars. But then as we looked into it, it turned out that some information was shared with law enforcement across the state, including in my department, which was misinterpreted by law enforcement officers as saying we're not stopping cars. We're not stopping cars for expired registrations because the DMV had extended them administratively. We weren't stopping cars for inspection stickers because DMV extended them administratively. So basically, there's a few things, what I'll refer to as administrative violations, that we just were not going to hold people accountable for because they had no resolution to what they were going to accomplish. And law enforcement across the state took it as we're not doing motor vehicle enforcement right now. So we corrected that guidance. We did explain to deputies, yes, we should be stopping cars for moving violations and driving, and that will take time for us to regain control. Generally, our rule of thumb is it takes about 3 to 6 months to gain control of any driving behavior in a location, and it only takes about 1 month to lose it. So we'll have a little work ahead of us. We do recognize that. We apologize for the oversight on that, but we're working to correct it.
Michael, your thoughts?
I'd like to hear what the sheriff thinks about the idea, whether he thinks it's a good idea or not for the town.
I think 100% opinion, I could see value to it as a former resident of the town. I could see value to it. I could see it also being frustrating for many town members. I think that people, generally speaking, if they're going to be going 60 miles an hour and passing cars, they're going to pass whether there is or is not a passing ordinance. The effect of enforcement, so any problem, generally when we talk about highway safety, we talk about it with 3 perspectives. Perspective 1 is enforcement, perspective 2 is education, and then perspective 3 is engineering. So those 3 make a triangle that's essentially solve traffic safety problems. Since I've already acknowledged that we have not really been doing the enforcement piece, I personally would like to say let us try that and see if we can get control of the issues that are going on. I'm not sure, given we're there for 1/3 of the work week, I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to have the effect of it, but I think that's something we should offer to try first. The second part is, and other towns have looked at it, either inserting stop signs. For example, you could place a stop sign on Pond Road at the intersection of Huckle Hill, which would stop traffic coming up to the wreck. That would also have an effect of slowing traffic down instead of speeding up as they're going by the pool, which has been an issue for a long time. For those of you familiar with Cedar Street in Brattleboro, that used to be a racetrack probably 20 years ago, and they put stop signs in at every intersection, and now they have very few complaints about speeding in that area. I think that a stop sign might be more effective for the rec area. Would one make sense to put somewhere in the area of Central Park? Maybe. But I think I would recommend those before I would recommend the no passing, simply because if they're passing, we're already dealing with a violation for speeding.
What about like our school zone where we have the flashing yellow sign that during certain times the speed limit is different? Could we do that from, say, what is that, Old Farm Road down by Eugene up to either Silver Lane or Newton Road? So that entire stretch where we see the majority of the town's kids would be an enforceable lower speed limit?
You can establish reduced speed limits. Your limit would be 25 miles per hour. The cost is something the town would have to bear, the cost of running the lights, tying it to electricity. So those are something to consider. I'm not sure what one of those lights, the equipment itself would cost. So those would be things to look into, but certainly a possible option.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep. Sorry,
Sheriff,
I'm trying to plug my computer in, but go ahead, I'm listening.
Sheriff, would there be a requirement on that type of a signal that the chairman is talking about? Would you have to do a traffic study before you installed something like that?
So I have never been asked that question. If you'll bear with me to read on that for just a minute.
Yeah, it was just something that if you're gonna put signalization in, do you need to have a study on it?
My understanding, so a couple things. One is there's two types of studies that we talk about when we're talking about playing with the road. The first is a traffic study, which is something my office does. Basically, we do a traffic count. We provide you a report based on the number of vehicles that went through and the speeds they go through. And then you can do whatever you want with that. You don't have to agree with my report. You don't have to disagree with my report. It's just we have to do the step before the board effectuates a change. The second is an engineering study, and that's where you would need to bring in a civil engineer to do certain things. I'm not sure if anybody at the highway department has the credentials to be capable of doing that kind of study. That's a study that we're not involved with. So whether it is required for installing the signal lights, I do not believe so, but I've never been involved with that. And as for adjusting the speed limit, I believe you are required to do it for anything. Let's see, the legislative body of a city must establish on the basis of an engineering and traffic investigation, speed limit on all or any part of state highway. Let's see, that's state highways.
It was my understanding from the information we received that stop signs, the speed limits, the passing, though there was a list of things that, providing it was a town road, were permitted as long as we did the correct ordinance.
So the limitations without, where you can set a speed limit without a study is going to be between 35 and 50 miles per hour. So if you wanted to go below 35 miles per hour, you would need to do the traffic study.
Sandy, your thoughts on this?
Well, I was wondering about the cost or the feasibility of a speed camera put up.
So speed cameras aren't used in Vermont at the time. I'm not sure if they are even permitted under Vermont law. The problem with speed cameras, it's actually based on the science of how a radar device works. Radar is a tool, without completely going radar nerd on you right now. I must admit I'm a master instructor for NHTSA's radar and LiDAR programs. I'm actually going to teach it tomorrow, so I'm starting to get my brain wrapped around that. Basically, the operator of the radar has to recognize that there's not certain things that can happen to ensure that it's a valid read. There's ways that you can simulate a higher speed for a vehicle that's not accurate. It's not hard to recognize those circumstances. Officers across the state are trained very well to recognize them. So a speed camera, I think, would be problematic for a variety of reasons. Another possible recommendation would be looking at the the fixed speed signs. They're rather affordable these days. We're looking at actually buying 2 more in addition to our radar carts, which, by the way, Seth will get a radar cart out when you open the pool, or somewhere thereabouts. I'm not sure where they're floating right now, but a lot of towns are getting semi-permanent mounts for those, and so you can put them in areas where the majority of people, we'll say you're 90%, they're not paying attention. They're on their way home from work. They're in la la land. And when they see the sign flashing at them, they say, oh, whoops, I know I could get a ticket for that. The 10%, they're going to be passing. They're going to be going 60 miles an hour. They're going to do those things. And those are the ones that we're looking for to stop and have a conversation with, accomplish the education portion of the triangle, as well as potentially the enforcement, especially for the more egregious violations.
Mark, where would we begin to look at signs like that to be?
I can actually forward information, and if you'd like, under our contract, there's a piece about me being able to purchase equipment for, well, basically equipment purchased by the town is owned by the town, equipment purchased by me is owned by me. Long story short, if the town gave me money, we have vendors that we could have government contracts with and whatnot that we could secure a sign for the town. It'd essentially be a pass-through for you. We'd we'd find the quotes, buy the equipment, either work with the highway department on installing them or install them ourselves. It's pretty simple to do. And ultimately, it would be your property. We would just be essentially doing the work of the purchase, and then you'd reimburse us for the cost. So that might be an easier way, since we already have the contacts. I'm also perfectly happy to forward along a few vendors that provide different systems, but we're flexible that way.
Seth, I'm curious. Obviously, you're up there all the time, worrying about the kids crossing the road, being out by the road. What do you need? What's going to make things better, safer, more comfortable? What are things that you've seen? I drive up Pond Road. It's been a long time since I've hung out at the pool. So tell us what you're seeing up there.
It's pretty common to see poor driving in that area while the pool's open. Certainly a concern that is sent our way quite often by residents. And we in kind will just call the sheriff's department and let them know if it's something that we see. So I guess I would defer to Mark and his experience as to what the best options may be. But yes, I would agree that it is certainly something that is problematic and that we see.
So Mark, those signs that you're speaking of are the ones that flash at you and say, "Hey, idiot, you're going too fast." Those ones? Okay.
And so I'm not suggesting the town purchase the trailer style, which is what we use, but rather this is, I'm trying to think of.
They're popping up all over the place.
They
You're
are.
seeing them in a lot of different zones. Yeah.
They're about the size of a large laptop, a little thicker than a laptop, but about the size of a large laptop. They're very portable. They have rechargeable batteries, so you buy extra batteries for them, and basically as they die, you just replace it. Then you're not worrying about trying to tie into the electrical grid or trying to set up solar power or all the other things that things like our carts do have. So the signs I do recommend. They're roughly, I want to say I got a quote not too long ago about $1,500 for a sign. That's not including extra batteries. That's including, I think, a single mount. So somewhere around that area for the cost of one. Like I said, we're looking to purchase 2, which will be something that the town could take advantage of using, but we would also be rotating it through our other towns as well. Honestly, if you want to stop cars or slow cars down by the wreck, my most sincere recommendation, even though it's probably the least popular, is the stop sign at the end of Huckle Hill. They just work. I know people don't like coming to a stop when they're almost home, they're in the last mile, but at the end of the day, our goal isn't to satisfy their happiness of getting into their driveway 2 seconds quicker, but rather it's to make sure that the children aren't getting hurt.
So that would be a 3-way stop?
I would recommend a 3-way stop, yes.
Mark, would it work the same if we were to put a stop sign on the north end of the pool parking area and then we had one on the south end down by Huckle Hill. I mean, that would be stopping them in both directions, but I don't know if that would make sense or not.
So essentially, let me think. I think that having them all at the same intersection would be better. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with vehicles accelerating through the same stretch that you're
Fair.
trying
Yep.
to slow down. So a potential, another potential thought, rather than put a three-way stop at the bottom of Huckle Hill, put it right at the rec department where you already have the flashing signal, and change the signal lights from yellow to red.
What does that do to the stop sign at the bottom of Huckle Hill? They're going to stop, get on Pond Road and stop again?
No, so I wish I had a whiteboard. Basically, if you're traveling south on Pond Road from the railroad, you would come to a stop at Huckle Hill, then you could turn right or continue going straight. If you were coming north from Scott Road, you would come to a stop just before entering the Huckle Hill intersection, turn left or go straight. And if you're coming off Huckle Hill, then turn left or turn right. You're already stopped.
I thought it was the same place the light was. Thank you.
So actually, if we were talking about the intersection at the light for a stop position, then a person coming off Huckle Hill would turn left off Huckle Hill, and then they'd have to come to a stop and then start again. So that would be an effect that might be adverse. It might be by design.
Very frustrating.
I can see the frustration for sure. I think that having that stop at the pool intersection makes the most sense. Kids would be exiting the parking lot on their bicycles, and it's just another thing to have to look out for. My thoughts on that are the same with the inability to pass a tractor if we were to do the no passing thing. I don't really care who it inconveniences. I'm more concerned that when my children ride to the rec center that they arrive safely and they're allowed to come home. So Linda, I see your hand up. Go ahead, please.
I was going to say, I see children from Newton Road going to the pool.
Mhm.
So if you have a stop sign at Huckle Hill, it's going to do absolutely nothing for the kids going from Newton Road to the pool.
So
And the same thing coming up when I come up Pond Road from 142. I'm not a slow driver, as you might know. And, anyway,
That's why we need this rule.
no, I don't speed there. I won't tell you where, but I don't speed there. And because I know there's children there. And if you're coming up from there, coming from 142 up Pond Road, there's kids, I would say, right by where Jean's driveway is.
Mhm.
There's always kids coming there.
Yeah.
So if you wait and have the three-way stop at the actual pool area, it's too late on both ends.
So
I think the thought process is to kind of break it up so that they can't do one end of Pond Road to the other at 75. There's a
okay.
break in there somewhere.
Somewhere,
and-
okay,
And I agree with you that our children are coming from Newton Road. They're coming from the north end of Pond Road as well. And I think that the only solution there would be that, I mean, if you wanted to, you could put stops, the three-way at Newton Road, and you could do one down by Central Park. But I think that could be getting a little excessive. But again, with Mark's description of Cedar Street, I mean,
It does work on Cedar Street. People do come to a stop and then they go, and they come to a stop and then they go. It does work there.
I think that at some point we have to look at these and understand that we are, excuse my language, we're going to piss off half of the town no matter what decision we make with this.
Right.
But I think that this is one of those situations where we need to be proactive and not wait for something to happen before we decide to make changes to protect the children that we clearly want to be going to the rec department to utilize the great programs that we have.
So I also just want to mention, yes, the logic is the more stop signs you have, the more you're going to control speed in that regard. Assuming this is going to be some very fuzzy math, but assuming you have a regular sized car, it's traveling 50 miles an hour on Pond Road, which there are times that we see that as a norm. And they are doing what we call emergency braking, i.e. stomp the brakes, ABS would kick in. They're doing everything they can to come to a stop. It would take the vehicle, your average vehicle, roughly 300 feet. The distance, according to Google Maps, from Huckle Hill Road to Bratt Drive, which is roughly the recreation center, is roughly 528 feet. So under non-emergency circumstances, a vehicle needing to come to a stop at Huckle Hill is going to need to begin braking pretty much a little bit before Bratt Drive, which is what's going to cause them to reduce the speed at that point if they're the bad actor going 50 miles an hour on Pond Road. Ideally, I stop them before they get to the recreation center, but as you know, we can't be at the recreation center all the time. So that would be the benefit of putting it right at the Huckle Hill intersection, is you're actually going to start seeing people slowing down beforehand. Coming from the other side, the Newton Road side, I agree that it's certainly it's not going to stop the car or reduce their speed in that area. And so these are questions of, is a stop sign the appropriate tool to stick along the entire road? I would encourage either talking with someone who does traffic studies. I think VLCT does have a person who actually does this type of work, who's got a background in civil engineering and might actually be able to do the engineering study. Because there are people who actually look at this traffic counts, figure out how often, how frequent, what's appropriate based on flow. Another question is, are sidewalks actually something that the town might want to consider to get kids off the road? There is a lot of foot traffic that does follow Pond Road, and even if it's a sidewalk that extended from, I'm not sure necessarily where, but I'm thinking the Newton Road or Silver Lane area that would get kids up to the pool. That might be a valuable investment over the years. Certainly it's not a one-year project. That's something to look at long-term, but maybe the Planning Commission could consider that as well.
They did have a bicycle lane there.
No, that was never considered a bicycle lane. It was supposed to be a breakdown
Well, when
lane.
they put it in, they called it a bicycle lane when they first put it in.
Yeah.
Like thrown on the ground on it.
And I think that when this has been brought up before, one of the issues is if you start putting a sidewalk with a curb, I think the road has to be a certain size, and it would have to be wider than it is now, because this has been discussed in the past. But David has all of that information. So it's not a real easy thing to do.
Yeah, sidewalks do complicate it, no doubt, and David would definitely be the right person to talk to about that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, it's a little tough, especially with the drainage ditches and everything. It's a little tough there, so I'm not sure how feasible it is. But foot traffic is usually good on sidewalk as a general rule of thumb. Bicycle traffic, not as good on it, but younger children who can get off their bike when they're coming across people walking, that's we would prefer them to be protected by the curb than the white line that's called the bike lane. So.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Speaking as a driver, I feel that the kind of sign that flashes when you're exceeding the speed limit and in other cases just reflects your actual speed is very effective in making you conscious of how fast you're going. And it also serves as a reminder beyond the original permanent painted signs as to what the posted speed limit is on that road. And so I'd like to weigh in favor of considering that approach as opposed to or in addition to the stop signs.
I appreciate that. And as you're talking about that, and we're talking about the north end of Pond Road and down towards Newton Road and Silver Lane, what if we considered putting those flashing signs that the sheriff has suggested down somewhere between Newton Road and Silver Lane, and one somewhere down by the horse farm down towards Jean? And then if we made that intersection at the rec center a three-way stop, I think that we've got the majority of that road covered. We have them notified prior to getting to the wreck that you're driving too fast. And that covers that whole span that that Linda brought up, where the kids are walking far beyond the reaches of the wreck. So we're flashing them, and then they get there, and then they have to stop and start again. So I don't know if that would be a solution. In my mind, it seems like we're covering a lot more of Pond Road that way.
Yep.
Than we would be by just having a stop intersection or just having those signs. At this point, I think that we have an awful lot to think about with that. What is the select board's thoughts and feelings on where we should be looking, and possibly myself and Tom Carino reaching out to VLCT or whoever we may need to further this discussion? But in order to do that, I need some direction. Sandy?
Yeah, I think you should reach out to VLCT. I like the flashing light very much, this flashing sign, especially for Linda.
Jean, your thoughts?
I also like the idea of the flashing sign, and perhaps getting a study or evaluation of really what they think would work in this situation. So,
Michael?
I like the ideas. I think we should get with the road commissioner as well and definitely get some quotes from Sheriff Anderson, because I've looked online and they're twice the price online than his idea he thought he paid for them. So going through them would save us a lot of money if we do go that route.
Not everything's cheaper on Amazon, Michael.
It's just on Google.
Free
Going through my
shipping.
construction links from when I worked in construction. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the sheriff on that? So we can let him out of here. Mark, if you could send us the information on that, the flashing signs, and how that would work if we did that through you.
Yep.
It sounds like, based off from your rough numbers, that we'd be somewhere in the ballpark of 3,500-ish with the signs and the extra batteries and nonsense.
As long as nobody's price has gone up since coronavirus has hit.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll get a quote. I'm actually looking at one of the vendors that we talked to. So he doesn't have the numbers in this email, but I'm sure I have it somewhere in my email.
Okay.
So be happy to do that and follow up with you. If the consideration is to lean towards purchasing the feedback signs, I would encourage delaying the stop sign or the three-way stop to see what effect the signboards do have. You'll see the impact you want, then consider either stop light or stop sign at the intersection, either in front of the wreck or in front of Huckle Hill. I think that would be a very effective solution, but also measures the majority of drivers who are responsible and do want to go the speed limit and will slow down, especially when kids are present.
Mr. Garino, could I ask you to reach out to VLCT and find out if they have an engineer that could come and assist us with a traffic study on Pond Road, please?
Absolutely. I'm wondering also, Mr. Chairman, does Wyndham Regional have transportation planners?
I do not have an answer for you on that one.
I believe they do.
You believe they do, Sheriff?
I believe so, because Wyndham Regional also does the traffic counters, the tubes that they'll run across the road. I believe someone's in charge of that.
I'll check with both. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions for the sheriff? Mark, thank you for joining us. Thanks for sticking around and helping us through this issue as well. I appreciate it. Stay safe out there, sir.
My pleasure. Have a good day, and thank you for your time.
Thanks,
And
Sheriff.
Seth, you're up.
Thanks.
All right, so let's keep bouncing around. Now let's talk about the town forest. And I'm just going to say at this point, we can remove our discussion about the lily pond. We have no clear answer at this time whose property that is, who's responsible for it, any of that. So I know that Carol has been working on it diligently. Tom has been involved in it. Tim has been involved in it. I have been involved in it. Norma Manning has been involved in it. One way or the other, we're going to get to the bottom of this to figure that parcel out. Having said that, we did receive a lengthy email. I'm not going to read this whole one, but it's a very well thought out email. It has to do with potentially putting, they're asking for 6 to 8 campsites in the Vernon Town Forest, some of which would be set up specifically for tents. Some of them would potentially have lean-tos that are built in. They would all have a fire pit that would be installed. The thought process behind this is that some local businesses, 2 of which have already offered funding for it, would essentially get a plaque on the campsite that says that it's sponsored by them. They would pitch in something. They would cover the costs of setting that campsite up, the installation of a lean-to or the tent area, and in turn, again, they would have a plaque there that has their business name on it. The resident that brought this forward, again, very well thought out. He has reached out to multiple citizens, the Cub Scout, Boy Scouts, the fire department, a couple of different building supply companies around us, as well as Big Guys Property Maintenance, who they have offered to fund part of this. And he even went as far to acknowledge that we would obviously have some potential vandalism, some people that would take advantage of it, some people that just wouldn't respect it. And like everything, would hurt it for some of the other ones that do want to use it. But at the same time, we have a beautiful town forest that Seth takes care of, and it would be great to see that utilized in a different way that invited people through our town and offered that service. So Seth, I know that you and I spoke earlier. You respectfully said that we should do a walkthrough of the area potentially at some point, and that we would be remiss if we did not include Mr. Miller on this discussion. So on that, I have emailed the proposal to Mr. Miller, asked him for his feedback, and we will start that conversation as well. But since we have Seth here, I would like to get his feedback.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think I would just, I'd reiterate a couple of things you said. I mean, I think that the proposal, I can appreciate the effort that went into that. It wasn't something that was just thrown together. There's a lot of time involved in that, and I can appreciate that. Anytime we do anything in the town forest, I feel it's appropriate to touch base with the Miller family. It has their name on it, and it's meant a lot to them over the years. So changing anything up there, just touching base with them is certainly something we need to do. So it sounds like you've done that. That's, we'll go from there on that. And whether or not it's something where if we do move forward with this, maybe not 6 or 8, maybe it's 3 or 4 sites and see how it plays out. I can certainly see some value in it for sure. And I think it could be a good thing if we can find a good way to do it. I was one of the ones that did voice concerns regarding vandalism with the proposal when the individual did touch base with me on it. It does cost the town hundreds of dollars on an annual basis up there. And if we're going to do this, I kind of, like you said, there's a risk to vandalism all the time, anywhere, and you can't eliminate it completely. For some reason, that area seems to invite it for some reason. I don't know if it's because it's so secluded. I'd have to guess that's probably the case. So we'd have to have a plan that, we feel we could work through to try to reduce the risk of that. But the nuts and bolts of it, the plan looks good to me. I think that if, I think a walkthrough and a couple other discussions, and I see merit in continuing to look at it.
Perfect. And as far as the vandalism, again, this being a well thought out plan, there was a suggestion to have trash bins, recycling bins at the base of the hill, and things along those lines. So I would like to think that if there was 4 sites, maybe one of them gets trashed and the other 3 people are considerate enough to help us pick that up on their way out. And I think that we see that a lot on hiking trails. Certainly, I know when I take my kids fishing, I walk out of the edge of the stream with a heck of a lot more stuff than we brought in. So I would like to think others do that. I don't know.
Yeah, and I guess my concern isn't necessarily just at the campsite. It's opening more access to the area. Right now, if you decide you want to vandalize something, you got to walk all the way up the hill to do it. When the gates open, a plan to include a gate, further up. So well thought out. Definitely worth looking further into.
Okay. Jean, your thoughts?
I would have to agree that maybe 6 or 8 sites is a little ambitious at first. If it happened, I'd like to see less and see how that works out, because the vandalism happens. It happens on my property only because, we find it because we're out there. We never even realized what was going on. So they find a way, and hate to encourage more of that activity, but I would go with maybe half as many sites just to see how it really worked out.
Well, that's perfect, because there's only funding secured for 2. So
there you go. There you go.
Michael, your thoughts?
I think it'd be great to have something to get people to come to Vernon. It's awesome that the citizen did all this work. I like the idea.
Sandy?
My question is, who would man it? Who would police it? And who would accept the money for it?
I would venture to guess that the system would include the rec department, as we are responsible for managing the town forest. The monies itself would go back into the town forest fund. That money wouldn't come to the rec department as income. The proposal would utilize using the funds that we receive for the sites. I believe the proposal has an $8 or a $15 charge, depending on which site, and that money could be used for annual cleanup or maintenance. Is how the proposal was written up.
So I look up on their website and I see it's a Black Gum Swamp, and I want to bring my kids there, and I live in Michigan. Who will I contact?
You would contact me. Is my understanding. It's early in the process, but I would venture to guess that is the process that would probably take place. It's not outlined in the proposal. I think that we're early in the discussions, but I would venture to guess that that's probably what would take place.
Right. It's a fragile area up there. You want it protected.
It is, and they're class 2 wetlands right now, so there's a 50-foot buffer around the 7 wetlands. So the town would be responsible for any damages that took place inside that buffer. So, but at the same time, we're encouraging hiking and walking, and we're encouraging people to go up there now. So, we need to continue to have the discussion and think about what all it would entail.
Cool. Thanks.
So at this point, because this was an addition and received relatively late in the process and it was not properly warned, I think that this was a great discussion to have. We will await Art Miller's response on this. And then we will put this back on the agenda, hopefully at the last meeting of this month, so that we can continue to have this conversation. Hopefully after we've gathered some more information. Any questions on what we've discussed about this so far this evening?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is Mark Snow.
Yes.
I would like to be involved with the conversations about the camping sites in the town forest.
I would love for you to be involved.
Okay. I do have some questions and comments and concerns. So I would like to meet with the individuals coordinating this to bring those to their attention.
Mark, I'm going to right now forward the email over to you so that you can have that proposal and reach out with your questions on that. Is that all right with you?
That's fine.
Okay.
Thanks.
What was that, Mark?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, where are we on this agenda anyway? Let's go to approval of minutes.
Oh,
Good
okay.
night, guys.
Thanks, Seth, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
on May 19th minutes, we need to get a last name for Natalia and Greg.
yes, and they are both different names as well. I thought that I had it here and I do not. Okay,
And then on page 2, under Seth Dio, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 7th line down. There's, I don't think Seth is a the in front of Seth's name.
okay.
But that's that, oh, okay.
And on page 3, Martin's referred to, but I think for posterity's use, we should include his last name. And did you get to check into the terms for the fire warden? For some terms hadn't gone out yet.
I did not, Sandy. There was something that I had tried to figure out all week what that was. Where are you, Tom? We at our last meeting, we discussed the fire warden, and Sandy had questioned that, I'm sorry, only 2 of them should be renewed, not 3. Is that correct?
Let's see if I can pull my paper up.
I got him here.
Jesse,
John Wielden,
Yeah.
Jim, Jesse Jobin.
Okay, his term didn't end until 2021.
Okay.
So I wondered why we were appointing him again.
I will say what I didn't say on the road last time is that's because that's what the state sent to us. They only sent
Okay.
the state sent these 3 names, Jobin,
Chapin. Todd
Chapin,
Chapin.
yeah.
Yeah.
And Mr. Wielden.
Okay, that was just my question. That's all I had.
So I guess because I completely dropped the ball on that, what do we need to do about this? Because we've got to get that signed and off to them, don't we, Tom?
By the end of the month.
I think we could sign it, just put a letter in there
Yeah.
asking why.
Okay.
We can put a note to that.
All right, Tom, if you could do that and have that with the clerk, I will stop and sign that.
It's asking for the majority of, at least the majority of the board on the signatures.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I forgot. That was the one that Gene, yes, okay.
So a note on Jobin. All right, so that that'll be available for your, what's today, for the next warrants. I'll put them out with the next warrants. And you can sign them if you so choose when you review the warrants.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Does that
Sure.
work for the board?
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay. All right. Anything else on those minutes, Sandy?
That's all I had. Jean must
Anybody
have
else? Gene?
I think Jason O'Brien is also on the planning commission. Is that right? Is he on? Yeah. So I don't know where he should fall on this guest list, so.
Okay. Any other corrections? If not, I would accept a motion.
I move we accept the minutes as corrected.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Bills and warrants, please.
Okay, I lost him. There we go. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 24T, accounts payable, $28,431.06. 20S, payroll, $7,091.03. 21S, payroll, $7,853.71.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of accepting the bills and warrants, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Perfect. All right. Smoking on town property discussion. I mean, there's the only ordinance we have is that you cannot smoke inside of a building. That is a town ordinance. That is a state law. My personal opinion is that there should be an ordinance that states no smoking in town vehicles, and that there really does not need to be any smoking on town property. Highway department, town garage, the rec center, the school, fire department, any of that, I don't see. So, discussion.
So it's not a law that to prohibit smoking on town property? That's not a law then? Is that what you're saying? It's not a
No,
state.
I'm saying that currently the law states that you can't do it inside of a building.
Inside the buildings? I
Yeah,
thought it
but
was.
But I did look at our town ordinances yesterday, and there is nothing. That is the only ordinance that we have in play, is the no smoking in a town building, but nothing about town-owned.
Property.
But yeah, well, I was thinking the vehicles, and then just the property in general. I mean, cigarettes, smoking of any, it generally leads to some type of littering or garbage, and I just don't think that it needs to be right out in front of town buildings. So that is my own personal thought. And for anybody that would like to, I did smoke for a very long time in my life, so I'm just grabbing to make sure that I didn't miss the ordinance. But
I could say
Sandy,
from
your thoughts?
on. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Michael.
On the Air Force bases, they made it this way where you can't smoke unless you're in a designated smoking area, but they can't control you in your own personal vehicle, so that caused more people to smoke in their cars and litter their cigarettes outside of their car. So if we're gonna do something, I would set a set location for each building just for fire reasons, but other than that, you're not gonna stop people, and you're gonna have littering all over the parking lot instead.
Sandy?
I agree with Michael.
So if we did that, that would require us to
We'd have to amend our policy, wouldn't we?
well, I'm curious if that would mean that we would have to supply those smoking poles, the ashtrays that they would.
The butt receptacles, yeah.
Yeah,
Don't we have them outside the town office?
that I'm not sure of.
Used to.
I don't think it's still there, Sandy. It may be, but I haven't. I
Used to be
remember
one by
it
the
used to
police
be in
department
there.
door.
Yeah, it may have gone the way of the flower pots.
Yeah.
Linda, why didn't you speak up? I just found a more current ordinance that has your name on it.
Oh, Linda.
So this one was not in the ordinance book that I found at the town office yesterday, but this one says the town of Vernon, Vermont, in order to comply with provisions of 18 VSA 1421 has established this policy to protect workers by prohibiting smoking and use of smokeless tobacco products in the workplace, except for 30 feet away from town buildings and vehicles.
I think I did that when I was reviewing the town policy book. And at that time, that was what the Vermont statute was.
So, I mean, this says 30 feet or more.
Right.
So the statute says that, Linda?
It did at that time. I don't know what it does now, Sandy.
I mean, this is approved on 10/5 of '09. There is 4 signatures, and I apologize. The only one that I can make out is Linda's, and it looks like maybe Bob Miller's.
That's when I was first on the select board,
Okay.
because
So,
I was elected to the select board.
so it sounds like this is in play, which would turn into more of an enforcement issue as opposed to having to make changes to this.
And I can tell you, I am a former smoker, and my husband is, who now has COPD really bad. So the only reason I stopped smoking was because my workplace said I couldn't smoke. And I think anything we can do to help people not smoke is a public service. And when they get to be our age, they'll wish they didn't smoke.
So I'm wondering if perhaps maybe we should just reiterate this policy to the department heads, and Tom, if I could task you with sending a friendly reminder with this attached that this is the rule of the town and that it needs to be followed.
I certainly would, Mr. Chairman. I'd be more than happy to. I might suggest to the board, they might want to look at amending that policy only in as much as not allowing any smoking on recreation property where the kids are.
Right.
There is a state law on that. Hold
Yep.
on, I have it up.
Act 135?
School grounds and childcare, you're not allowed to smoke on their grounds. The school actually has a sign for that.
Right. But I would-
Workplaces, motor vehicles, public places, school grounds, and childcare settings. That's Act 135 and Act 108.
Right, but the playground, the rec center isn't a, well, it's a
Yeah,
childcare setting in the summer, I guess. I just brought that up as a.
Like, makes sense, but I consider it a childcare facility. That's me.
Yeah, during the time the childcare is going, that they have the rec programs going.
I mean,
I'm
I
sorry.
understand what you're both saying. I was just looking at this as far as your idea to amend, and I'm wondering if that 30-foot should just come out of there, and that it is no smoking on town property. Period. Done. Hospitals, everybody around here does it. You can't smoke anywhere anymore, and I don't think that it needs to be on town property. And to that, I certainly understand what Michael is saying, because when I was smoking, we found those loopholes to make sure that we could sneak one. And I'm certain that we're still going to have those, but with the ordinance in place and potentially being town employees or town volunteers, we would have that to fall back on for those purposes. Brana, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think eliminating the 30-foot is good, because 30 foot isn't much. I mean, you go, that means they can just drop their butts on the parking lot of the town, the town property, right? The other thing I would say, I have a question. Can you smoke in the town forest? I would say, I would hope not. but
I don't know how you, that one sounds a little slippery to me. I don't know.
well, I mean, it's dangerous, you know, it's town property. But anyhow,
Sandy, your thoughts on this?
I'm with you. I think we should find out what the state law says and
Right.
utilize it.
Right.
Michael?
I am a smoker and I still say designated area.
Yeah, they
You
should
tell
have,
me I can't smoke, I'm still gonna smoke. You're not gonna stop me.
but if you had a place to go to smoke, you would probably use that rather than every place, right?
As I am a very good person, I would respect that.
Yeah.
Because you're respecting me and my choices.
Right. My sister's a smoker and they have a special smoke shed they go to smoke.
So would that require us to purchase those butt cans, if you will, for each of those locations so that it is the ones that I can't say eliminate, but reduce the risk of fire because of they're in those contained. Should we
To
look
make
at
anybody
that?
do anything, you usually have to provide something.
Yeah, it's only right.
Okay,
And I try to find the ones we used to have.
so do we need to look at this policy again, Sandy, and revise that and then send that out after we have designated areas and given them the proper equipment to do so?
I think so. I think they should know before we do it, what we're planning.
Okay.
It should be looked at anyway.
That's right.
So let's put that on the next agenda, and that will give us some time to Tom to research the state laws on that, make sure that that's still current. This is for
Yeah, I'll
2009.
call the Vermont Department of Health. They'll know straight up,
Okay,
as well as VLCT.
okay. So let's put that on the next agenda. We will revisit it. Okay, perfect. Condition of town properties, appearance and upkeep. Sent some pictures around to the board. We've got a lot of chipping paint. We have cracks in the cinder blocks of the highway department. We have a highway department that is still a shining display of the 1970s as we drive down Route 142. And I think that we've got to do something. At some point, that becomes preventative maintenance, making sure that everything is painted and we're not rotting out the eaves and things like that. But also, if we want our town to ever be taken seriously when our planning commission is seeking potential investors in our town, when we want other people to move to our town and bring their children to our school, I think that our town property has to kind of look the part, the same as we're replacing the stairs at the town offices for safety and for aesthetics. So that's why I brought this up. Again, I did send those pictures around, and I'm just curious the board's thoughts. Sandy?
I think we need to take care of our infrastructure.
Jean?
I've been fighting for this for years. And fallen on deaf ears, but I was thinking that our budget was built with a line item for an evaluation of this sort. I'm trying to find it. Do you remember that discussion?
And
About
so that is actually under, we have that coming up under old business A,
Oh.
town facility inspection to
okay.
continue that movement. But yes, you're absolutely right that we do have that, and that did pass at town meeting, and that's why the discussion is here this evening, so that hopefully we can get back on track with that. COVID stalled an awful lot of things. Linda, I apologize. Were you a part of any of that discussion when we talked about having that firm come in and look at all of our buildings the same as Guilford did?
Well, yes, our whole committee was, because
Okay.
when, I think it was Tom, weren't you the one that you found that out when you went to Guilford and brought that information back to the committee, and the committee brought it to the select board?
Yes, I spoke to the town administrator, if that's his title, in Guilford, and he told me about having gone through the process very recently where they hired a consultant, and they were very pleased with the result. He not only went through and made an assessment of all of the town-owned properties, but he also recommended priorities for which things needed to be tackled immediately and which things could wait. And it wasn't necessarily what the select board in the town had in their minds in terms of the priorities. So they were very grateful to have an expert opinion on that aspect, as well as an estimate of the approximate cost. So he heartily recommended that as a way to approach the infrastructure problem.
So,
And I don't know, Sandy, Jean, if anybody remembers, I believe that it was up to $15,000 that we voted on, or was it?
yes,
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
yes.
Because I think that Guilford came in around $6,000 and they had fewer buildings than we did, so we went up to that 15,000.
Right.
So we've now combined two discussions, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I think they go hand in hand. So
Can I update the board on the company? So
please.
back on April 23rd, I received an email from Danielle Sweeney, who was with the engineering firm. It's Criterium Lancet and Dudka engineers. They're the people that did Guilford. Wanting to know when they could get going on a field work, to get going on the field work for the project. At that point, we were in the middle of COVID, and I had been trying to find get that other company to take a look too, so you'd have two bids. If you go back to March, we had discussed Dude Solutions, a facility dude. Now I've had emails back and forth with them, but nothing to any fruit. So I given that this particular firm was so highly recommended, I did reach back out to Danielle to let her know just recently that if she could contact me, and then I could come back to the board and we could perhaps start the field work on this project. Guilford was very pleased. I think they were $4,200 or $4,800 in Guilford at the end. But that's the name of the firm. They're out of Rutland and they're ready to go at your convenience.
Now, this is not something that we can do before July 1, is it?
We might be able to get the field work done, and it's in the capital plan, so wouldn't that carry over anyways?
It's not in the that's not in the capital plan. That was voted on in our budget, wasn't it?
I think so.
I think that was added to our budget.
Well, so what could happen, Mr. Chairman, if I could, if there's a contract signed for that amount, that money would be encumbered until the project was complete, if it got started before June 30th.
Yeah, we couldn't pay until then.
7-1.
Okay. I'm all for reaching back out to Danielle and asking them when we can get that scheduled.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's been voted on. We've all agreed on it. I think that we need to move forward on that.
I asked her to contact me next Monday when I'm back in the office for the day. So that's already been.
Unless anybody on the board objects, I would say that on Monday with your conversation, go ahead and give them the green light, please. Any objection to that?
No.
Could I have a vote on that, please?
I was voted on by the town of Vernon, so
They appropriated the money, but you're going to approve the firm.
I believe we've already voted on
Okay.
that, didn't we? I'm not sure. I mean, we certainly can, but
So moved.
Thank you, Sandra.
I have a motion, please. Could I get a second?
My question is, where is this in the budget? Is it in our budget or is it in our capital plan?
I believe that it is in the select board budget.
We're under what line item?
Well, that's
Yeah,
a
well,
great, hold
Not
on.
looking at-
Carol's raising her hand. Let me unmute Carol,
Good.
maybe.
Looking for my town report.
I don't know. Carol, are you able to go up to your upper right by your picture? There you go. Hi, Carol.
Hi, I would just
Carol.
like, I need to know the motion. Not so moved. I need a
Oh, come
motion.
on, Carol.
Sorry.
Tom, could you repeat the name of that firm, please, for Carol? Carol, the motion would read to approve moving forward with, Tom, you're up on the company name.
Oh, I just got rid, it was, hold on. Yeah, that would be, Criterium, Criterium, the Lancet, Lancette, in Dudka, Dudka, engineers.
Okay,
I have
thank you.
to say, I'm not finding it in our budget.
So I think under general expenses, there's contracts, maintenance and repair,
Yeah,
because all of the groundkeeping, cleaning, snow removal, that's in buildings and grounds. So that's not those contracted services. But there's quite a chunk of money there. Right now, there's $15,000.
That must be it,
That ends June 30th.
right.
And
But if
then
you're-
for next year is 26,400.
So that's got to be where we
So-
put it.
yeah.
Yeah, so we should, and I meant to ask Cindy to get a budget summary to know what
Mm.
has been spent out of these line items and what we have left, because maybe we want to get something cooking here
Yeah.
right off.
So this is to move forward with this firm to what?
Undertake a capital needs assessment.
To do a capital needs assessment?
Yes.
On town-owned buildings.
Okay,
And
Thank
it
you.
says 8 town buildings in their email to me.
okay.
8. I thought we were up above 8. No, we have, because we were
1,
doing the
2.
town office, we were doing the North
This-
School,
Right. The
We were
DPW.
the rec, the pavilion
The pavilion.
at the rec,
Yeah, okay, yeah.
the town office.
The shed across the street from the highway department.
Yeah, I'll call that the sand shed, which that is a building that I sent a picture of that desperately needs some attention.
Right.
We said the
Historic.
salt shed,
Museum.
salt shed,
Oh, the museum is one.
South School. We did not do the chapel because the historians own that, is that correct?
Right. We
Right.
don't own it.
So maybe any other buildings at the highway department besides the main garage?
We said the salt shed as well.
Okay.
Oh, and I guess
Fire
North
department.
School.
No, it's-
What about the fire department?
Oh, yes, yep, fire department. So that, I come up with 9 there, but
Are you, the elementary school was part of that?
No.
No.
No. The South School, I'm sorry, yep.
Yep. So I'm coming up with 9. I have the
Right.
highway department, the rec, the pavilion, the town office building, the sand building. That's the one across 142, the salt shed, south school, north school, and the fire department.
I think we discussed not doing the sand shed because of its condition and age. But
So at what point do we make a decision on that building and what we're going to do? Are we going to look at that building and have it painted so that it looks better? Or are we going to have them go over and knock it down with the loader that we just bought them? I mean, this is where I'm at, Gene. I'm right there with you. We cannot continue to allow our town property to look this way and to
Right.
expect anybody to take us seriously. Linda, please. This is where I needed you this evening, Linda. Go ahead.
That's the purpose of hiring this company.
Right.
You can sit here and we all have our own little pet things. There's people want the cupola painted and all this kind of stuff. That company, that's their job. They will come in and they will look at your properties. They will tell you what's wrong with them, what needs to be fixed, and then you can decide, and they'll tell you in what order they think it should be done, but you're the ultimate decider. So I would have them look at all the buildings. They're coming here anyway. Look at all the buildings. Let them evaluate all the buildings, let you know what condition they're in, and then you can make the decision at that time when you have some information. Right now, it's just, I look at this building and it bothers me. Jean looks at that one and it's an eyesore to her. And, it's all, we aren't professional people. These people are building structure people. They're professionals.
well,
So-
I think if his bid only included 8, we need to ask him to increase it to 9.
Yeah, I mean, the intent was to go over everything,
It was.
I thought.
I thought it was at first, but then when he said 9, we had discussed the other one, but
Yeah. So Linda, I absolutely respect what you just said. And my concern is more about the fire department, for instance, if we look up at the eaves or that soffit area, the amount of paint that is peeling and the amount of water that is running over that peeled paint, and the same on the backside of the highway department, again, up in the soffit eave area. The paint is coming off from it and that water is just pouring down over what is raw wood at that point. So yes, we need them to come in and let us know where we're at with our capital plan as far as projections and where we really need to be focused more and maybe not look at this direction. But I would think that we could all agree that if one of our town buildings is in need of a facelift with some paint or some general maintenance, that we don't need to wait for this company to tell us that. And I'm saying that as a question. I know it didn't sound like it, but
I think if you have water running over soffits, you have more than just a paint problem.
yeah.
You have a building.
I don't know, Sandra. I'll have to, I just reach out to them from April. So I'm gonna have to follow up with them. They're to call me when I'm back in the office. And we're gonna move forward from there. I will know better early next week.
so if this company comes out and says, I'll stay on the fire department, if this company comes out and says, wow, those soffits are in rough shape,
Hello all, I think that's my cue. I'm never actually quite sure when everybody's with us. But welcome, I have 6:15 on Apple time anyway, or maybe 6:16. So I'd like to call the meeting to order of the Brattleboro Select Board for June 2nd, 2020, let's say. And our first official business, which is traditional, is to approve the minutes of May 19th.
Excuse me for interrupting, Tim, just to say that the meeting has been officially warned.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
As you know, I always remember to do that, except right now. Thanks for that, Peter. Having everyone has, of course, studied the minutes of May 19th, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes of May 19th, 2020.
Thank you. Ian has made a motion to approve May 19th minutes. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand as well.
Aye.
Yeah, thank you.
Aye.
5-0. And I just want to, let's see, I'm going to try to sneak in our administrative stuff a little bit here and there so that everybody knows the deal. If it's your first time watching, we do ask that if you want to comment during public participation, which is sort of the open forum early in our meeting, so that you can speak about whatever you'd like or ask any questions you'd like for anything that's not on the agenda. Or pretty much after every item, I'll be opening it up for public comment. Feel free to raise your hand, so to speak, in the chat window just by typing in, I'd like to say something, or I have a question and your name. That helps your chair out in sort of lining you up and figuring out what kind of interest we have for people to speak. Otherwise, when we get to the public participation part, I'm kind of like just waiting. And it's great to know in advance that some folks want to talk. Thank you. And yes, I think that's all I'll say there. And so chair's remarks is usually first. I really don't have too many remarks. We have a very full meeting. I did want to just say that, gosh, on the national basis, we are all experiencing quite a bit of emotion now. There is so much going on. And I want to just bring it down to the local level and say that I continue to be incredibly impressed with the community here in Brattleboro. We've had 2 major protests now featuring a lot of people who are justifiably upset by some things happening on the national level. And I just want to say that our town staff, everybody I've been encountering in our community, our police, everyone, our fire department, everyone has been coming together in support of free speech and the justice that everybody is seeking in these increasingly crazy times. And we're dealing with so much on top of our normal crazy, which is COVID-19. And now we have all kinds of unrest in our country. So anyway, that's my remarks. I'll pass it over to manager's comments, please.
I didn't have any prepared for this evening. I'd like to just add one thing to what you just said, Tim, which is in both cases, the organizers of the event coordinated directly with our police department. And we really appreciate that partnership. We're seeing many examples across the country of even some of the larger cities and lots of smaller towns where police departments and people in the community are working in partnership around these issues. And we're fortunate to have that be true here, that there has been communication that has enabled everyone to be able to have these major events and have them remain safe for the whole community, for the participants and for the rest of the community. So we're hopeful that people who may organize additional events would continue to view our police department as a partner and as folks that they can work together with around these kinds of major gatherings. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Absolutely. And I'll just remind people once again that if you're interested in the upcoming public participation part, which is to speak to anything that's not on our agenda currently, it's a busy meeting. We are going to be holding it to 2 minutes or so if we can, because there's so much to do tonight. And thank you. And the next order of business is just to hear from my 4 fellow board members, any kind of committee reports or comments that you might have. And I have almost split-second raising of hands. Daniel first, if you'd like.
I just wanted to publicly state my gratitude for Chief Fitzgerald's op-ed in the Reformer the other day. You know, I appreciated its honesty. And I also think that at a moment like this, you know, we can't stay silent, even when what we have to say is complicated. And, you know, as white people in a 99 or whatever it is % white state, our role as allies is sometimes hard to navigate, and it's not always clear what the best path is. But I think that honest public reflection, especially those of us that have positions of you know, public trust and public power, is really, really important. And I just want to commend Chief Fitzgerald on that. And I think that, you know, continuing to have an open, honest dialogue in the community is the way that, you know, is the way I've seen us do business, and I hope it's the way that we continue to do business.
Thank you. Brandy?
I just wanted to say thank you to Brattleboro Solidarity for being one of the organizers of Saturday's rally. I was unable to attend that one. I did attend the one today that was organized by students from our high school, and it was passionate and it was well attended. And I'm very grateful for the amount of people that showed up to protest the murder of George Floyd. Yeah. And yeah, good job on both fronts. I have to say I was really, really proud of the high school students today, because it's a big undertaking and there was a lot of people there. I have no idea what the final count was, but it was huge.
Thanks, Brandy. Ian, I saw you.
Yeah, I just wanted to also show some gratitude towards the organizers and also the town for Sunday's demonstration or protest. My partner and I participated, and you know, it just reminded me again why I'm so happy I live in Brattleboro, and I want to just encourage that kind of discourse and respect to continue as we move forward and show solidarity and support for people across this country during this really trying time.
Thank you, Ian. And Liz, I think you're the only one left if you have anything to say. No pressure.
I was at Sundays, and I thought it was really very well organized, and you know, I appreciated you know, the sidewalk chalk with the names of all the, you know, fallen. There was a lot of interesting details and a lot to learn from being at the march. And again, I'm also happy to be in Brattleboro.
Thank you. Next, we have public participation. I don't see anybody who's contacted us via chat.
I'm not hearing you.
Is everyone else hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Liz? Oh. I've done that before, where you plug your and you don't know why you don't. So that's easy to do. Thank you. I thought that was. And as you were killing time, thank you, Liz. Someone does want to speak, and that's Andrea Watkins. If you don't mind me using your name, it now appears on the screen too. But, go right ahead.
Yes, that's fine to use my name. I just wanted to follow on about the comments about Chief Fitzgerald's letter to the reformer, which I was very appreciative of. But I feel like there's still questions unanswered that citizens of every municipality that hires a police force need to be asking right now. Needed to be asking years ago, but we should definitely be asking now. I would like to ask Brattleboro to set up a more inclusive dialogue with him, some sort of forum. In particular, my question was about what we're doing to make sure that we're only even hiring in people to the police force that have the right characteristics, the right morals to be a police officer, because his letter addresses ongoing training, but the absolute brutality and callousness that we've seen over the past few weeks, I don't think can be trained out of anyone. So I would like to understand, since, you know, as a taxpayer, I'm paying these people's salary too, as we all are. What are we doing to hire the right people in the first place? And I realize you have a full agenda and this is not a one evening conversation, but I would like the select board as our representatives to carry on this dialogue.
Thank you, Andrea. Yeah, and I mean, I happen to know some details about Chief Fitzgerald's very proactive hiring practices, but I don't think we can go into too much details here. I don't know if Peter, you want to chime in at all, but I just wanted to remind people that there is a Citizens Police Committee that we actually often look for people to participate in, and often there are slots. And that committee is sort of a direct dialogue, ongoing way to communicate with the police department and have sort of a two-way dialogue with them. Certainly not ruling out a forum or a discussion with Chief Fitzgerald. Peter, did you want to say anything?
The chief is probably on the line, and we could ask him to come in and speak to this in more detail if you'd like that. What I could say on his behalf in summary is the hiring process is rigorous, and the values of the department as expressed by the chief in the piece that was in the paper are what guide that process. And we haven't been at full staffing for quite a few years now, and the reason why is because we don't just hire police officers to fill slots. We make sure that we're hiring police officers that are prepared to be engaged with the community and positively engaged with the community. Not we don't. The piece that the chief referred to, parlance in police training about the difference between a guardian role of a police officer and the warrior role of a police officer when things get disrupted. And all of the emphasis of the hiring and the training in the Brattleboro Police Department is as guardians, and all of the interaction that we have with the community is geared towards that, in the hopes that we never, and it's true that we almost never, have to have the police act in that more restoring order kind of manner. So, you know, some of the drug interdiction work that they do, for instance, and so there's certain other times in their work that's very challenging in that regard. But here's the chief coming on to speak for himself about the hiring process. But the emphasis is always on that mission statement and the values. Chief.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. That was a great question. And obviously we never know what truly is in someone's heart, but that is not lack of trying. The town manager was absolutely correct. our background investigation is very, very lengthy and very in-depth. And some of the questions we ask, like at our boards, are, what have you done for your community without asking for anything in return? And you can tell what a person thinks about their community if they start rattling off all these volunteer programs that they took part in and things of that nature. And if you get stunned silence, then you know you have someone that hopefully is not just telling you what you want to hear to get a job. And that's what we try to weed out. And it is absolutely correct. We're short-staffed, not because of lack of applicants, but because of lack of applicants that we want on our team and to police the town of Brattleboro. And I understand your time is really short and you do have a very full agenda, but I'd be more than happy to sit down with the community and a forum and just basically talk about what we look for in the moral character and values of our officers, how we ensure that they maintain the standards we are looking for, and how we work with the community to keep that dialogue and partnership going strong.
Thank you very much, Chief. Oh, sorry. Andrew, I don't think we can hear you at the moment. I think Andrea might be, actually, I can't hear Andrea.
I can't either.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we still can't hear you. I'm not sure. It looks like your microphone is on from what I can tell, but unfortunately we can't hear you. But at least from your facial expressions, I can kind of tell you were trying to communicate a positive response. I don't know if that's something that Patrick can help us with, but I do see your microphone is green. In the meantime, if you're working on that, let me just ask if there is a phone caller, I think, on the line. And oh, Andrea says, thank you, and I will follow up with the chief directly. Thanks. I like to repeat those and it's in chat because it doesn't reach the record if not. And I was just told the caller is off, so I don't have to be concerned about the caller. So thanks, Andrea and everybody. I think since I don't have anybody else raising their hand, we will move on because we do have a pretty packed agenda. One thing I neglected to do is sort of give a agenda adjustment announcement. Our next in line is to become liquor commissioners to address a second-class liquor license request from Retreat Farm. That request, at least for the moment, has been withdrawn. So we don't have to become liquor commissioners, folks. And we will see what happens with them in the future. And next on the agenda is water and sewer commissioners. We have some business to attend to here. So do I have a motion to become water and sewer commissioners? From anyone?
So moved.
Thank you.
We got stuff to do. Come on, let's get to it.
Daniel has made a motion to become water and sewer commissioners. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you, 5-0. Peter, do you want to tee us up here?
Sure, thank you. So this is follow-up to the discussion last week regarding both the proposed rate increase and the proposed budget. So the rate ordinance that's before you this evening for first reading is proposed by staff to be a 5-year ordinance. And the reason for it being a 5-year ordinance is so that it indicates the funding that will be necessary for the early years of paying the debt that we will need to incur in order to build the water treatment plant. So the The first year, both for water and for sewer, is proposed to be a 2% increase, which is basically just carrying costs of the utility. And then for each of the 4 following years, we recommend 2% increases for sewer and 6% increases for water. You asked during the discussion last week for some additional information, three different types of additional information. One was to run a different alternative rate increase. And so we did that. I'll present that information in a moment. Another was you requested information that we have recommended. Let me say the calibration of the recommendation staff has made regarding the rates is based on a 2-part test where we believe that in addition to paying for the anticipated costs of operating the utility and paying the debt, that it's important to maintain at least a positive balance in the water part of this water and sewer utility fund. So even $1, but at least just into positive direction for water, not going into the red where it would be subsidized by the sewer operation. And then for the overall water and sewer together, we think the fund balance should be maintained at a minimum of $1 million. And so we used those 2 tests and ran cash flow analyses against those in order to determine how much of increased rates would be necessary in order to carry this through this 5-year period. And so you asked for some information about why the $1 million is the threshold that we recommend, about what kinds of, we advised you at that time that it's because there are major, there is major infrastructure within the utility system that can need to be repaired suddenly without notice and the opportunity for advanced planning. And when that happens, it's often either some very expensive pumping or filtration function, or pipes in the ground, which are expensive construction to do. And so either way, it tends to be more expensive than just say a roadway repair that might suddenly need to be done or something like that in other parts of town infrastructure. The utilities work is expensive. And so the Public Works Department provided for the backup for this meeting a memorandum that summarizes the kinds of things that can go wrong in the system and actually have gone wrong in the system over the last several years. We would be happy to go further into any further detail you'd like to go into related to that item. But that memorandum was responsive to that particular request. There was also a request for information about the impact to individual households, how the recommended amount of increase would affect consumers in Brattleboro households. And so Public Works again did an analysis and presented it in a memorandum that's part of the backup for tonight that showed the 3 different types of households and then how they'd be affected by the 2% magnitude increase and how they'd be affected by the 6% magnitude increase. So the range, the full report has information for each of those different permutations, but the range is from the 2% increase for a single person household, and these are actually real households in our system and real bills, but with the names and addresses withheld for privacy. The level of increase would be $10 for the year for that smaller household and the smaller amount of increase. And with a household of 5 people and a 6% increase, the level of increase would be about $34 for the year. So that gives you a feel for how the order of magnitude that would be felt by these increases for different types of Brattleboro households. And finally, you asked us to run a scenario where instead of so the sewer side would still be 2s, but on the water side, instead of a 2 and 4 6s, you asked us to do 3, 4, 5. Actually, the 5 years worth would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 instead of 2, 6, 6, 6, 6. When we ran that through the same analysis that we had done with several other alternatives that we discussed last week, it didn't pass both tests. It passed the $1 million test, but it didn't pass the water component test, and actually ended up with the water falling in the worst case year in about $200,000 in the red. So we worked some alternatives off of that, working our way back towards the 2 and 6s to see if there was a sweet spot where there might be something other than the 2 and 6s that would still pass both tests. And we found that there was. At 35666, the water balance would stay just barely in the black at about $2,200 in the black and in the lowest year. And at 45666, it stays $150,000 in the black. But of course, either one of those requires a larger amount of increase in the first year, and the 45666 requires more overall increase over the 5-year period than what we had proposed. So we didn't think that you would be interested in that. We thought it was important to share the information, the outcome of the analysis with you. Of what we've analyzed, and if you agree with applying the $1 million test and the water positive test, then the 35666 would be an alternative to the 2666. So that's our staff report for this evening. I guess I should also note that for the benefit of the public, I think the select board's well aware of this, but last week we discussed the budget for next year first and then the rates. We're doing that in reverse this evening because if the select board is comfortable moving forward with this ordinance and knows what numbers you want included in it for the annual increases, if that is the 2 and 4 6s on the water side and the 2s on the sewer side, then the ordinance as it's before you tonight is ready to go forward for second reading, and the budget that's before you tonight is ready for adoption or to be put up with that ordinance for adoption next time. If you decide that you want to change the ordinance, we can do that. You can do that tonight so that it can be read and adopted on second reading in the same form as you indicate tonight as your preference. But that also will change the revenue side of the budget if the first year numbers are changed. So if the first year numbers aren't 2 2s, then it'll change the revenue for the FY21 budget. And so we would make the necessary adjustments in that and bring that budget back to you next time for approval. And that's why we're asking you tonight to talk about rates first and the budget second.
Thank you, Peter. It makes perfect sense, I think, to speak to rates again. But we did talk it out pretty good. I'm wondering if I should just kick it over to Daniel, because I think you were the one who requested to see some direct rate information. So how are you feeling? Do you want to make a comment on that? Or?
I did actually want to say something, but it wasn't about that. It was helpful to get the information on previous large unplanned expenses, and it was helpful to see how it would look on a household's bills. In the memo dated May 13th, on the bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4, there is an alternative rate proposal where it's 6s for water, but 1 for sewer, and that leads to a slightly lower than $1 million fund balance, but not so low that it's reckless. And I noticed that that's not really kind of highlighted in the most recent memo, but I was wondering if we would like to kick that around a little bit. I like the the kind of 3, 4, 5, 6 just seems like a bit all over the place. I like it's this for this amount of time. So 6 and 1 seems okay to me.
Daniel, just for me and probably others, you said that was on a different backup materials, right?
So it's in the packet, but it's not the most recent memo. It's the one that we looked at last time.
And what were the numbers? Can you give me the numbers again? Because I was.
Yeah. So if you're looking at it, it's like page 24 of 40, and then it's the.
I meant the year numbers. Sorry, the increase numbers.
Gotcha. Let me just get it right in front of me.
May I?
So, yes, Peter, thank you.
If it's okay with you, I'd like to speak to it because I'd like to also speak to your comment about it being not recklessly below. Staff agrees. And so I'd like to just advise the select board that what Daniel has suggested is considering the um, the 2 and 4 6s for water, but 1s for sewer, correct, Daniel?
Yes, if that's how I understand the memo, right? So it says the one that included fiscal year 22 to 25 increases of 6% for water and 1% for sewer failed test number 2, but by a small margin, dropping the fund balance to 975.
Yes, and what I would say about that is I think there's enough play in this model. You know, when we do the modeling, we are doing reasonable estimates, but the reality is always going to turn out somewhat different. 975 is $25,000 from being $1 million. If the select board were comfortable with that, I think you've actually, you could approve that and feel like you've met the standard.
I like it.
I'll go ahead. I'll ask my question after. Ian, do you want to?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Daniel. I feel a similar way. And I was the one who was kind of caught on the second part of the test. And I really appreciate the work that went into providing us with all of those unexpected expenses in the past. I found that very helpful, and now can see why it is pretty important that we keep a substantial amount of money in there. But yeah, I think if it's close enough and we can reduce it a little bit for the sewage, why not? And if the town feels like it's sufficient and meets it almost, why not pass that and or have that instead?
Does anyone else have a comment? Liz or Brandy? I had a
I've
question.
been nodding just
I'm
because
nodding.
it
Okay.
sounds reasonable.
Well, I just, for clarification, I thought that the purpose of the 2s was to kind of maintain a basic level of increase required to keep the system running efficiently. So does this fall into the the anti-recommendation of keeping parity between those two accounts?
This variation flows out of the fact that the sewer fund is more solvent throughout this period than the water, because water is where the major expense is being borne. So those two roles were reversed when the town was looking at this same kind of a question 6 years ago. And there was a 5-year ordinance that was 2s for water and 6s for sewer because of all the work that was being done in the sewer system. Now we're into a period that's relatively more stable for sewer, and we're going to incur some significant costs for water, which is why that has reversed.
Okay. Personally, my reason I threw out the 3, 4, 5 was to sort of ramp up the, to ease any ratepayer into the idea of getting up to 6s eventually, and it would be a little less painful, I thought. But I'm not sure, given that this is a 5-year plan that I think is very likely to be looked at before 5 years goes by, especially with, just as background, anybody tuning in now needs to know that we are preparing for what could be an $11 million water plant upgrade. I'm not sure Peter mentioned that this time, but it actually should be top of the fold, so to speak, as far as like, why are we considering these large upgrades? I mean, large increases. And these 6s we have done before on the other side when we were upgrading our sewer treatment plant. So there's a little bit of history there. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I'm very confident that this board or a future board would be happy to revisit, because a lot of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, is under the assumption, a sort of conservative assumption that we may have to have a debt service of 3% per year on the bond. And currently we are crossing our fingers and hoping that we're going to have a 0% bond.
Right.
So
that's That's correct. So there's 3 different ways in which this could turn out better for the town than sort of the worst case scenario. So we anticipate that the price might come in, the overall cost of this project might come in as much as 25% under $11 million. Somewhere in between the $9 and $11 million is where we expect to land, because right now it is an engineer's estimate rather than a fully designed plan. We're moving into final design right now. So we could have some savings there. And then there's a possibility that through the very advantageous funding program that is administered by the state using federal money, that the state might grant to the town 25% of that final cost, whatever it may be. So let's hypothetically say it might be $10 million. Then there might be as much as $2.5 million then that would be a grant rather than a loan, and we'd only be borrowing 7.5. And then that money might be at below a 3% interest rate, perhaps as low as 0%. We've seen that at different times in this fund where the money's actually been interest-free. So there are several different ways in which this might turn out better. We thought it was important for projecting the cash flow of the system to be a little conservative. So what we did is we only took the benefit of one of those two 25%, discounted off of the 11 million by 25%, but not further, and then expected that the interest rate would be 3%, so as to come up with these numbers. And we totally agree that you and future select boards ought to look at these rates every single year, especially next year when we have good firm numbers for the water plant project. But even beyond that, in case things change going forward and you have an opportunity to reduce the out year, the amount of increase in the out years.
All right, thank you for that explanation and further background. I did see Ian's hand first, and then Liz had a hand up.
Liz, I've spoken after you.
I was just going to bring up all those caveats that Peter just explained, and I think that they could be very real, and we should be prepared to be nimble.
Ian?
Yeah, I'm just, and maybe this is my first newbie question of the night. Why are we planning out 5 fiscal years of rates if the plan is to have the select board next year look at it again and maybe every year? Why are we torturing ourselves on it when maybe we should just be setting it for 1 year and then say, we're gonna have a lot more information next year to look at this, and whoever is on the board will look at it then?
It's probably Peter's fault.
Yeah, so we meant no torture.
I know, I mean, it's all in good jest.
A couple of things. So the intent is because we know this major expense is coming, right? We don't know exactly the details of it, but we know it's coming. And so we think it is prudent and proper for the board to see what the expected impact of that is and demonstrate that we're looking to protect the integrity of the fund in the manner that we've been having a conversation about in these different ways, running these different tests against it, and being able to demonstrate that our cash flow analysis out 5 years meets those standards. Having said that, we have demonstrated that there's a plan here that we know is subject to change. If it is uncertain enough to be uncomfortable enough for the board that you'd rather do a 1-year ordinance and adopt the 2s, and a year from now be looking at a longer term ordinance using the real numbers that we've come to at that time, that's a responsible way to move forward. It means that at the time that we'd be looking for town meeting approval to proceed with the project, there wouldn't be this sort of stable funding plan in place, right? But we would be doing, we could do the math on it and describe this process that you've gone through and show what 5 years going forward from there looks like. We would do that as part of presenting this to the community. So if your collective level of comfort is such that you'd rather do a 1-year ordinance and come back and do a longer term ordinance next year, that's perfectly fine.
And the benefit of that would be that we would come back next year and we would have the real numbers. So we could make a more effective plan on the rate changes based on those numbers, where now we're kind of just like making an educated guess on what it's going to be.
Right.
Is that, I'm asking if that's accurate.
Liz?
Yeah, we could do that, or we could vote on this now for the longer span, and then next year, if needs be, change it. But I think, you know, we're all about long-range planning, and this is part and parcel of long-range planning, would give everybody a level of confidence that we could go forward.
Agreed. So, so what does the board want to do? I'm feeling like I'm willing to, knowing that I'll be on the board next year and one of the main advocates for taking another look, at least, if not changing anything. I'm pretty confident that ratepayers can understand that we'll at least take a very good look at all of these numbers again. I'm willing to let go of my ramping up proposal and defer to Daniel's. But I guess the question is, do we want to adjust the number of years we're going out, or do we want to just go for it? Ian, how strongly do you feel about your 1 year?
I think Liz brings a really good point up, that it's probably just more responsible to show that we're looking out that far. I think it was just, I want to just have the conversation about why we're doing that. If we're just planning on, I guess, you know, sometimes it just doesn't sit well with me to make a plan without the information that we know we're going to have in the future. So I guess I just wanted to talk a little bit about it. But no, I think we should just defer to Daniel on it. I hate saying it. I hate saying it.
Yeah.
Daniel's over here on my
I'm
screen.
actually not.
I'm deferring to
Down
Daniel.
below me.
Everybody point to Daniel on their screen. That's where he is for
Oh,
me.
now he's moved. He's up here now.
Very good.
Yeah.
Steve has
Oh,
joined
because
us.
Janet came on.
Steve has something to add.
Oh boy.
Really?
Yeah. Twos this year.
If I could just add,
Oh, Steve.
if I could just add, that's the reason that we came up with the model. The model, that tool, that rate tool was developed when we did the wastewater to look out to do advanced planning. So that's the advantage of going to 5 years. To let people understand these are the rates that we're going to be looking at. And that's what's the money is necessary for the project. Now, if it comes in less, then it will also help the project. The board will look at this budget every year as you do. We go through line item by line item. So I would recommend sticking to the 5 year. That's the reason that we we actually spent money to build this model and paid people to come up with this. And it proved to be quite nice as we did the rates before with the wastewater. And the projections were real close. And as Peter said, they're conservative. So that's beneficial to everybody, because that may also help in times of need and to level the rates off in the future.
Thanks, Steve. I knew when you popped up, we were in trouble.
Now
I gotta get on.
Daniel's back to being over
I
here.
didn't see your finger wag at all.
I get on and straighten these people out.
Yeah.
That seems to make perfect sense to me. So,
Can I make it clear, one thing that might have gotten lost in the exchange when Daniel brought up about the ones is the first year in that particular example still is 2 for both parts of the utility. And then after that, it's 4 6s for water and 4 1s for sewer. I just want to make sure that that part is clear, because that's how that one's structured. If you do rally around that, if that's what you want to approve this evening, you could then move forward also and approve the budget, because it has those twos, the 2 2s in the first year.
Oh, good.
Sounds good.
yeah, I'm feeling like this is the way we're leaning. I don't see anybody who's typed in to make a comment, although I'll talk this out a little bit so that someone can do that and raise their hand. But how's the rest of the board feel about moving forward with the, let's call it the Daniel amendment? And
Yes.
the Daniel counter proposal. And so that we can have some clarity going forward on this first reading.
Mhm.
Got one thumbs up, a lot of nods. Okay. All right, so I don't see anybody else who wants to comment on utility rate ordinance. So what do we do now? We have a motion.
There must be a motion.
Actually, the rate ordinance doesn't require action this evening. We just needed to know what you want us to bring you for the public hearing and the adoption on second reading next time. It's clear to me that you want the Daniel Quip option. So, you know, the board has something else you want to specifically direct, we'll bring the ordinance back to you in that form, which will be 2% in water, 2% in sewer for the first year, 6 is after that for water, 1 after that for sewer.
Yes.
Sounds good.
And having landed there, we would recommend that unless you have any further questions or the public has any further questions about the budget was a pretty straightforward discussion last time. It's pretty level. It's actually slightly down in revenues and less than 1% up in expenditures. So unless you want to take a deeper dive back into that, we would just recommend that you adopt the motion that's in the administrative report for your approval, your formal final approval of the FY21 utility fund budget.
That's what I'm, as everybody thinking that too. I think that's the best course of action. Peter, we don't have to do anything official wise to make the first reading official, or?
No, it doesn't require a vote. It just requires that you have discussion that you've had and take public input and be indicating what you want to adopt next time.
Great. I should have said that earlier, that it was the first reading, possibly. Still figuring this thing out. So if anybody has a motion for us. Traditionally, the chair does not make motions, just anyone watching is probably wondering what's going on. Liz.
There.
Yes. I move to approve the FY21 utility fund budget as presented or modified. Are we modifying it for Daniel now? Or are we just approving it?
No, it's as presented.
Oh,
as presented. Thank you very much.
Not modifying the budget. Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to approve the FY21 utility fund budget as presented. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Thank you. That's 5-0. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to Steve for popping in and straightening us out a little bit.
Thanks, Steve.
We are moving on to unfinished business, and we're going to have our traditional COVID-19 update from Peter first off.
Thank you.
Do we need to adjourn as water and sewer commissioners?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, Daniel, you're the whole package. Yeah.
I did my homework today.
Commissioners, so that we're not doing other business steeped in water and sewer. That would be uncomfortable. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm laughing at Brandy's face. Sometimes the screens are good because you can actually see everybody's face at once, whereas when you're there in person, you're doing this to try to see people's faces. That was 5-0 to adjourn as water sewer commissioners. Now, Peter, please.
Thank you. So the COVID-19 report, I've got just 3 things to highlight tonight. Everything else is steady as we go, but there's 3 pieces of good news, actually. The police department is back to responding to every call in person unless the caller asks that they follow up not in person, because of the potential risk of spreading the virus. So for about a month or so, 5 weeks, we had been following a protocol where it was only certain types of very urgent matters that resulted in a police officer actually going to the door. And there was a lot of interaction between the police and the community that was occurring either over the phone or by email or other means. So it's a good thing for all of us. It's a good thing for the department. It's certainly a good thing for the community that the police now are, we're at a place as part of the reopening where we feel like it's safe. They're following all the special protocols that are already in place, that already were in place. They're wearing masks, all the cleaning regimen and everything that's involved, and standing 6 feet apart or more. So all of that is still in place, but now if you need a police officer, they will come to you unless you ask that they don't. So we were glad to reach that threshold moment yesterday. Likewise, we were able to announce at the end of last week that the swimming pool at Memorial Park will open this year. As of right now, it's with very limited, there are some special restrictions for this particular summer that are very restrictive compared to the amount of use that often gets, particularly in hotter weather. So, but we also, we're feeling like it's a good thing to be able to open it all. We were concerned that there might not be a safe way to do that. But the advice from the public health professionals and the standards out through the recreation and parks community are such that municipal swimming pools are going to open. And basically there's a lot more to this, and I would suggest that people who want to learn the details of it and learn how they can access this and come and use the pool this summer, go and look on the town's website, either under the recreation and parks website or under a daily update, which contains half a page of details and some links for how to access certain forms that give more information about using the pool this summer. But in its barest essence, what's going to happen is there'll be schedules of certain windows of time where 25 people will pre-register. You'll sign up ahead of time so that you can come in at your appointed time and enjoy the pool. And then when that time is up, when that window's up and those folks leave, there'll be a 15-minute interval where the staff cleans everything. And then a new group of up to 25 people will be allowed in for the next interval. And that'll go on every day for all summer long, as far as we can tell at this time. If the situation becomes such that we can safely have more access or less regimented access, then we'll announce that to the community. And the third item just gelled this morning. So we've been discussing this for the last week or 10 days, and it looked like it was coming together, but I wasn't sure that it would, and that's why it wasn't any part of the backup for this. But going all the way back to a year ago, the select board supported the creation of the Work Today program by Youth Services, so as to provide some day labor opportunities for folks who are not employed in an ongoing manner and need employment and need the money, and so as to provide some public services through that program. So a nice kind of combination of providing opportunities for individuals who are struggling, and then also a benefit to the broader community. Because of the unique challenges we all face with COVID-19 and the increased importance of cleanliness in our public spaces, we've been working on a plan for how we can emphasize that in the work that the participants in the Work Today program will be doing, and collaborating with Emily Kornheiser, who in her role as an employee at Youth Services has been organizing this program and communicating with me and with the town around how to make it work. We believe that particularly in the maintenance of the porta potties, because we think it's important for the same public health reasons that we had last year, that we need to bring the porta potties out. We just haven't done it yet because we haven't been able to be sure that we could keep them adequately cleaned. And so what we have been talking about as town staff is if the Work Today program wasn't able to move forward, because we weren't sure until just very recently that it could, that we should add some additional employees who would be able to perform this function of maintaining the wiping down the porta potties several times a day, and also do some other cleanliness work in downtown. So wiping the buttons at the intersections for pedestrian signals, the parking meters, other things that are part of our public infrastructure downtown that get touched a lot throughout the day by lots of different people. We want to set up a program where we are keeping those things cleaner this summer when we all need that. And so what we think we have come upon kind of inadvertently as we were working on these two different things is a combination, because the other factor here is the Work Today program was intended to be 3 days a week. And of course, 3 days a week isn't going to be sufficient for maintaining the cleanliness of these areas that need attention throughout the day. We need that going on 7 days a week. So we think a combination of these two approaches, where this is a good focus for the Work Today program for this particular summer as we do the pilot project, but we will also, for the majority of the work that would be done related to these disinfecting cleanup efforts, would be done by seasonal town staff. And so our intent, unless the select board directs otherwise this evening, is to move forward with both pieces and to integrate them as best we can. We expect that we're going to be able to do that very completely. We'll set up a schedule where there's certain times when the Work Today slots are performing this function, and other times either overlapping or on separate days when it's town staff, all supervised by the same folks on the town staff so that we have continuity to this effort. And the funding, I believe, is an issue because it's not going to be an expensive investment in this these temporary employees who would do the part for the town. So while it's an unbudgeted expense, we think it will be readily absorbed. I can't give you a number this evening because we're not sure exactly how the two pieces of this are going to fit together and how many people we'll have and how many hours they'll work. So, but it won't be a large expense, and it'll be able to be easily absorbed in the overall general fund budget. And the funding for the Work Today pilot project has already been approved by the select board. So we're ready to move forward as soon as we can. We think that as soon as we can is going to be about a month from now. We'd like it to be quicker, but we don't think we can actually do all the things necessary to set it up properly and make sure that it's actually, keeping the promise of, cleanliness on a regular basis throughout the day, every day, until sometime early in July. So we'll be working right away on putting the details together. We'll keep you informed about how that evolves. If we can start sooner, we will. But our expectation is it'll be early July, and then it would continue on through the warm weather months and end sometime in October or possibly early November.
Great, Peter. Yeah, I mean, I think, sorry to just jump in, but I think it's a terrific use of the program and would also let a lot of people, feel a little better about those high touch surfaces that are going to be, transitioning into back to normal life makes a lot of people nervous. So knowing that some folks are going to be on it is a nice peace of mind for some. Not everybody is going to respond that way, I guess. But and I think the timing probably coincides with, it's probably going to take another month to feel, assuming that everything goes as well as it's going now, we hope. It's going to take another month to feel like people are going to be comfortable going downtown, I think, on a regular basis. Liz?
I just want to mention that I always elbow the crosswalk button.
You.
I saw someone this weekend use their toe, which was
wow.
I get my toddler to do it. So
I actually have a serious crosswalk question.
Yep.
My understanding is that the buttons are not actually necessary for you to cross the road. Is that correct or no?
The buttons?
So like if you were standing at the crosswalk and you don't press the button and nobody else is there and nobody presses the button, it's still going to cycle through and eventually you'll...
No, you only get a warning if you press the button.
No, in fact, it's happened to me many times that I've gotten there, assumed someone across the street has already pressed the button, and you know what, they haven't, so we don't get the...
The nice thing about these ones is they have a little red light on when somebody presses
exactly
it,
right.
so you can eyeball it.
That's exactly right. You show up and the red light is lit.
I've never noticed.
You don't have to touch the button.
I know, but if you're in a conversation,
I'm interested in these kinds of things.
I'm learning so many things.
Oh, me too, Ian.
Peter, you were
if you hit it
saying.
with your knee, go easy on it because those things can break eventually. So.
That's true.
Jesus.
We've had our ups and downs with them, but
Yeah.
I still get people saying, why do they say walk like a dog at all crossings? And so that's all I can hear now when I
I
hear
know,
it.
I don't remember what it originally says.
I think it says walk light
says
is on
walk lights are on at all crossings.
at
But
all
frankly, if
crossings.
you just think about it the other way, it's a little bit of whimsy even on a tough day.
Oh shit. Shoot.
We're still in family hour here, Brandy. So
Sorry.
we'll lose our rating.
Yeah.
So does any other board members have a comment on that part of the update?
Porta potties are going to be in the same places as last year?
Oh, good question.
That's our intent, yes.
And those
Yeah,
places
has there
are?
been?
And those places are in the Preston parking lot, at the High Grove parking lot, on the Grove Street side, and at the Brattleboro Common.
Thank you.
I'm curious, was there any feedback of like the next spot? Like if after those ones, where the next spot would be?
I didn't hear that. There was some discussion early in the summer about whether they were in the right locations, and as time went on, everybody kind of seemed to gel around, yeah, this seems to work, was our feedback. I don't know whether I missed something out there that maybe we need to pay attention to. I never actually heard people saying we ought to have a fourth and it ought to go here.
No.
Okay.
I think some people wish the one on Preston was handicap accessible, but I think we did a good job of explaining why it can't be, even though that's really unfortunate, but the way that it's placed up on a curb. I remember that coming up, but.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Peter. And do you have a second? You don't have a second item
Yeah,
under?
so that's the general update, and then we have a substantive issue to address regarding the parklets.
Right. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to flow right in. But,
Sorry, I can. Happy to. So the parklet plan is coming together. It also isn't quite final, but it's pretty close now. I want to thank Stephanie Bonin, who's been a good partner in this. So we've been working with each other sort of at the connecting point between what the town can do to make this successful and what the merchants need to do to be our partners in it. And so she's been working to gauge, which of the restaurants and in two cases, purveyors of alcohol that are, I'm stumbling because one of them is Hermit Thrush. So, I mean, I wouldn't call that a bar and I wouldn't call it a restaurant. But anyway, Hermit Thrush and Arkham are in this plan. And then there are others that are restaurants, full service restaurants. And so we've been working together to identify where they could safely be placed. What would be the maximum that would get placed if all the potentially participating businesses chose to be involved, and then working to determine, basically at the end of the day, we only want to put in a parklet where we only should put in a parklet where a particular business is going to operate its business in that parklet. The sort of shared coming and going doesn't work from a health and safety point of view, and it also doesn't work from an alcohol licensing point of view. So it's important that we only construct a parklet at a place where a restaurant wants it there and is going to take on the responsibility of operating it. And so as of right now, we have 7 that are confirmed. We had 6 as of the time of the backup last Friday. We have a 7th now that's signed on. There's a pretty good chance there'll probably be an 8th or a 9th. I don't think we're going to get all the way up to 12. I'm pretty confident we aren't. But there's still a few maybes that are just, things are being looked at both from a safety perspective and from a restaurant deciding whether or not they feel like they have the capacity to operate a parklet and have that additional tables and additional table service that would require. So what we're asking for this evening is that you authorize staff to go forward with the implementation of this plan, that you authorize the expenditure of up to $30,000 from the program income fund as an economic development investment to help keep these businesses alive through COVID. It may or may not be recoverable as a COVID related expense. We don't think it will be, but as we pay attention to the ever evolving rules around the state and federal funding for COVID, if there becomes an opportunity for the town to recover these monies, then we'll certainly seek that. But we're recommending that it come from program income rather than from the general fund, because we think as an economic development investment, it qualifies, and we shouldn't count on getting the money back. And then the $30,000 is calculated because the town will buy and install the Jersey barriers that will define the boundaries of each of these parklets. And we estimate that it's going to cost about that each one will be 2 parking spaces in size. And the number of barriers necessary to do that 12 times around the downtown at $2,500 per parklet would be $30,000. So I believe we're going to spend less in the end, but we're asking for the authority to spend up to $30,000 for this project. There might also be some related incidental expenses that we'd like to be able to, if we don't spend the $30,000 fully on the Jersey barriers, it would be helpful to be able to have, a little bit of money that we could spend on things that would help the DBA to, get installed and get these businesses occupying in them. And those would be small expenses. I don't know exactly what they would be at this moment, but we wouldn't fill the gap. If we ended up doing $25,000 worth of barriers, we wouldn't be looking to spend $5,000 more on other things, but it would be helpful to be able to spend a little bit of incidental money if there's incidental money available. So with that understanding, we're hoping that you'll authorize the funding. We need you, if you're in favor of moving forward with this, to, in order for us to be able to move quickly and not have to come back to future select board meetings for action that it actually enables it to be successful, we would need for you to provide some additional authority to me and some additional authority to Hillary Francis, the town clerk. The additional authority you would provide to me, and we've provided, for those who are paying attention to the administrative report that was online, this came up over the last couple of days in discussions with town attorney Bob Fisher. So I have provided motion language to the board this afternoon that was not part of the backup for this meeting. But what those motions intend to accomplish is you authorizing me to implement this plan and to actually sign a document with each of the different participating restaurants where they obligate themselves to maintaining that space, and we permit them, the town permits them to occupy the parklet area that is otherwise public space. We allow them to have it as their private space just for this summer. We expect that these would be installed as soon as possible, perhaps within a week, perhaps a little longer, and then would stay there until, again, like with the prior conversation, at least into October and possibly into the early part of November. We would make a decision about them based on the weather conditions in the fall and making sure that they're all removed in time before we get the first major snowstorm of the season.
Which could happen in October.
Hillary, I'm sorry?
It could snow in October.
It could, so we'll pay attention to that and govern ourselves accordingly. I didn't mention, I'm sorry, the details for Hillary. So there's the funding, there's the authority for me to actually implement the program, and then we'd ask that you delegate your authority. The select board, of course, as liquor commissioners, has authority over liquor licenses and outdoor consumption permits in town. There is a special program the state has initiated that is more nimble than the usual processes to try to get businesses that are going to go outside into areas that they don't normally provide outside service, but where they normally provide alcohol along with the meals indoors, for them to be able to get a quick provisional permit to provide full service outdoors. At the outdoor tables, they'd be able to provide whatever they're licensed to do. So it might be just beer or wine, or it might be beer, wine, and mixed drinks. But whatever they're usually licensed to do inside, they'd be eligible to do outside, either in the cases of the restaurants that have their own parking lot. This might be in their own property, where there would also be a permitting requirement through the Planning Services Department of the town. Or for those that don't have their own private space to do this, it would be those that are participating in the parklet program. And in either case, whether it's on the private property or in the parklets, we'd like you to authorize that Hillary Francis is empowered by you on your behalf to issue the outdoor consumption permits that will be in line with what the state is issuing to these businesses.
Okay, great. Thank you, Peter. Who has questions, comments? I have a couple quick ones. Daniel. Ambry.
Insurance question. This was like public space, and now we're giving it over to private entities. Who is responsible for what happens in that space?
That's the purpose of the document. So we, up until yesterday, hadn't incorporated that piece, but we knew we needed to get Bob's blessing on how we were moving forward, and he called that out. He thought both from a just being legally proper about it, to have private entities occupying these public spaces and selling alcohol in them, which is prohibited by ordinance, that it was important that there be a legal approval from the town and an acceptance of responsibility by the restaurant. And so he's going to fashion up this simple agreement that we're going to use for each of them.
Okay, a quick follow-up on that. The responsibility for any kind of like trash or recycling cleanup in those spaces will fall on the businesses?
Absolutely.
And that's very much understood by them?
Yes. The reason why some of them are choosing not to participate is a combination of, proximity to their kitchens, number of wait staff that they normally have versus the number they think they need to have to be able to handle the outdoor space, and the obligation of the outdoor space. This comes free, and it comes very visible, and hopefully with some something that's going to be beneficial to the business in terms of the enjoyment of the customers. But it comes with responsibility as well. And so each potentially participating business needed to weigh those things and decide whether to be.
And then just like a question that I don't even think I really need to ask, but I just want to double check. Smoking is prohibited in these spaces, and that will be enforced by people responsible for these spaces?
That's a really good point. And the answer, I'm going to say yes, because we get to decide. And while smoking on the sidewalk is allowed, it is offensive to some. And more importantly, smoking in a restaurant is not allowed. And so since this will be an extension of the restaurant in the outdoor area, I think we should say no smoking.
Okay.
Me too.
Me three.
Brandy, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I have a question that may have been answered 100 times by either the governor or us, but I can't remember. So are these parklets only available if you are an establishment that serves food, but also serves alcohol, or are they available if you're an establishment that maybe serves kind of token food, but is mostly a bar?
So they can be for either.
Okay.
They also can be for businesses that serve food and not alcohol.
Sure.
And they also can be for businesses that are not in the food business at all.
Ooh.
In our case, the way it has evolved, it looks as though all the participants are going to be food and beverage operators.
Okay.
But when I was first discussing this with Stephanie, and I believe when she was first discussing it with the business community, we weren't strictly limiting it just to restaurants and bars.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Daniel, thank you for the smoking question, because I hadn't even thought of that nuance.
Yeah, we hadn't either. Thank you.
My question is, when you were talking, you said that each parklet is going to take up 2 parking spaces. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I hadn't really absorbed that. For some reason, I was thinking 1 space per parklet. but that would be kind of small. Next question though is, are they going to be together to any extent as far as they've been approved or not approved, but at least sort of fleshed out so far?
Yep.
I'm wondering how much parking we'll lose and how much pushback people will give us on that, because if there's a long stretch of parklets, that's a lot of parking.
We'll find out about the pushback. I don't know what to expect with that. Our assessment of the situation is in the balancing act, particularly this summer, the economic need, the need to have people spaced and not tight in indoor spaces, and the fact that, we've got the Harmony lot is going to be almost completely available. There'll be just a very small parklet over in the one corner for Arkham. The transportation center will be completely available, and there'll still be a lot of on-street parking. We feel like a problem. If we find out that we've given over too much of the street to parklets, we hear about it from people, then, that'll be one of the lessons learned from this that we'll have to think about. But for implementing this in the time of COVID, relatively on the fly, we think it's calibrated appropriately.
Okay, and just, of course, another question. Sorry, Liz, I'll just get done with mine. Of course, it's not going to be in any handicap spots, correct?
That's correct. We would not put in a handicap spot.
Thank you. And my last is a suggestion on, I'm feeling personally that it would be nice if we just limit it to calendar year 2020, because I don't want to kind of give anybody who does have a problem with this idea, the idea that we're not going to lift it at some point. I think we should revisit this for the next summertime season and not just have people assume that they're just going to be permanent structures. Obviously, they're going to go away in October or November, but I don't want to give any of the restaurants the idea that it's a done deal for the rest of time. What does everybody think about that?
I don't know. It might be cool. But then again, I'm not going to, it could be cool.
Well, no, I think it's good to limit it to this 1 year and see how it goes.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's impossible that we won't want to continue it, but I think out of fairness to the different interests downtown, we might just want to limit it to the experiment, the definite experiment, and then see how people feel about it.
Sort of a bit like the 1 year ordinance versus the 5 year. And I mean, I would love to leave the door open, fully open for like a discussion next spring. I think like it'll take time for people to adjust, and habits take a while to change. And I don't know, I've always been excited about the idea of parklets, so it's nice that we get to have this little experiment, even though it's because of this terrible situation.
So just for clarity, does that keeping the door open, does that mean don't limit it to this year or do limit it to this year?
Well, I think we can say we'll revisit this in the spring, rather than this will end and we will have a conversation about it and, we'll revisit it in the spring. We'll see how it goes.
Well, the reason I put it that way is because a potential motion we were kicking around is that for the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro, I was just suggesting, for 2020. But,
may I offer a clarification? Because I think it may help you. We omitted a limitation on it that way, so it was a good catch that it's not explicit. But I don't believe any of the folks participating, I don't believe that any of the restaurants who are signing up, I don't believe that Stephanie, and certainly not staff, we didn't expect that if you approved this tonight that the parklets would be permanent. What we do anticipate, I think there's a fair amount of excitement around this, both from some people within town government and from people in the business community, that once we try this, maybe it'll need to be tweaked. Maybe it'll just, we'll get lucky and it'll go great the first way we try it. But I think there is a fair amount of at least optimism that it will go well enough that people will want to do it again. The select board will want to approve it again. But no, I don't believe anybody has any expectation that would just automatically happen without further review.
Imagine not.
So we could certainly make the document say 2020, and that'll be really clear.
Okay. Liz?
I just wanted to mention from a town planning perspective that parklets are all the rage, and that we've also heard from our own Brattleboro Planning Commission supporting this idea. They wrote us a letter identifying several economic development planning initiatives, and this is one of them. So it's just nice to know that we have their support in principle.
Indeed. Ian, and then I might go to a member of the public, but then Daniel's raising his hand too. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, this just seems like a great thing. I don't know. I think it might be clunky. We may need to change it around a little bit. We may not be able to refund the 30K, but we're making strong, definitive action during a pandemic to support local businesses, and it's also might make downtown even cooler than it already is. And you know, I ran on trying to make Brattleboro a place young people want to be, and I am so excited about this. And walking downtown and drinking a beer on a parklet, I'm super excited. So that's all I have to say.
Older people might like it too.
I was not excluding older people.
I wanted to just kind of make sure that we're going to do all that we can, and the DBA is going to partner fully in this to make these Jersey barriers look a little prettier than a Jersey barrier would usually look.
Yeah, so
right?
That actually overlaps with the kind of otherwise mysterious comment I made about incidental expenses. You know, we might get into some contracting that we need some help with. We don't expect that. We think we're going to be able to do all of the heavy lifting ourselves. But beyond that, the DBA is working on a couple of different ways in which these might be beautified, and might need some help with that. And it won't be expensive, but you know, being able to spend a little bit of that leftover money, if there is leftover money, to help them implement that part of this, we think would be part of making it successful. So we insisted on concrete Jersey barriers so that these would be safe. There was a fair amount of difference of opinion about different styles of parklets. But the counterbalance to that is we said, look, we're going to buy these things and we don't know whether they're going to be used again for parklets. Maybe they're going to be used for construction jobs in the future, but you can make them pretty. If you want to paint them all kinds of bright colors, you can do that. Yeah. And there's been also some discussion about how this might interact with the flower program. And so on all those levels, as we refine the details, we'll try to help the DBA make these pretty.
Just want to be really clear. These Jersey barriers will be the property of the town of Brattleboro.
Yes.
So beautifying
remain the property of the town of Brattleboro.
So beautifying cannot have like the name of a business on them.
That's correct. This is not advertising. This is beautifying. Right. Good point. Yes. Right. Yeah.
I just, you know, and like
go ahead.
No.
I was going to get too deep in the weeds. I was going to tell you that. What's that?
I love the weeds. Go.
Okay. I was just going to say that, you know, if it turned out that some of these don't get used for parklets again in the future, you know, we might throw a coat of Battleship Gray on them or something in order to trot them out to a construction site. But so what, right? So initially the idea is, you know, we put out something there that we know is durable enough to protect people, and let artists and others enjoy themselves and express themselves. But it needs to be just about beauty and whimsy and not about advertising.
I happen to know that Daniel is a fan of chalk, so you know you could always use chalk on that surface. Yeah. That was a reference to your social media page. Sorry.
There was really good use of chalk at Sunday's presentation.
And I'm a fan of my toddler son out front here. Ian, I'd love to go to Wendy has a question.
No, I actually wasn't raising my hand. Sorry.
Oh. Yeah.
I was just sort of, yeah.
Wendy, do you want to appear on screen or do you want to just chime in with audio? Are you still awake?
Yeah, here I am. Yeah,
Oh, there-
oh wait, I can do the camera myself. Here I am. Thank you.
Hey,
Hey.
welcome.
So, I have two questions and they're separate about the parklets. The first, which was I think kind of answered as the conversation progressed, is what is a parklet? So I want to make sure that I understand this. So it's going to be an area that a business will use that's outdoors near the business. It'll probably be public space unless they have their own, like it's their own parking lot, like or something like maybe like what Whetstone Station has. And it'll be there'll be some sort of deck on it, like a different surface, and then it'll be protected and it'll be for outdoor use of that business and their patrons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe something like this.
Oh, okay. And it's something that won't get taken down like at night or on days when
No, no, it's going to stay there all summer long.
Okay.
There's only one thing, Wendy, you nailed it. I would say one thing differently than that, which is when you spread this all the way to a place like Whetstone or any other restaurant that has its own private property. We did mention that in the conversation, but those won't get parklets. Those will be doing their own sort of cordoning off of areas in their parking lot with the approval of the planning services department. So that's safe as well, but that's safe in their own private space to set up some outdoor tables. What the parklets are explicitly going to be on public property. They're going to be all but two of them in the street, picking up on-street parking spaces, and one will be in the High Grove lot and one will be in the Harmony lot. Otherwise, what you described is exactly right. And one detail that I didn't speak to, and you kind of did, but I think is worth just being a little more explicit about is the platform that'll be constructed within the parklet is an important part of this, both for safety and accessibility. And it is an understanding between us and the business community that the town will provide the perimeter with the Jersey barriers and otherwise, do all of the assisting and facilitating that we've been talking about. But the individual restaurant, one of the responsibilities of each individual business that sort of adopts one of these and signs on for the responsibility of it will be to put in a proper deck. That can be very simple, some framing and some plywood, but it needs to provide a flat, safe surface that's at the same level as the sidewalk.
Oh, great. So that will make it so that folks who use wheelchairs, walkers, canes will have equal access to everybody else. Okay, that's great. So thank you for explaining. My second question is about the hours of operation of the parklets, because on one hand, well, actually on the one hand that I'm about to speak is the bigger hand. The other one is the smaller hand. So in the bigger hand, I'm really excited for this. I've lived in places that since I moved, well, Jersey City specifically had turned one of its busier streets in the downtown area near Grove Street, it's called Newark Avenue, into no cars at all. And it's made that area, since I've gone back to visit, so much nicer just to be in and walk around. And I know we can't close Main Street because it's a state highway, but promoting more outdoors and walkability and reasons to be out and not just be in cars, I think is wonderful. But the noise complaint, that's where the small hand is coming from. I know it's a really weird analogy to use, but my concern is about noise complaints, because especially with alcohol establishments and because those are in mixed use neighborhoods, where people live, what's what are the orders or ordinances or regulations, et cetera, going to be around that?
We hadn't anticipated imposing anything that is particular to the parklet, but rather that whatever the business's normal operating hours are would be allowed out in the parklet. I would suggest that given the degree of uncertainty that we have about all the various details of this and how we're working our way through it very quickly to just get the stuff in place and give it a try, that we start there. And if that becomes a problem, then we can work together. The town possesses the authority to modify the liquor licenses, and also because it's our parklets to determine some behavioral boundaries in addition to the physical boundaries of it. So I would say, we all want it to succeed. The restaurants don't want to alienate the neighbors. But if we bump into some issues where that does emerge as a problem, I think we could just address it together as a community.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
Actually, when you said noise, I thought you were going to say something about motorcycles and logging
Oh,
trucks.
God.
That'll
That's
be
a whole nother conversation.
Exactly. There's someone else who wanted to ask a question concerning decorating the barriers, and that was Felicity. If you are up.
Yep, I turned my microphone on. Liz, thanks for mentioning our planning commission letter. Glad you read it. And we've been, at least in another couple of groups I've been in, talking about public service announcements vis-a-vis safe behavior. I'm just wondering if you guys would consider using the barriers as artistic opportunities to inform the public about safe behaviors, demonstrating what 6 feet is, sort of things like that, or no, just pretty pictures on the barriers.
I don't know. I don't have strong feelings either way, I guess. Who does?
Don't smoke.
I mean, things being pretty and inspiring are very important. And, like there's that lovely mural that sort of just recently got finished on Elliott Street, right? And those things lift your spirits, and boy, do we need some lifting of spirits right now.
And I think probably each business that knows they're getting one, I would imagine, has been having their excited wheels spinning about what they want represented outside of their business. And I'm excited to see those ideas.
Liz?
I have a question for Peter. Your negotiations with Stephanie on the beautification, are individual artists being contacted, or does each restaurant and business have free reign to do it themselves or contact artists or whatever?
I don't know. I believe they plan some kind of a coordinated partnership between the DBA and the community of artists in some fashion, but exactly how they'll tie into that community, how the artists will be identified is something I don't know. My understanding with Stephanie has been that the town would allow them to be decorated, and the DBA and the businesses would make arrangements with artists.
So that Felicity could give her a suggestion to Stephanie.
Certainly, yeah. And I know that Amanda Whitman, who works with Stephanie, Stephanie wasn't able to be on the meeting tonight, but Amanda is, so she's hearing all of this and can certainly take that idea back to Stephanie and to the businesses.
Great. Thanks, Felicity. So we have a little bit of business to do if we want to move forward with the parklets. And should we start with the more boring legal motions there, or should we group everything together?
Ooh, I'll do the boring legal ones.
No offense.
Yeah.
When you're ready for the Hillary Francis boring legal motion, I have one change I need to ask you to make, which I'll explain at the appropriate time.
Do my fellow board members have that in front of them?
Yes.
Excellent.
Shall I go ahead?
Please.
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay. So the wording of the motion includes the word provisional. It says to authorize the town clerk to approve provisional outdoor consumption permits. I had a misunderstanding that Hillary corrected for me late this afternoon. The provisional permits are the ones that are being issued by the state just for this very short window of time to keep people, get them into business outdoors as quickly as possible. The follow-along permit will be a regular outdoor consumption permit issued both by the town and by the state. And so when you adopt this motion this evening, you should just drop the word provisional from it, please. Thank you.
Great. So would anybody like to make should we
Wait.
do that motion now?
Yeah, I move to authorize the town clerk to approve outdoor consumption permits in conjunction with the outdoor restaurant use during COVID-19.
Cool.
Excellent, thank you. Ian has moved to authorize the town clerk to approve outdoor consumption permits in conjunction with outdoor restaurant uses during COVID-19. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, thank you. There is another motion.
Is it the parklet motion?
There's a couple.
Yes,
Okay.
well, there's the authorizing the town manager to assign parklets.
I'll do that one.
Why do I have this?
It's in your email.
Oh, thank you. I'm like, look, all I see is one motion here, and I'm
It
getting
came late
confused.
today. Okay, so I move to authorize the town manager to assign particular parklets to particular businesses and to take any other actions necessary to implement the parklet program.
Thank you. Daniel has made a motion to authorize our town manager to assign particular parklets to particular businesses and to take any other actions necessary to implement the program. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And that also passes 5-0, Jan. And there is one last very important motion to make. And have I been bullied out of my 2020 addition to this one? Or? That's fine.
Yeah, bullied.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's the correct
Ian is
term.
nodding. That's what I was looking for.
A
Jesus.
democratic process
Perfectly
has allowed us to get to the point where we don't need to put that in there.
Bullied.
Absolutely. Who wants to
Okay.
make that motion?
I lost it. What's happening to
Liz?
me?
Oh, no, sorry. Liz is raising her hand, so.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I move to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $30,000 for the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $30,000 from program income.
Yes.
For the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro. All those in favor, say aye.
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 And that's 5-0.
Thank you.
I'm saying a lot. It's driving me crazy. I hope you're not driven as crazy as I am by it. There I go again. So it's approaching 8 p.m. and I think maybe a break might be in order. Who agreed? Good, lots of nods.
Aye.
Would everyone be comfortable coming back fairly quickly at 8 p.m.?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll take a break until 8 p.m. or 8:01, something like that. So I'll call the select board meeting of June 2nd, 2020 back to order, if you don't mind. Do we have everybody? Yes. Everybody's in different windows. Perfect. Confusing. Next up on our agenda, we're still in unfinished business, but we're making some pretty good time, I think. I shouldn't have said that. So we have a FY20 general fund budget that Peter's going to tell us about.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, so the news here is really good. We've lost Ian's picture on our screen. Hopefully we haven't lost Ian.
Yeah. Okay. Ian, you still with us? Oh, there you are.
The news is really good about the current year's budget. So, we've done projections for each meeting over the last couple of months out of concern that the COVID situation might cause revenues not to come in as normal, might cause us to incur some extraordinary expenses. The early estimate was very cautious about that, particularly on the revenue side, but we have had far better than expected performance of the property taxes, rooms and meals, local option tax, and sales local option tax. And so I can go into the details if you'd like, but given the length of the agenda and the fact that this report doesn't need action tonight and it exists online, people can see it, it might be best just to summarize by saying, until about a month ago, or less than a month ago, we were cautious. We didn't think we would have a deficit, but we didn't think we'd have much of a surplus. And we thought that, it could go a little bit either way. Because of all three revenue sources coming in far better than expected during the fourth quarter of this fiscal year, or during the May period, I should say, because it was actually fourth quarter property tax collections, but third quarter deferred sales tax and rooms and meals tax collections. So there's one more quarter to come. But based on the performance of those three sources of revenue and everything else being about as we expected, we now expect that the outcome for the year will be potentially as much as $500,000 to the good. We were currently estimating $480,000. Now there will be some additional expense going against that isn't necessarily in the forecast, but the revenues are still being forecast on a relatively conservative manner, we're not being overly optimistic either. So I think we're in a pretty safe space where we certainly are going to come in with a favorable experience, and it looks like it might be as much as $400,000 or $500,000 to the good. There's a nuance to this I just want to be careful about for the record, which is when we say to the good compared to the budget always presumes a certain amount of use of fund balance, which we roll over and have made a good practice of in recent years of rolling that from the general fund balance out into the capital fund to help us accomplish more capital work than we would otherwise be able to afford. And this year that number was $337,000. So if we had a break-even outcome, we would use $337,000 of the fund balance. The way we currently forecast how we think the year will end is that compared to budget will be $400,000 to $500,000 to the good. What it means is we'll have a small surplus and not have to use any of that fund balance. We'll actually roll some new money into the fund balance. So a really good outcome for us, especially in COVID. One of the reasons why, but not the only reason why, but it was a huge, unexpected, pleasant surprise was the under statutes for how property taxes are collected for both municipal operations and schools, the town is obligated, the municipal government is obligated to collect all of the taxes and then to pay 100% of what is owed to the schools. So in a year where anything gets adjusted related to the state education taxes, and there's usually some adjustment, usually it is smaller than it was this year, but whenever that kind of adjustment occurs, or whenever we see a decline in the rate of payment of property taxes, the town is obligated to keep the school system whole, and then any benefit or cost of that, any under collection or over collection of that particular revenue accrues to the town. And so there have been years when we incurred a little bit of a loss, if you will, a little bit of an under collection in order to honor our obligation to the school system. There's been some years when we had a little bit of a benefit from that relationship and that structure under state law. This year, the adjustment for the fourth quarter was $234,000 to the benefit of the town. The amount of money that we were expecting to pay to the schools was reduced because of the state. I can't explain exactly what caused this, but it's a factor that's caused by the state's funding formula for education statewide. And it happened that this year, the figure that we got, basically like a household getting an invoice, our fourth quarter invoice to make our payment for the education portion was $234,000 reduced from what it had been in the earlier quarters of the year. And so that accrues to our benefit, and it's a big reason why we are so confident that we're going to end the year in a really good, strong financial position.
Good news.
Yeah, amazing. Especially this year.
Yeah.
Discussion.
Newbie question.
You
And
get
this is
those?
sort of like in advance. I think I still get to use this a little bit. In advance, really, of like the parking fund discussion.
Yes.
Is there any way that like the general fund can transfer some money to the parking fund to pay for some of that capital work?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Thank you. Daniel and I have not discussed this matter, but when we got to parking, I was actually just going to mention that if you feel inclined to do that, that is something that would be, within your authority. There's enough that we would still end the year to the good against the budget, and you could transfer some funds within the discretion of the 5 of you to the parking fund, which is your responsibility. That's one that the parking fund budget is one that is within your authority. You could do that in order to be able to proceed with some of that capital work that we otherwise won't be able to afford. Absolutely.
That's my only question.
You would need to do that before June 30th. After June 30th, that money will fall into fund balance and it'll become part of a future year's budget discussion.
Okay.
I would like to do that if we can.
Yeah, if you indicate tonight as a group that you'd like to do that, we'll bring you an item for June 16th that would make that easy for you.
Great. I'd like to give that indication.
Yeah. Would you be looking for details of exactly what we're talking about? Because
I think we should either talk about that now or maybe more appropriately under the parking. And then we can prepare an item for you for next time.
Makes sense. Now, part of this being having this good news is about people paying their taxes, right?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry I left that out. So we mentioned back when we were only at about 97% collected weeks ago that was not abnormal, that there's a lot of money that still comes in after the deadline for people who, for whatever reason, are able to pay but don't quite pay on time. And so the money that comes in at the end of May and into June usually brings us up to the figure we expect to get to for the year. Sometimes it's later in the summer when people get tax sale notices that's sort of a motivating factor for folks who needed a little more time, but realize now they're facing a deadline. They want to stay out of the tax sale. So in any event, it can vary a little bit from year to year, but we usually do get to that eventually through delinquent tax collections to 100% collection. But in the fiscal year before these books close at the end of the summer, we expect to get to 98.75. We already are at 98% as of tonight. As of the additional monies that we received another couple of $100,000, $300,000 of payments since May 19th. And on May 19th, we were a little over $400,000 shy of that 98.75 marker that is sort of the expected collections for the real-time fiscal year. So we're getting very close to that now. We've only got about $100,000 to go, and based on past rates of payment, we would expect to hit that mark for the fiscal year. Another indication that people have found a way to pay taxes is the applications for abatement. This is not to say necessarily that there won't be more that come in later in the summer. That's another item that often the publication of the properties that are subject to tax sale will sometimes trigger a few more applications for abatement. But as of right now, we only have 3. And the reasons cited for those 3, only one of those is inability to pay. There's one that is believes there's been a mistake made in the assessment process that they're asking for correction, and one that is related to an uninhabitable structure. So it's a really normal looking year for tax abatements as well so far.
And thank you, Peter. You saw that I sort of fished for that extra comment because it kind of blows me away that in this very difficult year, I mean, it's been difficult on our family, and I know it's been even more difficult on many families with jobs disappearing and unemployment benefits being uneven, I'll just say, that people are prioritizing or at least valuing paying their taxes. And I just want to thank everybody for doing that. And I hope it means that there's a confidence in how the town is run and the value of the services that the town provides. So I just want to call that out and say thank you for everybody who pays taxes, and that includes renters and landlords doing the right thing. So thank you. Anybody else want to comment on the general fund budget for FY20? Okay. Well, we don't need to take any action on this. I didn't get anybody on chat wanting to chime in, and just want to check if I have any phone people, and I don't believe I do. So do we want to move on, everyone? Or okay, lots of nods. Our next item coming up is the fiscal year 21 general fund budget, which is not an ordinary year for this.
No, it's a very extraordinary moment.
Yeah.
So in a normal year, the select board would receive a proposed budget from staff about the 1st of November, spend 3 intense months working through November, December, and January to come to the place where you're comfortable with what you're ready to recommend to representative town meeting. That budget, the recommended, select board's recommended budget goes into the town report. Town meeting addresses that as part of the warning for town meeting in mid-March. We then have a budget approved by town meeting of one form or another, and are ready well in advance of July 1st to go into the new fiscal year. This year, of course, all those other things happened right up to the select board recommending a budget and it going into the town report. But you know, when we almost had a town meeting, and we'll be talking later this evening about alternatives to try to still do that under these difficult circumstances. You know, got up to having the information meeting 10 days before the town meeting, trying to squeeze in, you know, this business before the COVID restrictions became too strict to be able to have 180 people in a room. And we didn't quite make it by a few days. And so the March 21st representative town meeting was canceled. We don't yet have an adopted budget. As time went on and it became really clear that, you know, some of our early optimism that maybe the COVID curve would be a quicker experience, and you know, perhaps in June we could have a representative town meeting to adopt the budget and do the other business of representative town meeting. That early optimism faded quickly. We came to realize that we would need some special permission, and State Representative Emily Kornheiser and State Senator Jeanette White and the others locally, as well as, you know, good strong support across the state. I think it ended up being unanimous in the Senate and the House. I know it was at least unanimous in committees of government operations. So there was a really good recognition that in Brattleboro and in a handful of other communities that had not yet held an annual meeting, we needed another way to move forward and have a budget before July 1st so that we could continue to provide government services. And so the action of the legislature has made it possible in this 1 year, due to the COVID emergency, for the select board to adopt the budget. You do have a representative town meeting. You will publish a warning for that representative town meeting once we have figured out how to move forward towards that. And you know, you could place a ratification question before town meeting to follow something that is, you know, sort of consistent with the normal processes, but you're not obligated to do that. You are empowered by the state this year to adopt the budget, and we need you to do that. We need you to exercise that authority, at least in this first instance, so that on July 1st we can keep providing government services. And so the question for you tonight, staff is recommending to you that the budget that is before you, and we put it so that you and the public would have ready access to the entire document. So it is everything that appeared in the town report related to the budget. It's the budget message that describes the major major aspects of the budget. It's the entire line item budget. It's the summary document, and it's the pie charts that we were asked to prepare for this year to give a little bit more accessible visible impact of the different aspects of the budget. All of that is in your backup for tonight. And if you, having had a chance to take another look at that, feel as though you're ready to move forward and adopt the budget that you recommended to representative town meeting, you just need to tell us that. We think it's appropriate that you do that. You vetted this very thoroughly and you had a lot of public input back in the winter. If, on the other hand, you have any level of concern in this review that has caused you to think that any of this needs to be looked at some more, then we need to know that tonight, because I believe then you should schedule a special meeting during June for that purpose, to make sure that you can do that additional vetting and then still adopt a budget by the end of the month. But if you're ready to move forward to adoption, then we will bring the budget back to you with a motion for adoption on June 16th.
Thank you for that summary. It was excellent. Can't think of anything you left out there. My feeling, if no one else wants to jump in, is that we sure did go over this pretty well. The one exception, of course, is Ian. Does not have to feel like this is his budget. Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, well, no, I'll let you finish, please.
Oh, I was just going to say it's a very unique circumstance, whereas we all feel like, wow, we know the ins and outs of everything, and you're playing catch up basically. So I don't know. I was just going to make a joke about if you vote against it, go ahead or whatever.
Go ahead.
You get a free pass.
I dare you. Yeah.
There's only one of you.
Yeah, that's true. I was actually going to say, I have been thinking a lot about it, and I was thinking about maybe abstaining because I was not part of the rigorous 3 months that Peter was describing. And while I did my due diligence in preparing and reviewing it really very thoroughly for tonight and for next week, yeah, I think I would inform the board and the public who's watching that I intend to abstain unless someone gives me a really good reason why I shouldn't, because it's not mine, and I recognize that and the unique situation that COVID-19 put us in.
Oh, hands. Liz.
Well, I would just suggest to Ian that he's a select board member and he's reviewed it and he can have his opinions and judgments and he can vote. He doesn't have to abstain. He can certainly choose to, but you're a voting member of this board and you have the full authority to vote on the budget as you see fit.
Brandy?
Yep. I had something different to say, but since this is fresh, I will say Liz is absolutely right. And I probably would have, I also get where you're coming from. I would probably abstain too, but Liz is absolutely correct that if you feel like you dove into that sucker and when the vote comes up, you feel confident, you shouldn't in any way think that you don't have that right to vote as you want to, which includes abstention. I want to say that this makes me so uncomfortable. This is not the way that our town is meant to do business. I have thought long and hard about it, and I think it's what we need to do this year. But it makes me feel kind of sick to adopt a budget that hasn't hit the representative floor. I have to be honest. It hasn't sat well with me. I also think there's enough inconsistency just in life right now where we don't need to be halting the services that the town provides. We need consistency. We need things to run smoothly. And as you said, Peter, we can offer a ratification option when we can finally meet. And so I'm going to vote in favor of this, but it definitely on a moral level doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, it certainly is a disruption, not only a technical disruption, but sort of the spiritual disruption, if you will, of how we run things here. Daniel?
I'm in favor of adopting the budget that we spent all those months, reviewing and working on. I guess I have a question about like, what does town meeting look like after this, right? So like the budget is only ever one article in the warning anyway, right? And like in some ways, you spend more time talking about the other articles than you do about the budget. So town meeting will still have the authority to vote. Well, I guess we haven't decided on the warning, but were the warning exactly as it is right now, they would still be voting on all those things that are in there. And then the question would be ratifying this adopted budget as opposed to like approving it. Something like that. Is that accurate?
I believe you described that well. At the appropriate time, we need to go through the warning for town meeting that you previously issued carefully, because there will be some changes in addition to just the daytime and place change, obviously up front, that needs to be changed. There'll be also some substantive changes to it based on just the passage of time. So one example, for instance, is town meeting ratifies the select board's appointment of a town treasurer. And at the time that we issued the warning, you had appointed at that point an interim town treasurer, Debbie DeRosiers. We now have Andre Yeager, so as the town's finance director and treasurer because of the passage of time. So it'll be appropriate to change that article so that we're asking town meeting, you are asking town meeting to ratify the appointment of Andre as the town treasurer. There'll be a few other things like that. We'll go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and you'll, in the end, decide what is the final warning to publish for the meeting.
Great. Thank you. Here, Liz?
There's one thing that I wanted to bring up about, I'm fully in favor of authorizing this budget. But there's one thing that I think we will miss in terms of town meeting. And, since our world has upside down from COVID, I'm concerned about the human resource budget. And, the representative town meeting committee for human resources reviews the charitable giving of our budget. And there's a benchmark that it's 1%. But I would think it would be a good idea for us to ask Lauren Crisp, the town moderator, to ask the Human Resource Committee to check in with those agencies to see if how they're doing under COVID and have their responsibilities changed dramatically. And does there need to be some sort of a minor adjustments to those calculations? And, I know that the Human Resource Committee does a tremendous amount of work. And this year they had this great matrix model that they used. But if they could be asked to revisit that, if only just to report at town meeting that the assumptions that were made pre-COVID remain valid post-COVID, I think that would be the responsible thing to do.
So a suggestion to representative town meeting committee, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
Great. Let me bring in Wendy from the Commons, who has a question or a comment, perhaps. Are you with us? Are you on the line?
I am with you, but I'm not with the Commons.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tim, you got to read the news.
No, that was a brain,
That's okay. I'm not opposed to being affiliated with the newspaper. Anyway, I'm speaking as a voter and as a resident and also as a town meeting rep from my district. So I have a couple comments. I appreciate Ian's cautious stance, and also the response to it, to him. I also appreciate Brandy's expression of hesitation and discomfort with the way that, this is kind of all turned out. As a town meeting rep, that's something that's really important to me, is this process for approving the budget. And I get why it's happening now. And I also understand that without a budget, it would be really disruptive to, to running the town in the coming fiscal year. So I would caution that we never use this as a precedent, except for the most extraordinary circumstances, such as we're having now. And I think, to go back a couple months ago, well, I don't know what day it is. It's probably more than a couple months ago. The vote on whether Brattleboro should have a mayor, in my opinion, affirmed that voters in this town want to keep the form of government that we have. And so, again, just let's not use this as a precedent. And, from where I'm sitting now, I support kind of the consolation prize that you all have to do this. And I understand why the legislature approved it. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank
Wendy.
Thank you.
Well put, and I'm sure well heard. Peter.
Yeah, and just to the degree that it might provide some reassurance to Wendy and others, I think that we probably all hold that opinion of the importance of, recognizing that this is a deviation in our form of government only because of the circumstances. And so the reassurance to provide, regardless of whether that comment was accurate or not about how we all feel about it, it is in fact the law that it can only happen this one time. The act of the legislature was very specific to this COVID emergency, and it cannot ever happen again unless there is some other extreme circumstance that is dealt with on its own merits at that time. Otherwise, this happens one time, and forever after we go back to normal processes and representative town meeting.
Good.
Well said. And I'll remind representatives out there that usually select board members start out as representatives, and often they go back to being representatives. So the last thing I would want to do is give more power to a select board that someday I'll be on the other side at representative town meeting trying to hold them to task. So that's my attitude too. So I think we don't really have an action unless anyone has any final comments, or if we have a caller. What was that?
Oscar Heller has asked to be recognized.
Oh, he must have just done that. I missed it. Oscar, yeah, chime in if you can, or if
I'm trying to turn it on.
Perfect. We hear you.
Okay. Hello. So I have a comment and a question. My comment is regarding the idea of looking at the human services budget again, stuff like that. I feel like this all gets a lot weirder if anything happens besides passing the budget exactly as it sort of went around the last couple of months. Obviously, I think the intention is good and I agree with it, but I think the sort of democratic town meeting concerns get weirder if it's not the exact same budget. That's just my thought. And then my question is, if the board wants to leave as much power in the hands of RTM as possible, this is probably a question for Peter, or what options does it have to approve the budget in a way that makes it clear that it's temporary and conditional on eventual approval? Is there any mechanism for that, or once the budget passes, does any meeting vote on it just become a formality because it's happening anyway, et cetera?
Oh yeah, sorry, Peter.
So this is my advice rather than a requirement of law. My advice would be that the board adopt the budget and not attach to it any conditions. And the reason why is there has been so much that has happened this year that we would have said that'll never happen. And then it did. And so, you know, we are all very committed to having a representative town meeting. We're going to have a conversation here shortly about how to make that possible. But I don't know how that's going to unfold. I don't know when and how we're going to be able to hold a representative town meeting. And so I think making the adoption of the budget contingent upon an expectation that it'll flow a certain way with representative town meeting is very risky. And we don't want to have to go back to the legislature to ask for more special permission. So I think that what the board should do is adopt the budget straight out. And then at the board's discretion, but I think the board is probably inclined to do it, and staff would certainly recommend it as the right thing to do. When the representative town meeting is able to be warned, you know, warn it in a way that gives representative town meeting an opportunity to address the budget. It's a statutory matter that the representative town meeting has the authority to make the decision about the human services allocations. So that isn't going to be the funding to support the recommendation that the committee has made is going to be in this budget, but the actual dispersing of the funds will have to happen after representative town meeting has authorized that the funds be dispersed. So that's kind of a nuance to this that is a particular part of the budget. But in terms of the overall budget, you know, the warning of town meeting, when we are able to warn a town meeting, would be where the board would say whatever it chooses to say about the question that is being posed, whether it's, you know, straight up ratification or something that offers an opportunity for more review or potential modification. And that we would want further advice from Bob Fisher about that at the time of preparing the warning.
Thanks, Peter. Brandy?
So during the ratification process, isn't there the ability, or is there not, for full discussion, modification, very similar? Like when you come to us and you ask us to ratify your actions,
right,
we can tell you no, right?
Right.
Technically, yep. Or we can say only you can do this or only you can do that. So that still would exist, correct?
That is correct. And the implications of that, if it wasn't a straight up and down ratification question, if it was more of a, you know, do you approve the budget as it was approved, or do you choose to modify a question, or something more complicated like that, the implications of modifying it are that very likely, unless there's some other change in the revenue streams that we learn of between now and then, that we would have to issue modified tax bills. But that's a big deal. You know, we would issue the bills for the first quarter, and then depending on what happened at town meeting, if it was different from what the select board decides, you know, we would be collecting a different amount of property taxes, and we would issue modified tax bills for the final 3 quarters. That's a really normal process. It's not an annual process by any means, but it's a really normal thing that is provided for in the statutes already as just part of operating town government. So that could certainly, it could certainly unfold that way. I know this is a very serious topic, but a little bit of levity. When we were, I testified before both committees in the Senate and the House regarding the special legislation that made this possible for the select board to adopt this budget. And they were concerned because it's so much more normal across the state and has often been normal in Brattleboro that town meetings scrutinize a select board's recommended budget and chip away at it. They were concerned about what this would do to disrupt the democratic process, and mostly from the point in their debate in the legislature, mostly from the perspective of whether it would inhibit town meeting from reducing a recommended budget or an adopted budget by the select board. And I told them, you know, I related to them the facts of the most recent 2 years of Brattleboro town government, where the select board has recommended a budget and representative town meeting has increased that budget, has found ways in which they thought more should be done, and was willing to tax themselves, tax all of us a little higher in order to do more service and more good in the community. So I can tell you that brought more than a few chuckles from the members of the legislature, and I think actually probably put their mind at ease somewhat in terms of the process, at least as it would likely play out in Brattleboro.
Oscar?
Yeah, just to follow up, that all makes sense, and it might be the way I would do it if it were my decision, and I think it's totally responsible and reasonable line of thought. I would just, I'd love to, I'm going to get off the line and mute my video in a minute, but to hear some discussion on the board, if there's interest and concern in sort of making sure that town meeting gets to have its say, because the text of the bill is pretty straightforward. It gives the select board the temporary authority to approve the budget. There's really, from what I've read, there isn't a ton of mechanism in there to make sure that town meeting has a say. So I don't know. I think it's a discussion that people would be interested to see the select board have. So that's all. But thank you.
Thanks, Oscar. And I'll assume you mean beyond what we've already had, with a lot of reassuring comments. But Daniel had his hand up.
Oh, I was just kind of pointing out that we get this ability to do this once and once only, right? This is not like we can do this for future years. You know, this is just a one-off. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've already kind of said what I want to say about this budget. I feel like we worked really hard on it for a number of months. You know, I asked my question about what the warning will look like. Beyond that, I don't really have any additional comments.
And it's got pie charts for the first time.
It has pie charts. Some of those were in color briefly in the library for about 2 weeks, and then
Maybe we can bring that back.
They're in color in our packets.
Yeah.
Yes, Liz.
While Oscar is nearby, I just wanted to thank him for the mask tree in Plenty Park. It's so useful, so helpful, and so charming. And I want to thank him and all the sewers who made all the masks. It just turned kind of an onerous thing into a really sweet thing. And I thank him for his creativity and his hard work.
Thanks, Oscar.
Yeah. Brandy.
I just wanted to say that I definitely am going to be, as we're drafting the warning and making our plans and understanding how and if, which I don't even have a grasp on how we're going to do this, but we're a team and we'll figure it out. I'm definitely going to be making it clear that I want representative town meeting to have their say, to look at it, to scrutinize it, to talk it up and down. You know, we're doing this because we have to, but that doesn't mean I want to take away what we usually do. And so I'm definitely going to be vocal, and I think you're going to have support from this board, Oscar, and the reps are going to have support from this board to do what you do best.
Thank you. And I'll just point out that this is why we're talking about it first meeting in June and not the second meeting in June. Want to be able to kick it around a little bit before actual adoption. Liz?
In summarizing everyone's comments, I would just say this is a time for more democracy, not less.
Absolutely. Always messy, but always the right way to go. So do folks want to move on to the next item?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you'd like to have this warned for 2 weeks from tonight as adoption 21, as you had previously recommended it.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, because we do have to move it in within June, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, it's got to be done before the end of June. So it's in effect by July 1st.
That is our unanimous consensus. Sorry, I'm losing my words. Must be getting a little late.
Yep.
So next, we have parking fund budget to discuss.
Yes.
That'll be our last bit of unfinished business, hopefully.
So the parking fund budget is really straightforward. The main issue related to the parking fund is the fact that it has had no operating revenue for the last few months. We talked about that a good bit last time. The budget itself is, a break-even budget, very, very similar to the budget of the utility fund, where there's a small decline in the revenues and an even smaller increase in the expenses, and an increase of just 0.4% in the expenses. But where the major concern going forward in the parking fund, well, at first I should note for the record that we expressed to you a week ago tonight the intention of resuming parking enforcement operations by July 1st. And I feel as though while there wasn't an action of the board, and there didn't need to be an action of the board in that regard, but that we had a consensus among us about that. I'd like you to make clear to me if you have any different opinion, but otherwise we're moving in that direction. That's an important part of this particular piece of business, because if we waited any longer than July 1st, then we're going to have even a longer period without revenue, and this FY21 budget anticipates that there'll be 12 months of operation of the parking enforcement activity. So we're moving in the direction towards July 1st. We have presented you with a budget that is approximately break even, and that we believe going forward, based on what we've seen in the change of the revenue stream, because we're writing so many fewer tickets, which is a really great thing, that the more digital system that is more modern and more flexible is, as Patrick described last week, allowing users of the system to have more successful outcomes. So people are paying for their parking instead of struggling to pay for their parking and ending up with tickets. But as there's an impact of that on the revenue of the fund, where in our current rate structure, we no longer make more money than we spend. And so we no longer have some money that's accumulating to be able to reinvest in the infrastructure of the parking system. We certainly aren't recommending at this time a rate increase in parking, but it begs the question that Daniel brought up earlier and some of the rest of you spoke to, of given that the general fund is coming in so much better off for the closure of FY20 than what we had expected, and given that we know there are some substantial capital needs, one in particular that has an impact not just on the parking facility, but on the rented retail area below, because of the leaking that happens from the transportation center down into the retail space. We have these significant capital needs, and we don't have the funds in the parking fund to address them. So if you decide that you'd like to move money from the general fund to the parking fund, then it's certainly within your authority to do that, and it might be best to postpone final action on the parking fund budget until the meeting on the 16th, so that we can bring you an item that would cause that transfer. We can do some research about what an appropriate amount of transfer would look like, bring you a regular good, a piece of staff work that would put the decision in context with a recommendation that you could either adopt or adjust, but would position you well so that you could make that transfer, and so that could be reflected in the parking fund budget that you would adopt for the new fiscal year.
Okay.
Absolutely. Liz?
I agree with Daniel's suggestion and Peter's words, because one of the reasons is that we ask other landlords to be responsible landlords and repair things on a timely basis, and we should be modeling that behavior for ourselves.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a question. Oh, sorry, my bad. Good.
No, I was making a bad joke. Daniel, did you have something?
Yeah, I had a question actually. Before we move out of parking, I was thinking about the parklets, and I was thinking about the upcoming fiscal year. So we're saying 12 parklets. Each parklet takes up 2 spaces. Those spaces are presumably the sort of higher rate spaces, do we have a projection for like what kind of revenue we would lose from those spaces? And I'm kind of assuming because now we have the card payments, that there must be a way to like say this meter brought in this much revenue from card payments over this period of time.
I believe that the system is that specific. You know, can be, the data can be looked at in that granular a form. We could bring Patrick on to take that dive right now if you'd like. What I could say generally in answer to that question is there will be some reduction in revenue, but I think it's going to be more marginal than just losing the revenue that would otherwise have been collected in those parklet spaces. Because given the capacity of parking downtown, I think what we should expect is people who would have parked in that higher cost space on street will go into the parking lot or into the transportation center and a little more cost effectively, but still pay into the system.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming as well. I was just wondering whether the difference between those two scenarios would have a meaningful impact.
Yeah, it's something that we could analyze and bring back as part of the information for next time, if that's helpful to you. I mean, you've already authorized the parklets, so the impact's going to happen, but you'd at least know what that cost estimate is when you're adopting the parking fund budget.
I think it's reasonable to see if we can get some of that info. Yeah, there'll certainly be some impact. Liz?
If that impact becomes significant, is that something that can be accounted for with program income to reimburse the parking fund?
That's a trickier proposition since I'd be an interfund transfer rather than a purchase to support the economic development activity. But we can look into that as well.
Yeah, because we are offering up this lack of parking funds for the benefit of economic development.
Yep. We'll look at both. We'll look at quantifying the impact and then whether or not it can be covered by program income.
Great. So it seemed like we're all in favor of having staff come back next time with some proposals. I mean, I think just throwing it out there, we were talking about the roof repair. There was also some lot resurfacing that was pushed off. Am I correct in that?
You are correct at the Preston lot.
I mean, it may be something
to include both. Why don't we itemize them?
A la carte, yeah.
Pick off a menu.
That'd be great.
Everybody okay with it? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes.
So trying to move us along a little bit here. I trust that someone would have chimed in, but I haven't reminded folks in a while. But I think it'd be appropriate to move on to new business, if that's okay with everyone.
Yes.
And so our next item is the fiscal year 21 solid waste budget.
So that one you're seeing for the first time this evening, but it is both really straightforward and limited in scope and relatively fixed. There's not much in here that you can work with. We are asking that you consider adopting it this evening, even though it'll be on the first review of it. If you have any concerns about what's in front of you or you have any questions you want us to bring back, then obviously we're happy to do that. If you think that it's just a better practice to discuss it tonight and not adopt it until 2 weeks from tonight so the public knows what you're going to adopt, we can also handle it that way. What we would say is it is a budget that continues to be strained by the success of the operation. So, you know, it's really remarkable the amount of garbage that has been diverted into the recycling and compost waste streams in Brattleboro over the last several years. And as a result, because we raise the operating revenue, you know, the one variable source of revenue for this operation has been the sale of bags, and the sale of bags has been far less than what we expected. And simultaneously, the cost per ton of processing recycling materials has gone, several times higher. It is several times higher than it was just 2 or 3 years ago. The combination of those two has put us in the red every year in recent history in this operation. And so, again, this year, we are asking you to make a transfer of $40,000 from the general fund to the solid waste fund. Solid waste fund is a bit of a misnomer for it because it doesn't stand alone as an enterprise fund the way the utility fund and the parking fund do. It has just had its own budget since the advent of pay-as-you-throw so that it could be shown what the solid waste revenue stream is compared to the solid waste expenditures. But it doesn't actually exist as a separate fund in town accounting. And increasingly, because it has been so dependent on this general fund transfer each year, it was over $100,000 a couple of years ago, and then it was $40,000 last year, $40,000 again this year. We have been coming to believe, staff has, and it is now an official recommendation of Representative Town Meeting's Finance Committee, that this just be reincorporated into the general fund budget. The solid waste expenditures and revenues used to be part of the general fund budget as you would adopt a general fund budget, as you would recommend it. Representative Town Meeting would adopt it. And it's been for the last 5 or 6 years that it's been separated out in this way. We don't think that serves a useful public purpose. The Finance Committee doesn't think that serves a useful public purpose. We actually think town operations would be more transparent if it was embedded in the general fund budget so that it could be seen there as part of the overall operations of town government. It would be part of the budget that Representative Town Meeting would have authority over instead of being dealt with separately by the town, by the select board. And so for all those reasons, we would recommend to you that you authorize the necessary $40,000 transfer for this year, that you approve the budget as it's presented tonight for FY21, and that you direct staff in accordance with our recommendation and the Finance Committee's recommendation to not separately do a solid waste budget next year, but rather when we bring you, the select board, a proposed FY22 budget in approximately the 1st of November, that it include these solid waste related revenues and expenditures.
Great. Thank you, Peter. I have strong feelings about all three ideas, but I'm going to let everybody else speak first. Anybody have an opinion? That was just a sigh, right, Brandy? Or...
Yeah, I just always have just feelings about this budget. I'm not ready to talk about them yet.
Did I say what I was thinking? I'm not seeing everybody else.
I think Ian wanted to chime in.
Ian, I think. Ian keeps waving his hand by.
Got to wave it higher up.
Yeah.
I'm too low. Yeah, I'm voicing my opinion only to see if maybe Tim and I will disagree. I feel like we should totally put it into the general fund. And I'm kind of feeling the same way about the parking fund. I don't know. I understand we talked a lot about that last week and about the parking fund. But yeah, for this one, it just makes absolutely no sense why, if we're just continually putting money from the general fund into it. But I would say because we're thinking about doing that, we should wait and do it next week. We should talk about it now, and then we should do it next week because there may be people who want to talk about it more.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you were wrong. I actually feel very strongly we should incorporate it into the general fund budget. And I think when Brandy was chair and I was vice chair, we used to joke that budget brain doesn't kick in until October.
Yeah.
and it's really more appropriate to talk about budgets altogether, I think. No way I want to talk about parking fund budget since we just talked about it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have brought it up.
No, it's okay. And I looked through it, and that's what we don't agree on, is that I looked through it, I couldn't find anything that I thought needed to be talked out, and I think members of the public will want to just tell us that they don't like pay as you throw. That's what they'll tell us. So, but I'm totally happy to defer to waiting if that makes the other board members more comfortable. But I'm all for pushing forward with whatever everybody wants to do, because I don't see a problem with picking up all three. Daniel?
I'm good to go tonight. You know, this is a big agenda. If we kick some things onto the next one, it's another big agenda. Let's, you know, it is a fine budget. It makes sense. Put it in the general fund.
Yeah, let's kick it in that fund. Kick it in there. Tired of looking at it.
Ian, did you just get steamrollered, or what happened?
I just got. I gracefully retract that.
I was bullied earlier, so it's just.
Oh my God, bullied.
He's fragile man.
Right.
Am I correct
It's
that
getting late, I think.
Ian thought if we moved it to next week, a lot more people would chime in? Ian, is that your thought?
No. I just, you know, I can say that the select board has received some information from people since I've been on that about the waste management, and so it's clearly there are people in the public who care about this, and that's all. But no, I have no idea, Liz.
I just thought you had, you know, inside information that we should all be informed of.
I'm just gathering up a huge group of people to.
All right. Well, I did earlier ask for comments for budget-related items, and I don't see any more chiming in, and I don't see a caller. I think whoever's moved to make some motions could do so, unless I'm forgetting something, Peter.
No, we're ready for the three motions, please.
Okay.
All right.
All together, or?
You could merge them, or you could deal with them separately. It sounds as though there's a consensus that you want to approve all three, so the maker of the motion could just say and, you know, and include the other language.
Indeed.
I'll do it because I feel like I've been slacking because I didn't have stuff in front of me earlier. I'll do all three of them. So exciting.
Brave, thank you.
Here we go. I move to authorize a transfer in the amount of $40,000 from the general fund to the solid waste fund, and I move to approve the FY21 solid waste budget as presented, and move to approve incorporating all solid waste revenues and expenditures into the annual general fund budget beginning in FY22. Hallelujah. Let's do it.
Thank you, Brandy. Brandy has made a motion, a three-part motion to authorize a transfer in the amount of $40,000 from the general fund to the solid waste fund, to approve the fiscal year 21 solid waste budget as presented, and to approve incorporating all solid waste revenues and expenditures into the annual general fund budget beginning in fiscal year 22. All those in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
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 Wonderful. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, everybody.
Can I make a quick request that there's nothing to do with the money side of things? Last year, we inquired with Casella, hey, what's up with recycling? And they gave us this really wonderful, detailed response. I'm going to ask it again. What's up with recycling in COVID times? Like, you know, I know people in the community are just really interested in it, and it would be nice if they can provide an update to get that.
And they've been home throwing things out.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Liz.
They've been home throwing things out.
Yeah, lots of things.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll ask for that information and circulate it when we get it. Certainly.
That's a good idea. I still think that this whole recycling thing, the problem with it costing us so much, is going to come back. But I'm not sure I base that on any kind of evidence other than hopeless optimism at this point. So our next on our agenda is a Wyndham Solid Waste Management District payment in lieu of taxes, otherwise known as pilot. This one sounds easy and fun, Peter?
I believe it is easy. We've received a pilot in the amount of 5.5% of the town's assessment. The actual value of this has gone down over the years because the amount of the assessment has gone down. That's actually a good thing in the overall operation of the solid waste program and the solid waste district. They have become more able to, and more sustainable on the revenues from the compost operation and the solar array that's up there and a few other ventures that they have there on the property. So that they now collect less money from the members of the district. So that's a good thing in the big picture. The rebate that we get as a result of the fact that we are the host community for the solid waste district has gone down because it is a factor of the 5.5%. The way the pilot is determined is it's 5.5% of whatever we pay in the assessment. And so with that acknowledgement, I would say that there have been some of the other member towns who wonder whether, as this payment becomes smaller and smaller, whether it's really necessary to make it at all, and whether there's really any special burden to the town to be the host community, especially because it is acknowledged, we have acknowledged publicly and are happy about the fact that we get a fair amount of property tax revenue now from that operation because of the solar array, where it used to be not a generator of property taxes. So in any event, the point is there's a balancing act here, and there's been some occasionally lively debate in that setting about whether the town ought to receive a pilot at all. And the board of the solid waste district has agreed to continue the current arrangement for 2 more years.
Great.
So we think from the town of Brattleboro's perspective, that's an easy yes to continue the current arrangement for 2 more years, and hopefully beyond that, but we'll see based on future consideration.
Terrific. Liz?
I wanted to congratulate town staff for those negotiations. That was really good.
And that's Patrick entirely. Patrick Moreland is both the staff person who deals the most of any other town staff person with the solid waste district staff, and he's your appointed representative to the solid waste district board. So in both capacities, he carried this ball really well.
Yes, thank you, Patrick. And Ian, in case you don't know, or anyone watching, it was for a while a member of the board that was served in that capacity, and then we got lazy, I don't know, last year or something, and asked Patrick to take up some slack because he's so good at it, basically.
I'd be happy to explain that to Ian offline.
Well, it depends on how far down the rabbit hole you want to go on that one there. But fascinating stories. And thank you also to the WSWMD board for that as well. So I shouldn't talk about it as if it's already done. Who wants to make a motion?
I'll do it. I move to approve a 2-year pilot agreement with the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District as presented.
Thanks, Daniel. Daniel has moved to approve a 2-year pilot agreement with the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District as presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
That's 5-0. Thank you. Yeah, now we're moving. Okay, here's one. It has never happened. Item C. Yes, please. Tee us up there, Peter. Thank you.
So this is the discussion of options for representative town meeting. A couple of really broad points initially I'd like to make, and then I'll walk through the memorandum dated May 29th that I provided to you that's in the backup. The first really broad thing I want to say is this is very much a preliminary conversation. This is a fluid situation. It's a challenging situation. It's we at this time, given the constraints of how many people are allowed to gather in a single location in the state of Vermont. We don't think it is safe or prudent to warn a representative town meeting yet. We think it's going to be some time yet before it's possible to do that. So the purpose of tonight's discussion is to have that first bite at, looking at some options staff has considered based on things we've thought of ourselves and based on things we've heard, in some cases from some of you and in some cases from people in the community, where we've tried to look at the best way that a representative town meeting can be held that will be most like the way it happens when we all are in one large room together. That's the intent. You talked earlier about the importance of representative town meeting. I think we all acknowledge that. It's a really significant determining part of our democratic processes, right? There's the staff work that we do daily, and there's the leadership that you provide, every 2 weeks throughout the year, doing, major policy direction. But once a year, the people come together as elected representatives at town meeting to make the biggest decisions, to decide when we borrow money, and approve the annual budget in any normal circumstances, and the other, major appointments and other major decisions that get made. And so, so it's important for us to provide an opportunity for this year's process to be as close as possible to a normal year. But the sad truth is, I think we need to accept that it can't be the way it is in a normal year. We've been holding out for a while, hoping that we might be able to find a way to be in one room together. And unless somebody's got a really great idea, and I hope maybe that really great idea is out there somewhere, but we don't think there is a way forward to accomplish that. And so we think we have to look creatively at an array of alternatives and see which one feels like it's the most appropriate facsimile for this year of representative town meeting to accomplish the purposes for which representative town meeting exists. So there's that. It's a preliminary discussion. It's an assessment of sort of the broad array of options, and it's an invitation for people to throw things out that might add to this mix or might narrow it down as you have your discussion tonight. The other thing I would say about it is I have a sort of a caveat I need to, or an apology to reveal about the piece of backup. Our intention was to show the 6 different alternatives that we've presented to you for discussion in order. It was my intention was in presenting this, that in my personal opinion, these are in descending order from most desirable to least desirable. And we'll talk about them substantively in a minute, but the most desirable being that we just do it like we normally do, but maybe in a different location, or maybe, just at if COVID had gone differently, maybe just by the benefit of a different time, that in July or August, perhaps we could go to the BUHS gym and hold our annual town meeting. So starting with that and going down to, for me, the bottom least desirable one on this list is where it's entirely in this format. I think that the likelihood is that there will be elected representatives who will be unable to participate in the meeting if we try to do 180 people participating in a GoToMeeting format or a Zoom format. I just think that's not possible. It's very possible to hold a webinar on a platform like this, where there's a few people presenting and a bunch of people watching and able to ask questions either in the chat box or otherwise. That works really well, but having evenly distributed opportunity to participate among just that sheer number of people, I think is going to be impossible. And even if that were possible, having to have a meeting that is intended to benefit from the interaction of humans in this format is going to leave some members of our community behind for just the lack of access to good equipment or the lack of ability to use the equipment that they have access to. There's just some people that are less comfortable with working with technology. So it is my opinion that we should not further pursue the idea of holding a representative town meeting entirely on this platform, which leaves 4 things in between. And in those 4 things, I intended to highlight one of them as being what staff believe and moderator Lauren Crisp believe is the preferred one of the four. And I came to realize in going over this actually with a couple of you in the past few days that the highlighting I had intended to do of the third option didn't really come in the publishing back. So I apologize for that. So I'll just note for the record before kind of working down through that list that the one that moderator Lauren Crisp and the town staff believe is the most workable solution that will be the best, our best foot forward collectively at replicating the democratic processes of representative town meeting is to have approximately this number of boxes in a GoToMeeting setting, which are the platform on which the meeting would be held would be GoToMeeting, but instead of individuals having to connect to it, it would be somewhere between 5 and 8 venues in town, different locations around town. And in each one of those locations, BCTV would have a fully functional production setup. It might be one camera if we go to 8 locations. It might be simplified. Or if we're able to do 5, you know, maybe they got a couple of cameras at each spot. But in any event, they would be responsible for the sound and the video for each of the locations. So they're able to bring their technical expertise and their professional equipment to the connectivity of the meeting. And then in the way the meeting would function, it has this very significant downside, but in a way that after looking at this thoroughly between staff and Lauren, we think can be addressed, which is Lauren's job as moderator, rather than scanning the room to make sure that each individual person is getting a fair opportunity to participate. His job as moderator for this 1 year would shift to making sure that each of the different locations was having a fair opportunity to participate. And we would have a secondary system that we'd need to rely upon that hopefully, ideally, would involve each separate district being in its own location. That will require, based on the number of members in a district and then a couple of staff people and some BCTV people in each of these spots, it'll require that there be, that we be permitted to have up to 60 people, 60 people in a room. We're hopeful that maybe we're getting there. We're up to 25. And if it goes to 50 but never goes higher than that, maybe for this purpose, for this important, you know, public business, this democratic process, maybe we can get some special dispensation from the state to allow us to be 60 people but practicing social distancing together in each location. Because ideally, for this to work in a way that is optimizing the opportunity under these difficult circumstances, each district would be together in a room, and therefore the district chair would be able to be the person who is helping to keep the process fair and balanced and everybody having an equal opportunity to participate within that room, and be the person that Lauren would rely upon to connect him and his moderating responsibilities into that room. If we can't do that, if we can't have up to 60 people in a room and we have to have smaller numbers, then what we envision, and that's why we talk about it in terms of 5 to 8, then what we would envision is each district being in 2 separate locations, and we'd have to come up with some other way. You know, there might have to just be 2 co-chairs elected this year by the districts or something. We could figure out how to do that. But in any event, there'd have to be a secondary moderator in each of those 2 locations. But otherwise it would function about the same. So there'd be either 3 or 6 district locations, and then an additional one that would have the select board and Bob Fisher and myself, and an additional one that would have Lauren and Hillary as town clerk and possibly a couple of support folks. There'd be BCTV at every location. And likely, but we really hadn't decided once and for all about the public. That's just something we kind of need to talk through as one of the details that isn't resolved. We don't have an opinion at this point about, or a strong one at least, about whether the public is in the room with the select board and the town attorney and the town manager, or whether the public is in the room with Lauren and Hillary I think that Lauren would tell you that he thinks that the public ought to be with us, because that preserves that sort of independence of the moderator in terms of him doing the best he can under these circumstances this year to keep it all fair, that only he and Hillary would be together with whatever support staff they need. But the acknowledgement of a member of the public getting the floor to speak, or a member of the select board or Bob or me, would be the same kinds of circumstances, presumably with Tim as the one who was in control of that room, that it'd be the same kind of circumstances as what the districts are experiencing. So that's what we see as the best way forward. There was also some consideration, we have given consideration to doing an outdoor location where it would be, sort of just like in the gym, but in some outdoor setting under a big tent or a few tents. We have come to think that's not workable for a number of different reasons. Accessibility and bathrooms are pretty significant challenges to that option. And even greater is we have no control over the weather, to state boldly the obvious. And at the time of year we're talking about holding this, we could have a very rainy day or we could have a beastly hot day, and either of those two outcomes would really interfere with holding an effective meeting. And so we don't think we should further pursue looking at an outdoor meeting. There's also an alternative presented here of doing a two-stage process, which is done in a lot of communities around Vermont, or at least in some other communities around Vermont, where they have a town meeting where the decisions are made on Australian balloting, but there's a discussion meeting that's held ahead of time. It's almost like our information meeting and then the town meeting, but it's not quite that, because the information meeting is meant more for questions, and the discussion meeting is intentionally an interactive process among the members. We don't think that that's nearly as good an option. The voting on Australian ballot, we think, diminishes the democratic process by not having the members of representative town meeting be able to amend the warned items, or I should say the motions that are made on the warned items, where they'd have to vote yes or no on each question that's on the warning. But at least it would have the advantage of a discussion that would happen in this kind of a format ahead of time. And then there's a fifth option here that is just going straight to Australian ballot. And frankly, personally, I think that's pretty well tied for last with the trying to do 180 people on GoToMeeting, because there's no interaction. We lose all that value of this being a group of people elected by the people of Brattleboro to discuss these things and work through them and find a way to reach as much consensus as possible. You lose all of that to just casting a ballot, vote on a piece of paper. So like I said, we're happy to explore other options that either you have a good idea about or a member of the public has a good idea about. We certainly need to refine the one that we're recommending, but for the fullness of, I've probably gone on too long, but of, what I've just described, we feel pretty strongly that the 5 to 8 venue GoToMeeting hybrid arrangement is the best way to go.
Thank you for the summary. I'm sure everyone's thought about this a lot already. Liz?
I just would hope, it sounds like it's the way to go. And of course, everyone is disappointed, but I would just hope that Lauren and Hillary have all the support they need, because it sounds complicated.
Yep.
Especially for them.
Daniel?
Sounds like a lot of testing would need to be done with BCTV if we're going to be in multiple locations. I guess I've never really known what the deal is with BCTV. Like, I know that they work so hard to bring people all these meetings, and that money comes from their funding through cable and so forth. And like, this seems like they would be going above and beyond for our town meeting.
Yep. We would pay for the services, and we might need to pay to buy some equipment. So that would all have to be part of what gets fleshed out in much more detail. If you agree that we should continue further down this path and put some better definition to the details of how this would work. Part of that would be identifying costs related to relying on BCTV in this way.
Oh, this
so-
coronavirus.
Right? So we're talking like 180 people, and like currently 25 is the max that's allowed to be in one place. So that's 7.2 places. Sounds like, you know, a few school gyms, a few, the select board meeting room, I don't know, library.
Yeah,
Seems like it's not that far away.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
BCTV has an opinion about that. I don't actually know all the different venues in sort of their order of preference. I know the select board meeting room would be one of them. It's pretty likely we'd be there. But there are other locations where they're pre-wired, and it's just much more effective for them to go in and set up and run it from that spot. And then some other places, I don't think they're pre-wired for enough places to do the whole thing that way. And so there's probably going to be other places that are desirable just based on, you know, something about that location being easier for them. So for instance, you know, I could see that in what Lauren and Hillary and a small need maybe could be in BCTV's studio, right? Because that's as wired as anything that BCTV does. To do, you know, be very flexible for their needs. And then we're pre-wired down in the select board meeting room. So that certainly should be a location, and we're probably the next smallest group. So I think it would make sense for us to go there. Where the districts go is, you know, I think we need to really rely on BCTV to tell us what locations are going to make it the simplest, most reliable way for them to, you know, see the production of this meeting, provide the production of the meeting.
Jesus Christ.
That's the dog.
Can you let her in? She's being cool.
Yeah. I will just say that I do have some experience with BCTV. I served on the board for 11 years, and I have video experience. So it's definitely doable. It's going to take a little planning and testing, absolutely. And probably a couple extra cameras, but they're not huge expenses, maybe a switcher or two. So, I mean, I'm sort of simultaneously fearful and excited about the possibility. It is the one, in my opinion, that preserves the most democracy out of all of these. Well, not the most, because the top two were obviously the best choices, but just not sure that can happen at all. They're sort of in a separate category of wishful thinking, I think. I have something that occurred to me while you were outlining things, but I think I could just, it's a technical issue. Well, it's not just technical. Let me just throw it out because I don't think we have to solve it. But I think the wonderfulness of this stops at the point where we're assuming every single town meeting member is going to be comfortable with a certain number of people in the same venue. And that's for a vulnerable person or an older person or any kind of immunocompromised, that's a large ask, possibly, especially within a couple months. So, and that's all a very personal decision that they would have to make for that. So figuring out, I mean, I hate to bring in the phone thing because I know how much I hate the phone thing. It's difficult. But if there was a phone option, and I don't know how that would work, but if there was a, you know, an option for, you know, someone to step forward, or 10 RTM members to say, no, I'm really not comfortable, despite all of, you're going to obviously go through all kinds of cautions and, you know, wiping surfaces down and spacing and all that stuff. But despite that, we might have some people who are not comfortable and really feel the need to be at home, or I don't know, in a group of 5 instead of a group of 27 or whatever it ends up being. So anyway, I just want to throw that out there. I don't think it's insurmountable, but it might be something that we have to expect. Ian?
Yeah, I think sort of to echo that a little, it's kind of just this feeling of like, you know, we're gonna cram as many people into a space that we're allowed to have based on the governor's orders, and, you know, hopefully maintain the social distancing. If the whole point of why we're doing this is to be safe during COVID-19, that it doesn't really sit well with me either. I'm wondering would there be a way to do this same idea of multiple places, but do them outside? Because that has been something that's been shown to so greatly reduce the risk. Because I'm thinking like, so we put 60 people in a room, they all have to be wearing masks, they need to be all maintaining social distance if they can. It also starts to feel a little impractical. And if the whole idea is we're trying to stay safe, maybe that gets compromised.
Liz?
Instead of being outside, I would think that what we would want to look for in the venue for these larger number of people is sufficient air handling, you know, like windows that open and, you know, air circulation that's doesn't recirculate or whatever.
Yeah.
Just kind of keep the air moving with the benefits of if it were outside, but still the shelter and, you know, restrooms that are inside.
Yeah. Brandy?
The passing around of the microphone is creeping me out. I know we'll sanitize it. I just don't know if it'll get rid of my creeped out feeling.
I was imagining stepping up to the mic just at regular town meeting. But
Yeah.
Yeah, but
that is what we're expecting too, although
Yeah.
it is still going to be a shared mic. There's no way to
That's
get
what
around.
I meant to say, yeah.
But yeah, we anticipate it being on a stand like the regular town meeting.
No touching.
But spittle. Ugh.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Would it be possible
as somebody that's trying to figure out how to reopen a radio station where all of our equipment is shared high touch equipment?
Mm.
It ain't no fun.
Yeah.
Would it be possible for people to, you know, bring their own microphone?
We can explore that. I don't think it's going to be possible to do that, but there might be. We'll explore how to try to make the microphone thing safer. That's it. We definitely. It can't be passed, right? If it's passed from hand to hand, that's it can't be done that way. How can we make sure that it's as safe as possible when it's a mic on a stand being shared, or is there some technological alternative? We'll keep looking at that.
Okay.
And I just the science nerd just has to remind everybody that the learning is becoming, it's more obvious that it's the proximity and the speaking and the shouting and not the surfaces. That's the new data coming in.
Well, there's a lot of shouting at RTM.
That's what I was just gonna say. They better keep that stuff down.
At least there's no singing. Singing's
Yeah.
supposed to be terrible. Yeah.
Sometimes there is.
Yeah.
Sometimes there is. That's right.
That's true.
You know, this kind of gets back to I don't really do it at meetings. I try to avoid it, but on a personal basis, talking to friends, I just talk about everyone's different level of comfort with risk. And I try to avoid the use of the term safe, because there's no safe, obviously. So we're not keeping people safe, we're reducing risk, I think is a great way to talk about it. But yeah, I actually, the only, if you really are interested in reducing the most amount of risk, is we're talking about our two other what we think is possible, not the full-on go-to meeting logistical nightmare, but the Australian ballot choice of having a Wild West go-to meeting first and then Australian ballot. That's the safest. That's the most risk reduction. But
true.
You know, you risk something when you cross the street as well. Daniel.
I just want to kind of like say that we do it all in exactly the same way on this kind of platform, whilst it would be unwieldy. It's not impossible. It just needs really good facilitation, and everybody needs to be very kind and patient. And then there's the technological challenges, right? So like, there's a person that is often on a video call with me, and we can never hear him. But if we knew in advance that some people had limitations and needed certain equipment or, you know, practice or training or support, we could provide that, you know, given how much lead time we'd have. I don't want to like dismiss it out of hand. Like, I know it wouldn't be great, and I really hope we wouldn't have a 13-hour meeting if we were on that platform, you know, but it's not impossible.
I think you make a good point, because if we have to go in that direction, we'd probably be making that decision in October, November, December, rather than, because we're hoping for this possible window of you know, everyone feeling a little more comfortable with being together, right? If that window closes and that becomes one of our only options, other than, I don't know what the other option would be. It's an interesting thought.
Do you see Elizabeth's question?
I just, I think we need to explore and be comfortable with the public attending with the select board, because we don't know how many people that would be interested in attending. And, you know, that's exposing the select board and the public to, that's, you know, the same as the town meeting reps. That's a bunch of people in a room, and we just have to all be comfortable with that.
And if we do further explore that option and others, maybe we should be thinking of it as 5 to 9 instead of 5 to 8 for exactly that reason. You know, maybe there's a room where we are with Bob, and a separate room where the public is invited to come. The organization of that separate room would be trickier because there's no sort of
moderating person.
Yeah, no given co-moderator for that room, right? So we'd probably just have to designate one. There'd probably be like a member of town staff. The town staff, the management team sits with the public at this meeting, and you know, maybe one of them is responsible for that room. Would be a way to do that.
That would be helpful, I think.
Okay, so, yes, sorry, I just caught up. I guess I'm not looking at this as often as I thought. Elizabeth would like to comment on ASL interpretation first, and then Franz would like to comment.
Thank you. I just, while you're having the discussion about all the considerations, and there are a lot of them, just one thing to remember too is ASL interpretation is typically provided for representative town meeting. So far, this platform is working fantastic. Should it go to more than, let's say, 9 boxes, we get really minuscule, and so it kind of is moot to have us there. So if you want fully accessible meetings, it's possible. Just remember your limitations on how many boxes are shown on screen at once. So it might even be, if you're designating rooms, it might be not 5 to 8, but maybe 5 to 9, 10, if the interpreters had the separate rooms, so we still have our own camera like we have currently. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I'm always happy to talk to people about logistics and making sure that things are accessible. So tag me in. Thanks.
It's great. Yeah.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Franz.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then I will speak. So, for the benefit of all those other interested people out there. This is Franz Reichsman speaking. So a couple things. One is just to respond to Liz's idea about air circulation. Air circulation is bad in this setting. What you want is absolutely dead air so that any virus particles settle to the ground instead of being recirculated again and again, where they're much more likely to end up in somebody's body. So just a minor point, but you know, there's the importance of that is that there's a lot of details to think through here. The other thing is that I think as you're putting together any idea, you have to factor in that there's a significant lead time and that the conditions under which we're meeting could change at any time. If you talk to any epidemiologist anywhere, they'll tell you there's going to be a second peak of infection, and we don't know when that's going to be. So whatever plan you create, other than the 180 people on GoToMeeting or Australian ballot, anything else that you put in place may all of a sudden be completely upended again, depending on what's going on with the infection. So anyway, I would just really include that in your thinking, that something that may not be a desirable solution may turn out to be the only possible solution.
Thank you, Franz.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, what do you want to do? It's getting a little late.
Move on. Cancel the representative town meeting.
May I just summarize what I think I've heard so you know where we'll go from here?
Yes, please.
That work? So I hear that we feel pretty fatalistic about the first two. We'd love to hold one that way in one big room or in one space outside, and we don't really think that's going to be possible at all this summer. So we're not going to really spend much more time thinking about that. But of the other four, and I didn't hear really a different alternative come into play tonight either, which isn't to say that it can't in the future if somebody has a great idea. But at this point of the other four, what I think I'm hearing is we should further examine the everybody on GoToMeeting option to see if there's a way to make that work and put more energy into the details of the what has now become 5 to 10 venues option, with the two Australian ballot options being just the things we would fall back to if it seems impossible to do 5 to 10 venues and undesirable to do 180 people on GoToMeeting. Is that fair? So we won't really put extra energy at this point into the Australian ballot items. They're relatively simpler to implement if we have to fall back to them. But I'm hearing a consensus that those, we don't want to do those. So we need to be further exploring the other two that are in play to see if maybe we can make 180 people in this format feel more viable, and that we get more details for the other format, so that, or for this format with fewer venues, so that you, with public input, are able to make a more fully informed decision about what we're actually getting into. That sound right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I that's how I interpreted it.
Okay, so we'll keep doing that. I don't think we'll likely have something more for you 2 weeks from now, but we'll try to come to the first July meeting with better definition.
And I think we can kind of push the question out to RTM too.
Yes.
See what they think.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I add one thing I just thought of?
Yeah, Ian.
Just if someone is exhibiting symptoms and thinks maybe they have COVID-19 when the representative town meeting were to occur and still wanted to participate, or you had an individual who didn't feel comfortable being in any size group, if there would be a, for future discussion, to implement them in the RTM with one of these other systems, like with the 9 rooms or whatever, how we would do that.
Yep. So Tim had addressed that earlier, and I had made a note. That was one of the things that we need to follow up on, is how do we accommodate people who don't feel safe coming into a room of any size, any number of people.
Okay, my bad.
No, I mean, you made
reiterating the importance of the point.
Yeah.
The additional point of diagnosis is an important one. Okay, so I'm starting to lose it. I don't know
Me too.
who else, but we're gonna move on for now to award a bid. This is
Great. Yeah.
It's been a big thing a while ago, and now it feels less of a big thing, but it's very important.
It is. The upper roof of the two roof sections at the police facility did not get replaced as part of the renovation of that building because we wanted to make sure we ended up, we needed to know where we finished all of the essential parts of the job and how much money was left over at the end. A little over a year ago at representative town meeting, we were authorized to proceed with replacing this roof at an estimated cost of $100,000. And there were a few other final details that were authorized as part of that usage of the remaining funds from the bond for the police fire facilities projects. We have been out to bid for this work and received two bids. One was $120,500. The other was $98,860. And so we recommend that you award this project to Melanson of Keene, New Hampshire at $98,860.
Great.
Okay, well, any comments, questions? Personally, seeing Steve Horton's name helps me feel better about
Good.
Trusted Steve Horton.
Steve.
Would anybody like to make a motion? I don't know where that motion is, but I'm glad I'm not making it.
Top of page 4 of the administrative report.
Thank you.
I will move to award a bid in the amount of $98,860 to the Melanson Company of Keene, New Hampshire for replacement of the high roof area at the Brattleboro Police Department.
Thank you, Brandy. Brandy's made a motion to award a bid in the amount of $98,860 to the Melanson Company for the replacement of the high roof area at the Brattleboro Police Department. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you. And we have Brandy's favorite topic.
Boo. Thumbs down.
We need to do the annual dog warrant.
Yes.
Ugh, so petty.
Which always causes confusion and consternation.
It does, because the state statute under which we're traveling here imposes an obligation on the town to adopt this warrant, and the requirement that the statutory language be in the warrant as set forth in the statutes, which includes, among other things that are more pertinent to how we actually function, about the obligation of owners of dogs to license those dogs for the safety of the community, and some different provisions for how this gets enforced if an owner doesn't license their dog. It includes reference to the fact that if the owner doesn't comply with this upon being warned that the dog needs to get licensed, and then the owner doesn't comply, the penalty can be up to and including euthanizing the dog. We have never done that. We will never do that. We say every year at this moment, we will never do that. But we have to have that language in the document that you approve because the state requires it. So what the dog warrant does is it says this is the moment in the year when the deadline for registering dog or licensing dogs has passed, and there is a list of dogs whom we believe to still be living in Brattleboro based on prior records who have not been licensed yet this year. And so it's the notice to those dog owners that they are subject to enforcement action under this warrant. They will each receive a letter asking them to get the dog licensed, and then there will start an enforcement process after that where they could be fined or there's other penalties that will not include euthanizing the dog. This particular year, the deadline was not technically extended, but because the deadline is April 1st and because a lot of payments come in during March and because that's when COVID hit, we did take the action of waiving late fees for anybody who didn't license the dog by April 1st. That is still in effect. So when the reminders go out to tell people you really need to get your dog licensed, they are able to license remotely, don't have to come to the town clerk's office to do that, and they won't have to pay a penalty. They'll just have to pay the annual licensing charge. But we really do need, for the safety of the community, to enforce the licensing requirement, and this is the mechanism for doing that.
Great. Oh, Brandy.
I'm glad to hear that, because this list looks longer to me than it usually does. And I'm wondering if people have just been living in chaos. And I don't know how much leniency we have, but even if we could open the letter with something like, I don't know what, something like, we know this has been crazy, or due to COVID-19, you likely forgot, or something, because this is a lot of dogs.
Totally agree. This is actually representative of what our worst fears were for property taxes, and thank goodness they didn't come through on property taxes. But yeah, there's a lot of folks who would normally have licensed their dog by now who just didn't this year.
Yeah, I just don't want to sound like a
sure
jerk
sent the
about it.
letter.
Thank you.
Sure.
I think for me, it's, to quote Yogi Berra, deja vu all over again. Is it the dates for some of them are not late, right? So maybe I should just ask Hillary. She said,
Oh, I just messed that up.
so the dates when it's in the future, that means that they don't need to be licensed, I believe, right? Hillary? How do you?
I'm here. Can you see me? Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
So the dates that are on there, I don't have the list in front of me. That the dates that you might be looking at are the dates that they need to get their rabies.
Exactly.
Oh. Okay.
And so they still need to license their dog. What we're seeing in response to what Brandy was saying in terms of the list being longer than normal, you're absolutely correct. It's way longer than normal. And part of the problem is vets' offices were closed, and a lot of people are trying to get into the vet, and there's a really long waiting lists. And so a lot of people can't get their dogs updated with their rabies shots. We had to cancel our rabies clinic, which a lot of people rely on. And so a lot of people have been calling saying, I want to license my dog, but I can't because I can't get that rabies shot. And so what we've talked about, in addition to waiving the late fee, is we've talked with Kathy Barrows in the police department, and Kathy's our animal control officer. And until further notice, there will be no ticketing for people who have not licensed their dogs yet as well. Those tickets won't happen. If we're at a point where we're ready to start issuing tickets, we will make sure that there's plenty of advance notice to anybody who's in danger of getting a ticket. But we do encourage people to not wait until that ticketing notice comes out, because there is that long waiting list. And we, like you all have been saying all evening, we don't know what's going to happen a few months from now. You know, if vets have to start closing their doors again, it's going to be an issue. So get that appointment booked now, even if it's for a month or two out. Schedule that so that you can get in and get your dog licensed as soon as possible, because it is still required and it is still really important for the health and safety of the community.
Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you, Hillary.
Absolutely.
Peter.
Thank you. So this is unusual, but in this format, I just wanted to note for Hillary, I know that you've been on and you've been listening, so the letter is going to be modified to be a little kinder and gentler than it might normally be. Would you also please include what you just described about the way in which we're encouraging people to follow up as soon as possible with the vets, because we know it's been hard for people to make those appointments, and it's really important to get this done and get licensed and whatever. You know the words to use, but I think it would be helpful for us, in addition to just being a little bit softer in our tone, to be really explicit about what we need them to do.
Absolutely. So just to clarify, we already sent out the second notices prior in May, saying, you know, this is coming up, and we had a lot of questions about it, and so we fielded a lot of questions. If the select board feels it's necessary and appropriate to send out a third notice, we certainly can. It might freak people out a little bit more if they're getting another notice. I'm inclined to recommend that we send out a notice prior to ticketing if and when we get to a point where we're ready to ticket, so that they're not then getting a fourth notice from us. But if the select board feels that a notice at this point is appropriate, I'm happy to do that.
I take your word on it.
Yep.
I'd agree with Hillary's strategy. All right, Ian?
Very quick question, newbie question. Where does this list come from? Like, like
the dog cat.
When you
Santa.
tell the town clerk that you have a dog, or is it only people who have previously registered? I was kind of amazed that we just have this knowledge.
Yeah, so from previous years, if anybody has licensed their dog, we assume that they still have the dog and they still live in town. And when we send out those notices, we make it very clear if the dog has passed away, if you no longer live in town, if the dog is no longer yours, anything like that, let us know and we'll remove you from the records and you won't get any more notifications from us. There are people who have never licensed their dogs, and unless there's an issue, if there's a dog bite, if there's an issue and somebody calls the animal control officer and the dog's never been licensed, they're running that risk. But we have no way of knowing if somebody's never licensed their dog and there's never been an issue with their dog.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you, Hillary. Oh no, Liz has a question. You never know what's going to cause all of the time.
What about new people who have dogs? How do they get informed? Through their vet?
I would imagine that their vets let them know. I personally don't have a dog, so I haven't experienced that. I believe that most vets let them know, or if they're adopting the dog, most places let them know that they need to license their dog in the town where they live. Brandy, you might have more information on that with your interaction with dogs.
Yeah, I think it's hit or miss with the vets tell you or not. I think most people who've had dogs for a while just know, and I've had dogs for a long time, so I don't really remember how the conversation first came up. Probably my parents or something, I don't know. Sorry.
Daniel, he said it best.
I just wanted to annoy Tim. One of the good things about this list is that you get to see all of the different names of dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. That is fun.
Bagel. Bagel. Good name for a dog. There are also
Bagel.
2 dogs named Brooklyn. I wonder if they know each other.
Yeah, that's fun. I like this.
And you also get to see who owns which dog, and you're like, oh, I know that person.
But there's also colors I don't recognize, like brindle.
What?
Oh,
That's
they're
like
pretty.
a common pit bull boxer color with the striping.
It's like marble.
About to turn 53.
Like a tortoiseshell?
Yeah. No, well, it's more like a stripe, but yes, the same colors as tortoiseshell.
Everybody raise their hand if they've heard the term brindle.
It's in like a rhyme.
Oh, Ian, at least young Ian hasn't heard it.
Wendy jumped on.
On the board.
Great.
That's my pet name for Ian. Sorry, that'll make the paper tomorrow.
Front page. Front page.
Young Ian, I just like that. It's endearing. Okay.
Can we go till 10 o'clock again next week?
No.
Yeah.
No,
Thank you, Hillary.
cannot.
Thank you very much, Hillary.
Quick fingers bringing Hillary on. Okay, so we have one more thing. Wait, we need to do something.
You do.
I'm not doing it.
Oh no. I left.
Somebody do something.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
do
Wait
it.
a second.
Oh,
okay.
go ahead, Daniel.
No, go ahead. I needed to reload the document. If you have it open, go right ahead.
Okay. I move to approve the annual dog warrant as presented.
Thanks, Liz. Liz has moved to approve the annual dog warrant as presented. And all those in favor, say aye.
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 Randy voted for it this time. I think that's a first. Didn't
Oh,
you vote
crap,
against
you're
it?
right. I should have stayed
Did
with
you
my
vote
track.
against it?
Don't you think dogs need to be licensed?
Brandy's the dog
Voting
murderer.
principle of the language.
Is in favor of destroying. No, never mind.
I'm
Not
not in
gonna
favor
happen.
of destroying
Doesn't
dogs.
happen. Not gonna happen.
Not gonna
Not gonna happen.
We have one remaining duty as a board, and it's 9:59.
Where is it?
So,
Would you like me to read them? I've got them in front of me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
really?
please.
There's a lot of them. You don't mind?
I don't mind.
We have a committee and board vacancies for everyone to apply for.
And these are for appointments for the new year, the new fiscal year of the town beginning in July. So we'll be receiving applications and likely we'll have some appointments, possibly even some interviews for June 16th and then into the July meetings. So that when I say the number of vacancies, it's the number of vacancies effective as of July 1st. On the ADA Advisory Committee, there are 5 members, 4 of which will be vacant, for 5 seats, 4 of which will be vacant. The Arts Committee, 7 members, 4 of which will be vacant. The Brattleboro Housing Partnerships Board of Commissioners, there are 5 members and the town appoints 1 member, so that 1 seat will be vacant. Cemetery Committee has 5 members, 2 of which are vacant seats. Citizens Police Communications Committee, 5 seats and 3 of those are vacant. Conservation Commission, 7 members and there are 3 vacancies. Design Review Committee, 3 members, 1 seat vacant. Design Review Committee alternate, 1 position, which will be vacant. The Development Review Board, 7 members and 3 vacancies. Development Review Board alternate, there are 3 positions, all of which will be vacant. Energy Committee, 7 members, 4 of which are vacant. Fence Viewers, 3, all of which are vacant. Honor Roll, 3 members, all of which are vacant. Inspector of Lumber, Shingles, and Wood, 1, and that is vacant. The Nelson E. Withington Fund Advisory Committee, 2 members, both positions are vacant. Planning Commission, 7 members and 2 vacancies. Recreation and Parks Board, 7 members and 4 vacancies. Rescue Inc. Trustee, 1 position, and it will be vacant. Senior Solutions Advisory Council, 1 or 2 positions, and either 1 or both will be vacant. Traffic Safety Committee, 1 position that is the Chamber's representative. That position is becoming vacant. The Chamber will recommend someone to the Select Board for appointment. And the Tree Advisory Committee has 5 members, 3 vacant seats. And the last is the Weigher of Coal, where 1 member is allowed per the town's charter, but 2 members are allowed by statute. There have been times when the town had 1 and other times when the town had 2, and that seat or seats will be vacant as of July 1st.
Okay.
Wow.
Thank you.
A lot of opportunities for serving your town. If anybody's still with us. That is who I'm talking to at this point.
Well, that'll be the front page news, won't it? The list of vacancies in the committees.
Yeah.
I challenge all of our press to make that the front page. We'll see.
Absolutely. Well, good work, everyone. What do we have a motion to return us to our, well, we're in our homes, let's face it. Liz.
I move to adjourn.
Woohoo!
Thanks, Liz. All those in favor of adjournment?
Hi.
Aye. Looks like 5-0. Oh, hi, Wendy.
Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
Wendy's staying on.
Hey, good morning, everyone. We're live on YouTube. This is the Vermont House Committee on Commerce and Economic Development. We're having some discussion this morning on COVID-19 economic development dollars. And we have several guests with us this morning to hear from them in their particular sectors on challenges that they've been meeting, and hopefully the information that we receive from them will help us structure the economic development bill, which is being drafted today by David. We had to change our plans a little bit. David, we didn't get the draft from the administration until 4 o'clock yesterday, so we had to make a few changes. Tomorrow morning we'll be in a joint hearing with the Senate to go through the language with David for an hour. And then we'll really get to work on it. We have about a week and a half to get this bill taken care of. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. So with that, I would ask everyone to mute. And okay. So first up, Sue, good morning. Glad you could join us. And you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Yep, that's good. So before you get started, I just everyone that we're hearing from today, try to be as concise and to the point as possible. We have lots and lots of people to hear from over the course of the next week or so, and we're trying to make sure we have time to hear from everyone so that we can craft this bill. So with that, good morning, Sue. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. And I'm just sort of pulling my thoughts together quickly, having been asked last night to say a few words. And I guess I want to start out by thanking you so much for reaching out to us and for this opportunity to share what the COVID pandemic experience really is like from the lens of our neighbors, our families, and our businesses. I'm pleased to present to you both as the Executive Director of Capstone Community Action and on behalf of the 5 community action agencies that comprise the Vermont Community Action Partnership. I think you know that community action agencies have always been an open door for folks struggling with economic security and distress. And for 50 years, it has really been our mission to lift people out of poverty. And I think that our success really stems from what we understand as poverty being very complex and multifaceted, and programs that really are client-centered and build opportunity and economic security through a range of activities, whether it's providing food, housing, and new opportunities for building economic security through workforce development, through our financial empowerment programs, and our micro-business development programs. So I just want to say as background, I took on the job of leading Capstone Community Action, and I never really understood the breadth and depth of poverty in Vermont. And this is, of course, pre-COVID, but it has been an amazing education in just the range of people that fill our waiting rooms on a daily basis when we were able to be open. We continue our services now remotely and very actively, and the needs are pressing and swelling. But it is critical to see that this pandemic has actually brought the community action mission to the forefront, both our mission and our expertise. Because we know that even before COVID, which is of course just a few short months ago, some 40% of Vermonters were but a paycheck away from economic disaster. Well, now the paychecks have stopped, and the numbers of folks in economic distress and really on the precipice are swelling. And the demands of our staff have been magnified. We see that what began as an extraordinary and tragic health disaster or crisis has really very swiftly unfolded into an economic crisis that is the greatest of our lifetimes. And I believe that we need to meet the magnitude of this crisis with a corresponding and coordinated response. And I know that community action agencies and our partners across the state are an existing network of organizations that essentially make up the proverbial safety net. And I think we are critically and uniquely suited to be a part of the response. And we stand ready to partner with the state, with all of you in every way that we can. We are already doing it in many ways that I'd be happy to get into at a later time if you are interested in. But I do want to comment briefly on what I've learned about the governor's proposal. I believe it is essential that we think broadly, that we act quickly, and that we invest these federal recovery dollars as effectively but quickly as possible. So, you know, our agencies were not consulted on the development of these proposals, but we absolutely see value in many of the ideas that are set forth within it, the bit that we've been able to glean, as have you, from the materials. In fact, there are several key elements of the proposal that are actually activities that community action agencies already undertake. For example, the $42 million investment proposed in rental assistance, you know, ensuring that landlords are able to receive rent and that tenants do not lose their homes when the eviction moratorium expires. That is actually work community action agencies currently do as part of a homelessness prevention program in which we employ landlord liaisons. We have memorandums of understanding with landlords in our various communities that we work with already to try to establish secure relationships with tenants, and so that landlords can have confidence in the folks they rent to. So, you know, we have been doing this for decades, obviously not at this scale. But, you know, we stand ready, very well positioned, already with relationships to scale up and help meet this tremendous need in a very, very short timeline to invest in helping landlords and tenants through such precarious times. Similarly, with respect to the proposal for the rental rehab of existing units, while we generally don't get involved in the development of housing or rehabilitation, we have very close relationships with our affordable housing partners. For example, in Washington County, I am literally having email exchanges today, yesterday, and ever since the proposals were presented with the city of Barrie, with the landlords in Barrie, with downstreet housing, and with developers to try to be ready. That's what we do. So we are ready to assist, and we stand ready to take this forward. I want to comment specifically, obviously, on the economic development proposal. I'm sure most of you, almost all of you, were present when we consulted with you, advocated with you about the micro business development program that we have since 1988 embraced as a very important component, not only for helping people out of poverty, but for stimulating the economy. And that's what I think is very important about our program. And it's why we got together as a network, the 5 community action agencies, and said, we see this tsunami coming. Our phones are ringing off the hook. We see the people who were left behind in the federal stimulus program, who can't access the EIDL or the PPP and are essential to our economy. They come to us because they have a relationship with us and because our program provides one-on-one counseling and assistance. So we presented to you and the administration, you know, we didn't really know what they were doing and they weren't consulting with us, but we put forward a proposal because we want to be proactive. in establishing what we call Embrace, the Economic Micro Business Recovery Assistance for COVID-19 epidemic. And it is understood to be a statewide coordinated strategy to stimulate economic growth for really our most vulnerable Vermonters. We recognize that there is a very strong correlation, and if you get a chance to read our proposal, you will see the graphic that demonstrates with unemployment, there is a corresponding correlation with the increase in micro business. In fact, we've put out an estimate that we think there will be a demand for 5,000 new micro business efforts. And we are proposing to you, to anyone who will listen, to invest in us, to help us establish a specific micro business information hub, to hire 5 new counselors at each, one at each of the existing 5. Now, I do want to say for a moment, our proposal assumes that the base funding that you had supported in the appropriations bill, which, as you may recall, was eliminated under the governor's proposal. Understand that if the governor's proposal stands, our entire micro business program is over. We believe that would be a terrible move in this moment of all times, and are proposing that not only do we fund that, but that we scale up and essentially double the number of counselors in each of the 5 areas, and that we create a new access to working capital. We already have a relationship with Community Capital of Vermont. We are having conversations with VSECU to help create a secured credit building loan, which everyone would be eligible for $2,500. We really believe that this approach and this deployment of resources will have a dual positive impact of creating economic stimulus, new businesses and jobs, while also avoiding the likelihood that more Vermonters needing crisis services like food and housing, fuel assistance, rental assistance will be sustained. The governor's proposal does excellent and important things to help larger businesses and even small businesses. But the micro businesses that we work with are really not included in the relief that he's presenting. And I think that's what I want to convey to you. Our program is a slice of the pie and a very important one. 50% of Vermont's businesses are micro businesses. 26% of Vermont's workforce are in micro businesses. So if we aren't proactive at this moment in addressing this need by supporting the folks who have been doing this work, I think we are really missing an important point. And just to emphasize, more and more people right now are on the economic edge. And this program is dedicated to helping those people step back from that edge. It is clear from history that low-income Vermonters are the hardest hit in every disaster, whether it's a natural disaster or an economic disaster. They're also the longest to recover. That's why it's important to be thinking about them now. I want to conclude by just sharing what it really feels like on what I would say is the front lines of this economic crisis for vulnerable Vermonters. I really see fires raging. I think you don't have to look far to see how hot and how pervasive these fires are. Every day we have food distribution, and I've been involved in a state emergency operations center planning of these mass food distributions. It doesn't matter if you're in Coventry, in Springfield, in Hyde Park, Peru, Vermont. Every single day, 1,000 boxes now being distributed, and 3 and 4 times the amount of people are coming for food, waiting sometimes 4 hours in hot sun. These are not people interested in getting a freebie. They're not interested in freeloading or hoarding. They are in crisis, and that is what we experience, because that's who's on the phone with us. That's who we're trying to work for. And I do want to say that one of the parts of the governor's proposal that is troubling for us is sort of the manner with which it envisions getting it going, which is an RFP, request for proposal process, you know, where we are going to be expected to compete for something. I understand why, but let's remember this. There are fires raging right now. And when you have a fire, you call out all the firefighters you have to help work together in every way that they're trained to do. You don't expect them to compete for the chance to put out the fire. We do not have time for that. And we all have a different role to play. I know there are many organizations concerned for the same reasons. I just want to say that I believe we are positioned uniquely. Fighting poverty is our mission. It's been for 50 years. That's what's in front of all of you today. And I also feel, I want to just end by saying, I have had an amazing experience in this year and a half, not only seeing the depth and breadth of poverty, but seeing the potential for helping people out of poverty. Seeing single pregnant moms who come homeless to us, and 5 years, 3 years later, they have a job, their child is in childcare, they're owning a home, they're starting a business. Poverty is not permanent, and this is what we're facing now. Finally, I know that crisis brings incredible innovation, opportunity, and people working together. I had the amazing experience after Tropical Storm Irene to be in the eye of that storm. I saw what happened when people came together. I think our state is ready to come together. I know you all have a tremendous load on your shoulders. We are here to work with you and for the state of Vermont, and for the vulnerable Vermonters who we have served for 50 years. I'm going to just end with a quote by St. Francis of Assisi that has been with me since the beginning of this. Start by doing what is necessary. Then do what is possible. Suddenly, you are doing the impossible. The impossible confronts us all. We're in this together. We need to give everyone the water in those hoses to go get it. And we can't be slow. We have to work quickly. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Questions for Sue? Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sue, I'm particularly interested in two things. First of all, thank you very much for your excellent testimony. With your micro business, and I agree with you wholeheartedly that you should not be competing for this. You're a pre-existing agency that spent 50 years doing exactly where you're in the slot that we need you to be. You're talking about doubling. How large could you scale up that operation? And the second question I have is the 42 million in rental assistance. How will your organizations access that 42 million? Thank you.
So I'm gonna answer the second question first, and then I'm gonna actually put Tyler, who is really the boots on the ground, who understands these programs and what's needed. The rental assistance, again, you know, we're all learning, and I'm sure it's all evolving. But at this moment, what we understand is that's an RFP as well. And I will say that, so that's the way it's been written. So honestly, we won't probably pursue a competitive bid for something when we have so much work to do. But there is also hope that they will go through through the grant agreements that they already hold with so many of us. I was asked by Josh Hanford to chat a little bit so he understood more of our programs and we of their vision. And so that's still unknown. They're deciding. I suspect they'll listen to your interests as well. But again, time is of the essence. The agencies already have grant agreements with all of us. And in that case, it could be, you know, depending on how it rolls out, because we have such a strong collaboration with Downstreet Partners Housing, our affordable housing agency. And by the way, Capstone covers Washington, Lamoille, and Orange. Or Downstreet Housing's Home Ownership Center. They have that exact same service territory. It could be that we actually work together on both programs because they have the expertise in the rental rehab. We have the expertise in, the landlord liaison program. But when we pull that together, we're going to be doing a much stronger job. But we don't know how it's going to be put out there. We would hope that they would go.
Quick question, in that collaboration, would you need to do anything with your grant agreements, or you could just do that under your current grant agreements and collaborate like that?
So the capstone, the community action agencies have grant agreements with the Agency of Human Services. Downstreet Housing, the affordable housing folks, have grant agreements with the Agency of Commerce, Department of Housing.
Okay,
So
can I just jump in for a second, Sue?
Okay.
I just want everybody to understand that we're not going to deal with the housing piece of this, that's housing, that's general housing, military affairs. So I'd rather us really focus on economic development and what our committee purview is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely correct.
Thank you.
So I would like to ask the second question for Tyler. Tyler is the micro business counselor at Brock Community Action. That's Bennington and Rutland, and he was nice enough to join me this morning. He has been working with his colleagues in the Vermont Community Action Agency Network to develop this proposal that they believe is the first step. But the question was, Tyler, what do you really think we could be capable of? Is doubling enough, and would there possibly be more?
Thank you. So the reason that we reached the number initially was I took the 10-year correlation study between the microbusiness development program and the Vermont unemployment rate, and this is figure 1 on page 6. And there's a direct correlation of 6.15% between the unemployment rate and the amount of participants total in the microbusiness development program. Utilizing that 6.15% figure, I then go to figure 2 on page 6, and that's with the correlation between unemployment as it is today and with the 6.15% correlation, projecting us to have a 5,000 participants in the microbusiness development program. Now, obviously, because of COVID, we cannot use the 10-year historical correlation to be tied to it directly. So we've gone on the side of caution on this and are looking to scale up to 1,750 to 2,000 participants in the microbusiness development program from the around 700 that we had in 2019. So this is more than a 50% increase in the participants. So I'm looking at, on the projected level, it's 5,000, but we've broken that down to be something that we believe to be attainable within what we have for services, and increasing the staff by 1 FTE position business counselor at each of the 5 community action agencies, and putting in 1 microbusiness coordinator that can help streamline the efficiency of all the agencies by combining education materials and also starting the microbusiness development hub. Now, the important difference between us and other business educational resources is we really focus on the micro business. Everything 5 employees and below. That is where we focus. That's where I live every day. These are solo entrepreneurs, single individuals, 1 or 2 employees, small businesses. These are the landscapers, the hairdressers, the floor refinishers. A lot of the ones that we work with are in the service industry, in the daycare industry. So because they're small, the governor's proposal is really tying a lot of it in to tax revenue between alcohol revenue, sales tax revenue, meals and rooms revenue, but that really leaves out the service industry from this. They're also looking for 3 years of tax information to be able to base that correlation on for the majority of their businesses, and that will not work for the micro businesses in the state. A lot of them do not have great record keeping, do not have the ability and resources to pull together things necessary for this. They're struggling daily. I know, because I'm on the phone with 6 to 8 of them every single day trying to work through confusions and problems related to getting through PPP and EIDL. I'm on the COVID-19 Business Coalition that Ted Brady is a part of and leads, and I'm in depth in this every single day from the start of COVID-19 and beyond. And from my understanding, the proposal is not going to help the individuals who are most vulnerable, which is our micro business clients. These individuals do not make a lot of money, but they do contribute to Vermont's economy and a great deal. These are the side of the road, small businesses. This is really hometown Vermont and what makes Vermont so special. And I really feel that if we leave these people behind, it's going to have a rippling impact for years to come. Now, 10 years ago, the micro business development program was really into high gear. And we still have many businesses that were started 10 years ago through this program that are open and thriving. They have been sold on to the next generation. The original owners have passed on in some cases. It's hard to track down businesses from 10 years, but they are still doing wonderful. And when you hear those stories, the emotional impact of them, and these are thousands of micro businesses that we've served, but just one of those, somebody goes through and they're doing really well in life, and then something happens. They have a seizure disorder, they have a drug issue, they have economic fallout, and they come down to the lowest level and they lose self-esteem, and somehow they find us through the food shelf, through the fuel assistance, through the rental assistance, and they're connected with that spark of hope that they can start a business, that they can do this, and then they're reached out and they're entered into a partnership with a micro business counselor who knows how to get through the red tape, who understands how to start the business, who's been there and done it. I've ran 2 businesses myself. The counselors are well educated. They've been there. We deal with a multitude of business, positioning us the perfect people to help with micro businesses. And right now in this economy, there is not another proposal out there on the table that specifically addresses the bottom 50% of all businesses in the state, which are micro businesses. We need help for the small businesses, but just as importantly, we need to focus on the micro business. This is a time that we cannot just stand by and let the impoverished and the underprivileged once again be passed by and looked over. This is a time where we need to stand together and really say that this is the time where Vermont comes through and that we can just work together to build this. This proposal was built and drafted in a combination through all of the Vermont community action agencies because we understand the needs. So as part of the projected percent and of helping to increase the staff, we're looking for an increase of 5 FTEs, bringing up to 10 business counselors, micro business counselors statewide, 2 for each community action agency. Will be evenly dispersed throughout the state of Vermont with 1 coordinator to be able to control and help make efficiency amongst them, as well as getting this online hub. The technical difficulties, a lot of our clients don't have computers, don't have access to internet. We help them reach those things. We help them break down whatever barrier is holding them back. They bring the energy, the motivation, and their skill set, and we help connect them in something that can be viable and economically feasible for them to meet. Their goal might be to open a restaurant. Well, we start them with a food truck. We start them with a food cart. We start them where they are and the resources that we have to try to connect them. This plan has been carefully thought out to be a very good and efficient use of the funds. Every dollar is accounted for. We're not using a cannon to throw $100 million at this. This is a very small $2 million investment that's going to be used efficiently and thoughtfully to implement into 420 micro businesses with direct grants of $2,500 a piece. We're projecting to see 1,000 positive outcomes between all of these micro businesses. 1,000 positive outcomes where many of them will stand for the next decade and beyond. The children of these entrepreneurs wake up and they see their parent was able to achieve the dream of entrepreneurship and self-employment and inspires the next generation. If we stand by and do not help them now, that dream could go out, and the parts that we love about Vermont, the roadside, the tourist attraction coming in to see the small Vermont businesses and locals will be gone. And yes, we'll have small business and we'll have large business, but we will have very few micro businesses. They cannot survive in this climate. Thank you.
Tyler.
Charlie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just sent to Amy and asked her to post the 28-page report that I think Tyler was referencing that I don't know if the entire committee has had a chance to review. So it's to make sure that we have that first, and that'll be posted to the web page. I guess one of the questions I have for either Sue or Tyler is that many months ago when we were actually in person in the legislature, we talked about the evidence of success of the different micro business lending programs as part of a condition of looking for additional financing. And one of the things we talked about is the evidence of the improvement in the actual earnings for the recipients from what they had before receiving the micro grants and then what they had for earnings after the micro grants. And we're talking about a lack of evidentiary or evidence that existed. And we know that the number of businesses started, all that kind of stuff, but it's really about how is this program lifting people out of poverty is one of the questions. So I guess I would ask you, I have two questions. One is, do we have any of that information now available? We didn't have it then. We know it's a heavy lift in order to get that done. And the second part that I want to ask is that with this package proposed by the governor, there is the money for the Restart Loan and Grant Program for micro businesses with $15 million going into it, or 20 million, I'm sorry. And I know you're talking about the advising part of it, but I didn't hear you really address that part of it, which seems to be geared towards the clients that you're really talking about. So I was wondering if you could address both of those parts. One
so
is the.
I'm going to address quickly the first part of your question and have Tyler focus on, you know, what we do know, because of course we don't know even as much as you know at this point about what the proposal is, but I think that there are parameters around it that are difficult for our clients. But to your first question, you definitely asked us for information, and I think you recall you were asking us for, so we have information over a 10-year period that we've been asked to collect, but you were asking for information that we've never been asked to collect. So we were reaching out to clients who have been with us over time to understand, you know, they're very complex personal finances, essentially, is what we're trying to find out, and how hard it was for us. You just moved on me. Okay, I don't know why that happened.
I don't know either. Suddenly
so we but you know, the truth is, you're right, we were in the process of learning that and thinking about, well, if they had this subsidy and they no longer need that subsidy, but then they went into a new rental unit and people's circumstances changed. So we were investigating about 5 different cases at Capstone. I don't believe Tyler was even involved in that because he wasn't even in this thing. And COVID hit. So frankly, we did not complete the research that you wanted, which was demonstrate to us how individuals have gotten off the system, essentially. What we did collect is a whole lot of 10-year history about successful businesses that I think, you know, it's hard for us to go back to clients that we never collected information and ask for them 5 years ago, what, you know, subsidies were you on? How did that change? And we were building that, but it isn't a simple process. And the truth is we have not gone back to that. And honestly, our workload is so extraordinary right now. I mean, we are feeding homeless people in hotels 20,000 meals in 5 weeks. And we're doing a lot of new things. So I can't commit to you to answering the questions you asked, but we have developed a spreadsheet I want you to see that I think will help you. Sorry for that long answer. Tyler, maybe you could answer the whether and how our clients can or maybe couldn't, for what we know of the governor's proposal at this point, and differentiating our grant and loan proposal.
So my biggest concern on the governor's proposal, as far as it relates to the micro business clients, is really their lack of financial taxes. For this is the same issue that came up with dozens and dozens of clients who reached out directly to me on receiving the PPP and the EIDL. They qualified for the EIDL, but because they're a sole proprietor, one individual, they were only able to receive $1,000. And for the PPP, the process for that, even the business that sole proprietor doing well, that did 57,000 in revenue last year gross, they were only able to receive $2,700 from the PPP, because the way the sole proprietors work, and that they're not processing paychecks and hours the same way as larger businesses are. And my fear is that the governor's proposal is falling into the same track that the PPP and the EIDL did, and is putting in too many barriers for the micro business clients. It's easy for a small business to do it, where they have access to a larger staff, human resources, different individuals. These are only 30 to 40 individual sized businesses, but they have a financial officer to take care of this. The sole proprietor, they were responsible for every single aspect of this. And I'm really afraid that the proposal fails to recognize the limitations of a sole proprietor micro business. I think the proposal does
I
a
will say though,
fantastic job at targeting small businesses, but even though they have language in there that does target micro business loans, those are going to really fail to secure what is our clients and what is the sole proprietors, and the smallest of the micro businesses are going to have a hard time accessing those funds. You're taking somebody who's put in years of effort to get their business off the ground. I know because I've done it. I see it every day. And now you're trying to saddle them with more loopholes and more things to jump through and able to access funding. They need the funding today. They don't need to go through more process to be able to receive it. What the governor's proposal is trying to put them through, and I understand why. I understand that there's not enough fund to be able to go through and put everyone for a direct grant, but we're just asking for 420 small direct grants to be targeted specifically to individual micro businesses that meet one-on-one with a business counselor that is a proven combination for success in starting a business. Having somebody for guidance or for counseling during that business process goes a long way. It's just throwing money at them will not help them succeed and navigate this new endeavor, new process. And I understand there's language in there for $5 million as far as technical assistance providers, but a lot of that is going to be reimbursed back or paid to CPAs, lawyers, accountants, and such, and is not going to direct one-on-one business counseling, especially into. Some of that will be going through the Vermont SBDC. I'm certain of it, but a lot of it's not focused on the micro businesses. And from what I've seen, our proposal is the only one that has into it a 2-to-1 return on investment, where there has been no shown from any other proposals what their projected return is on that investment.
Okay, Tyler, yeah, I'm just looking at I don't know if you've seen the document, but with a $20 million program that's really for sole entrepreneurs, micro businesses, and other small business with annual gross revenues of less than $1 million. And then the $15 million in existing available capital to make loans. So I don't think you're disqualified from access to these funds. And when we heard this proposal originally from economic development, we said, would you be including the capstone agencies or the CAAs? And the response that we got back was yes. So that there may be room within this $20 million to fund the micro business programs. And I just want to make sure that it's not disqualifying. You're not disqualified from this. I understand what you're talking about is your specific proposal and how does it fit within that. And that's what I'm trying to figure out is how do they line up at all. So it sounds like you're.
Sorry,
I want to just mention that I did ask for and get a little bit of time with the agency, with Ted Brady, with Joan Goldstein, before they had unveiled it. I knew nothing about what they were doing, and they received mine, and they said, look, would you be willing to be folded into our program? We say, of course. And the point is that every different sector needs this support as quickly as possible. But I think because ours is this one-on-one counseling, I don't think that was envisioned as much with the proposal as we've understood it. But obviously we're open and interested in the more, honestly, I think there should be one hub. We have this vision of a hub because we want it to be a network. And if there is one hub, and it can be micro businesses that we work with and small businesses and larger businesses all working together in one effort, that would be great. I don't know exactly how to make that happen, but I think the more we work at the idea of partnership, it's the how to compete for the money I don't understand, but maybe they won't go that direction.
Thank you.
And Representative Kimball, I do want to mention, we will get back to the request and to try to come up with some examples, but it will not be a comprehensive. But we also have a spreadsheet to share with you of what we've learned in 10 years of businesses that we pulled together, and I'll give it to you, send it to you right after this.
So if this was to be combined in with the governor's proposal, especially on the specific grant portion of that, I think that could be an interesting proposition that would probably work well if the language in that was just tweaked slightly to be able to focus more on the caps and onto the micro businesses for the grant portion. That would decrease the cost of our Embrace proposal by $1 million, because that would take out our grant portion of it, and that would just leave the funding of the increased FTEs as well as the micro business development hub site with the statewide coordinator. So if there was a concession made on ours in combination with their grant program to be able to increase our staffing for the one-on-one counseling, that's really the important part. And that's, I believe it's a 3-leg stool, but if that one of those legs is being covered by the governor's proposal for the grants for the micro business program, then the other 2 legs could be our hub site for the micro businesses, as well as increasing the staffing in the coordinator position. So I think there could be a compromise there that would be a good way to kind of bridge the divide and go at it that way. I think that today more than ever, we need to kind of break down those barriers of where different things are and where people stand. And we really need to all put aside our own ideas and egos once in a while and really move this forward based on what we need to do. Might not be what we all want to do, but it's really what we need to do.
Hey, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for Tyler. This is Representative Carol Bennington 22. With respect to the proposed increase with these funds, what kind of framework would you put into place for outreach? And furthermore, what have you done with respect to outreach in Bennington currently?
Yes, sir. So I'm the micro business development counselor right now for MEDP in Rutland and Bennington County. And right now, as it stands, and I think it's been unfairly for years, that Bennington has not received the same amount of attention as Rutland County has. And part of that is Brock's office is a satellite office in Bennington, and Brock does a tremendous amount of work in Bennington, but the micro business counselor, I am one individual, and I am tied between Rutland and Bennington County. So the difficulty is I make it down to Bennington once a week to the Brock office and meet with clients one-on-one. But this proposal would allow us to increase staffing so I could have one dedicated counselor in Bennington County, which they need at least one, and one dedicated counselor in Rutland County. So this proposal would increase staffing to be able to better represent Bennington. And it is my thing. Every week I try to be able to reach out and have more activity in Bennington, but right now it's difficult with me in my main office being at Rutland. So I would divide the counseling position and have one focused on Bennington County and one focused in Rutland to really understand the difference. And there's a tremendous difference in geography, in business resources, in the borders between Massachusetts and New York and Bennington over Rutland County. There's a tremendous difference. And I want to have somebody in there who's a specialist for Bennington County. And this proposal would give that specialist to be in Bennington County.
Okay, but you're telling me that you're coming down here once a week. How many clients have you met from Bennington?
I have over 20 clients in Bennington, between Bennington and Manchester.
You know, Representative Carroll, you asked a really important question about outreach. And frankly, there are so many programs that we foresee a tremendous need to scale up, this being one of them. What's I think also important about our proposal is that we are a network. And when we combine, we're going to be able to share resources. We're going to be doing an expertise in remote learning, obviously, because that's what's needed right now. But it does avail everyone to have, let's say in the Northeast Kingdom, our micro business counselor has expertise in landscaping. They're going to be able to have as much connection to someone in Bennington with that interest as they would with a Brock counselor. That's part of the network, the information hub, and the information sharing we envision. And when we are ready to actually receive the people who need help, then we will be able to do effective outreach statewide.
So part of the outreach that I've already been doing is I've been going into the Lightning Jar in Bennington. I've been going to different meetings in Bennington, reaching out to the Bennington business council there, reaching out to individuals there as best as I can. And it's definitely very difficult when I'm only kind of budgeted and time allowed to have one day down there to set those meetings up and to be down there. Having somebody who's in that office every day that people can know that they're there every day to call, to drop in, to ask a question, that's what makes the kind of synergy work in Rutland so much better, is that everyone knows that I'm in that office every day. They know they can call, they know they can drop in, they know that we can schedule an appointment, we can meet tomorrow. I don't have to schedule the appointment a week out. So it's really, it works so much better, especially when businesses are right in that time. And right now I have 3 or 4 businesses that are getting set to open this spring. And that navigation, sometimes it's an every other day thing where we're working on the next step, getting this health certification done, getting this open. And it really needs to be that one-on-one in-depth thing where the counselor needs to really understand every aspect about that individual's life and their business to be able to give good counseling. It's not enough just to have a brief overview. The clients that I deal with at work and become really successful are the ones where we have a fantastic back and forth information sharing, where we're both working together in a synergy. They're bringing the technical expertise in their field, and I'm helping bring in the broader business education and more formal college education into that setting, where a lot of them, because of their financial background, they lack the college education, they lack the more traditional education and the traditional resources. While I am that person who can help bridge that gap for them and give them a level playing field in the fight for business, because we're able to give them that technical expertise that the majority of them are lacking because of other factors in their life leading up to this point.
One final question. With respect to the work that you're doing here in Bennington, provide me with a report of the businesses that, so that, you know, in my own small way, I may be able to offer some assistance, but I would just like to see, you know, what kind of work is being done down here. And I think many of us would like to know the impact and the results that you're getting.
It'll be my absolute pleasure to do that. But part of this is the fact that right now I'm trying to go between 2 counties. We have one individual trying to go between Windsor and Windham County. We are stretched right now on staffing for the amount of phone calls that are coming into the micro business program, the amount of clients that are needing help right now during this time. So right after this call at 10 o'clock, I'm going to get off and I have a call with a client right there that's working on starting a flagging business. From there, I have 4 more clients lined up to go through this afternoon, one call after the next, after the next. I was up till 10 o'clock last night working on different aspects of this. We need more staffing to be able to get more data to you. That's part of the big thing is right now, the hours are stretched very thin and the staffing level is very low for the amount of expertise we need to be able to provide to these individuals.
Thank you.
Sue and Tyler, thank you very much. The document has been posted to our webpage so that everyone has access to it. And we'll be looking at that as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and for all the hard work you're doing. I know it's a heavy burden, and we're there to be your partners. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Sue. Matt, how are you?
I'm not bad. Thanks for having me.
So if you could tell us a little bit of what's happening with our contracting world right now and how we could be of assistance when we're looking at this, when we start looking at this economic development package that the administration is bringing to us.
Great. Great, I appreciate it. So just for the record, Matt Musgrave, I'm with the Associated General Contractors. And just a disclosure, if you see me reach for a tissue or sneeze or something like that, it's not COVID. I have allergies pretty bad. So if you hear me sniffling or clearing my throat, I'm healthy and well. I just have seasonal allergies.
Well, just as long as you're by yourself, we're fine.
Great, great, terrific. Well, thanks again for having me. You know, I think things have significantly changed in my world since the last time we talked. I think the last time we spoke, I was talking about the 7 levels of coping, and that we were somewhere in between anger and frustration and confusion. And I think, you know, we've kind of been watching if you've been obviously paying attention to what's going on, you've seen, you know, our industry, construction and the trades, we've, as of last week, largely returned to normal size crews out there. So that's been a huge burden that's been lifted off of our people, that they're able to go back to work. You know, it was challenging. I think I may have updated you. We were one of the first groups to put together a sector-specific plan, which we worked with ACCD, Health Department, Administration on, and we rolled that out. Part of that plan that we put together was COVID Safety Resource Officer training, which included a train the trainer portion that we ended up first made it available to AGC members. We brought through every one of our members, got them all trained, and then the conversation switched gears really quickly, and we realized that, you know, our members here at AGC don't always work with members. So sometimes they'll have subcontractors or suppliers or other people that they work with that maybe aren't in our association, maybe they're in the Home Builders Association, maybe they've chosen to just act independently out there. And we realized that there was, you know, varying levels of training that were coming down the pike. I know VOSHA worked real hard to put together a good general industry training. But we felt that, you know, we brought our folks up to, we feel like we raised the bar in terms of this return to work COVID stuff. And we wanted to make sure that when our members were out there, as well as the rest of the construction community, that there was an opportunity for everybody to follow a same basic set of protocols that were intended to do three different things, really. One, keep our staff safe when they go to work, but also as important to that, and this is one of those things that we've never done training at AGC for a recognized hazard that you could actually step into at work and bring home with you and hurt someone else. And that was really striking to us, that, you know, the actions and the things that we do at work can follow us home now if we're not following procedures and protocols. So we put together the CSRO training, and we put it out, you know, number one, to our members, but then we were able to work with Department of Labor and got some resources to help us actually transmit this. And we offered this out to anyone in the building community in the state of Vermont. And as of today, or yesterday was our last course, I believe, we have put over 2,100 different people and companies through this program, and that's going to trickle down to the larger contractor world in terms of training. And that includes not only general contractors, but subcontractors, electricians. I had ski resorts, we had suppliers on, we had, you know, members of Capstone and their weatherization program. We had, I even had daycare providers that took the course with us. So we were really pleased to do that and provide that level of service. And we think that those 2,000 people that we trained are going to trickle down to somewhere between 20 and 30,000 people on the ground getting that training. So we're really proud to talk about that. And we think it was one of the parts that got us back to work. And so that brings us to where we are today. And I'm happy to say that, you know, we're one of the verticals in the building trades that have, whereas we are limited in certain terms, like needing to wear face coverings and social distancing and put together disinfecting and cleaning protocols at the job site. Outside of that, we're one of the few industries that have been able to send full crews back to work, and that happened last week. And we're very appreciative of that. And reason why I reached out to the committee to talk today or whenever was that we did see this economic recovery plan come down, and we're cognizant of the fact that, you know, a lot of our members and other folks in the contractor community were able to take care of the PPP plan, or in the worst case scenario, if people had to get laid off, we were able to at least make our workers right, so to speak, that they were able to continue with their lives and pay rent, you know, and enjoy the expanded unemployment as well as the federal program. But now that things are gone back to work and we're starting to look at things from the company level, we're starting to have these discussions internally about the costs and losses that have been absorbed over the last couple of months. And, you know, when we start discussing some of these challenges, we start getting into the tens of millions of dollars pretty quickly, just within our ranks, not even talking about going to that larger group of building trades professionals that are out there. So one of the things that not a lot of people are familiar with is that, you know, both our residential, or all three, residential, commercial, and our highway and bridge world, they're pretty limited to about 10 months of work out of the year, and that's based on our weather here in Vermont. And basically with a number of these companies, with the exception of you can do some interior work and over the winter, but you're certainly not doing new starts and stuff like that, and definitely not doing roads and bridges. That season is pretty clear. So when we look at that in terms of the impact that this COVID thing has had on our economy, or the construction economy, is that we really lost 2 months out of 10 months that we depend on to not only pay the bills, but to remain profitable, that the businesses will stay open. And when I say that, you know, it's the general contractors are typically working right on through August or September before they hit that Black Friday. And they depend on those last 2 months of the cycle to really get them through that winter period, and that they may enjoy some level of profit as well as paying the bills. And in this year, we've actually, because we lost 2 months, we lost about 20% of that earning time that people were out there for. And, you know, arguably, I think we're going to have some of the contracts, particularly with our AOT, as well as DGS contracts that were already budgeted. I know that you may do some adjusting or whatnot, but those are going to come back. But that's a small fraction. You know, when we look at what but I think between buildings and general services and AOT, we'll probably see $500 to $700 million. And then you have another percentage, which is that private residential as well as commercial. And then you start getting up, you know, I want to say the non-residential is right around 500 to 600 million. And then the residential, I'd have to ask the home builders, but, you know, I'd say that's more in the closer to the $100 million range there. So we need to look at how much money was lost, and we started tossing around figures, and these are based on, you know, there's two different types of cost elements that we deal with. One is those fixed costs, and the other is those variable costs. And variable costs are things like buying supplies to go out and do the build, hiring labor to go out and do things, maybe leasing equipment or hiring professional help. Whereas you have those fixed costs that include your buildings, and a lot of these construction firms they don't generally just have one property. They're going to have multiple properties. Maybe they'll have a sand and gravel pit, they'll have a business office, they'll have a work shed. They're paying property taxes on all of these, as well as their electric bills, keeping the lights on. And then there's a third level of bills which haven't really been discussed. I know I was in Senate Economic Development yesterday, and they started this conversation. There's also that fixed capital cost that companies have encountered. And they had a fellow from the tent company on yesterday, and I can tell you it's very much the same model for a lot of these contractors. Is that yellow equipment that you see out there, if you get 4 pieces of equipment, you're well over $1 million pretty quickly on a property. And a lot of that stuff comes through financing from banks. So whereas that's not necessarily a fixed cost, that's a capital cost, it does become part of that revolving monthly cost of doing business. And they, unfortunately, you know, unlike some of the mortgage lenders and folks like that out there that are willing to be a little lenient with some of these payments, a lot of the commercial lenders just frankly aren't. So those are built-in costs that they've had to occur over those last couple of months. So we realize that there's been differences, and one of the things that we really like about this plan, and we are supportive of the governor's plan, and I'm here specifically to talk to the Economic Injury Disaster Program. That's the $80 million program. We like the way that looks. It's going to be issued through VITA or other, I believe, other non-traditional lenders, and we're fine with that. We like that process, and I think one of the things that we like about that is it gives our individual companies, and some of those are micro businesses, right? I mean, some of those subcontractors, those 1-2 person plumbers, electricians, painters, other specialty contractors. We have people that run the gamut from very, very micro all the way up to some of these larger groups like SD Ireland and you know, Pike Industries and such. So what we like the ability for individual companies to go forward and say, itemize, this is what our issues are, this is where we were before, this is where we are today, and this is our actual pain that we've developed. And I think that goes a long way. I know there's some other models like taking a general percentage of what the income is, but this gives us the ability, I believe, to go out there and give actual cost losses. And it's not based on estimates. It's not based on a general industry percentage. This is based on those individual company costs. What we do want to talk about with that program, and I've definitely spent some time with ACCD. I think the administration of them put some good thought into this. But the challenge that I have, I think our association has in general, is you have the first component, which calls out the hospitality, the retail, and the food services. And I think that's good. I believe that you do need to delineate a certain level of funds for those businesses in the way that they're hit, because that creates some sort of rules to the game of where these public funds are actually going to. And I think, largely it's going to be easy for the hotels, restaurants, and retail to say, this is what our till generally is for these 2 months, and this is what we've lost. This is what our operating expenses. And I think that's a great program. But I don't see that on this $80 million economic injury disaster program. What I see is that any nonprofit or any business can actually come out and apply for these grants and these funds. And quite frankly, I think, I'm preaching to the choir when I say this, $80 million is going to go very quickly. And I think one of the things, I have two recommendations for this. It's an either or scenario. But number one was I don't know if I think it may make sense to look at that $80 million and maybe try to target those dollars into certain sectors. And I used the number $20 million earlier when I was talking about and that's a low estimate of what the perceived losses in construction would be. But if you were to make a portion of that for the building trades, that would give people, and again, these are folks that aren't savvy with the grant writing process. So that's why I think the delineation is important, is that it gives the opportunity for people to come out and say, yeah, well, I'm raising my hand, I'm the building trades, this is the program I go to. And what we fear in general, and there was a sly article about AGC last week or the week before in one of the local papers about how great we are at applying for grants. And there's lots of groups that are like us. That's what we do professionally. And there's lots of organizations that are expert grant writers, experts at getting money from the government in one way, shape, or form. And we don't want to see that $80 million just disappear to professional grant writers and professionals at taking money from government. What we think that money is there for is to help companies that are a part of the economy, that contribute to our economy, that employ people. And I'll call out Capstone. I think Capstone does a great job. And I think that is a group that would be well served to get some of this money and to keep their mission alive. But I'm also aware there's a lot of duplicative services that maybe don't have that same level of impact on our economy and on Vermonters. So either one, look at maybe finding a way to delineate some of these $80 million, and maybe it's not $20 million, maybe it's $5 or $10 million, but you're able to earmark those funds into different business verticals. And that maybe it's not just construction, maybe all of a sudden you have a tech vertical, or you have an education vertical, or you have, so look at a way that we can get this money to roll out to get to people so that it creates a benefit to not just people like us that are good at grant writing, but to the larger group, maybe someone that works out in the woods and has never written a grant, so we want to make it easy for them to come out and take advantage of that. So number one, I would either recommend some sort of a delineation of where that money goes, or number two, this is going to go through VITA, and VITA has some pretty good prescription, so to speak, for vetting the people that they send money out to. So in the place of maybe doing a delineation, maybe set a standard or a bar that people will have to meet. And I'll pick on Capstone just because they're here today, and this is good. But I think they can actually do a really good job of demonstrating and showing what they're doing out there. And I think the same when, if it's a contractor, they can come out and say, well, I employ 50 people. This is what what we're doing for the economy. We're a $10 million a year business. We employ 50 people. We build homes and we do all this great stuff. So I think putting some sort of a litmus test to that money that exceeds my ability to write grants is something that's important out there. So basically, the real reason behind this is what our big ask is on this, is that we know that this money is going to come back one way, shape, or form. We're aware that we're either going to get grants for those immediate losses from the operating costs, and there'll be loans for other monies. But we see this as an alternative to the real fact that we may have to increase costs across the board to make up for the money lost over that 2-month period. And again, we're not just thinking about what's going on today. A lot of us have our contracts written through this summer, and that's from private as well as the public sector. But we're also recognizing that next year is when we're going to get hit in a loss of new build starts, because you're going to likely see less new businesses coming out. You're going to see people maybe not expanding where they wanted to because we're dealing with this larger challenge. And the worst thing that can happen is that we have to raise prices while people's budgets go down. That's going to stop the building. That's going to impact employment in Vermont and overall our economy. So that's what our ask is that we'd like to see this done very purposefully. I'm not going to speak to any other parts of the proposal, but I do agree that VITA is a good authority to get this money out. But I just think that there should be some set of guidelines that people are following. So the good grant writers like me don't suck up all the money.
Questions for Matt? Jean, do you still have your hand up from last time, or? Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'll get rid of that.
And Jim, same with you. Yep.
Good. It sounds like it did okay then.
Okay. There is a piece in the bill where there will be that talks about technical assistance, and just wondering if there's going to be some pieces in that people could access if they don't know how to grant write. So that's something that we can certainly discuss and try to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, we're certainly going to be supportive of people that are calling us, and our members, certainly other folks that are out there. We do a lot of work with outside people as well. So we're certainly ready to be a resource for it. But it's just one of those things where you see people. I mean, I'm sure you're getting contacted by everybody under the sun that needs the money right now. And our point is this is going to go quickly. And that's one of the challenges, I think. And we saw that with PPP. It just went. And people were left by the wayside because things happen so quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for all the work you're doing.
Thank you. Karen and Christopher, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Karen Middleman, Executive Director of the Vermont Arts Council. Thank you. I'm really grateful for this chance to talk to you all about the impacts that we're seeing of COVID-19 on the creative sector. And I'll be joined, Christopher Kaufman-Ilstrup's here from the Humanities Council, and we'll be joined any minute now by Jody Freed from Catamount Arts. So I know you're hearing stories of devastation from every sector across Vermont right now. What I'd like to do is share some data that we've collected about the financial distress in the arts and culture sector and some aggregate data from the creative sector. Our cultural organizations, I think you know, were among the very first to close to protect public health in communities across Vermont. And many of them, especially the ones that rely on mass public gatherings and large public audiences, they're going to be the last ones to be able to reopen. So across Vermont, hundreds of theaters, community arts centers, galleries are shuttered or they're operating at extremely reduced capacity. And these are organizations that are economic anchors for our downtowns. So we're already seeing the ripple effects of those closures throughout our communities. Some of those arts nonprofits and creative businesses have been able to take advantage of CARES Act relief. And a lot of them are pivoting creatively and reimagining their missions and their programming. I have to say I've been incredibly inspired and stunned by the creativity in our sector and all of the online programming and drive-by programming and downtown car parades and other kinds of ways that they've invented to keep our communities' spirits up and to keep people engaged and keep audiences connected. But I can tell you that all of those creative pivots and all of the reimagining of business models in the world is not going to be enough. What I want to impress on you most of all today is that without substantial support, many, if not most, of the core cultural organizations in our communities are not going to make it. The data show that they will not weather the storm without substantial support. Arts and humanities organizations across Vermont have already reported millions of dollars in financial losses due to COVID-19 closures. There was a survey early on, just about a month into the pandemic, that showed from about 150 organizations that responded, they were already down 6.3 million. Our data is more recent. As of last week, 168 organizations showed that number has climbed to 13.6 million in losses. The majority expect the impact of the coronavirus on their institutions to be severe or extremely severe. For organizations that rely on live in-person events and mass public gatherings, the economic future through the end of 2020 or even into 2021, as you know, looks pretty grim. Nationwide, only 45% of arts and entertainment businesses expect that they're going to survive if the crisis lasts 4 months. If the crisis lasts 6 months, that number goes down to 35%. Many Vermont organizations, like the contractors that Matt just talked about, rely on the May to October season to bring in revenue from the spring and summer season that is going to sustain them through the winter months when they tend to lose money. And just like the construction business, just like our farmers, they're not seeing that revenue now to carry them through the winter months, which means that even if they are allowed to reopen soon, even if they can reopen in August or after Labor Day, they're down 4 months of critical revenue that won't take them through the winter months. The costs of operating a creative business or an organization don't go away just because the doors are closed to the public. We collected a little bit of data over the past few days from about a dozen organizations. We asked them what their fixed operating costs are when they're in shutdown mode. And the numbers, I think, are pretty stunning. The Chandler Center for the Arts in Randolph reports that they're looking at fixed overhead costs during the closed phase of nearly $20,000 to $21,000 per month. Northern Stage in White River Junction has been tracking fixed operating expenses that exceed $7,500 a week. Southern Vermont Arts Center reports that they're spending close to $21,000 per month, and that's without any staff. You'll hear in a moment from Jody, Director of Calumet Arts, about the challenges he's facing in keeping his organization afloat. And I know this committee has heard from Jody and from me in the past about why it matters to support our arts and culture organizations. Because they provide jobs, because they anchor our downtowns, because they're critical to the vitality and the survival of our communities. Nonprofit arts and culture organizations in Vermont comprise a $123 million industry. It generates 3.2% of our GDP. The broader creative sector that includes arts and culture and also related industries accounts for more than 9% of Vermont jobs. That was more than 40,900 jobs in 2018. Many of our downtown theaters, and that includes the Chandler, the Latches in Brattleboro, Barry Opera House, they're not just economic engines for our communities. They also represent decades and decades of public and private investment. We've invested through private donations, through the Preservation Trust, through state funds and other public funds. We've invested in saving those buildings and restoring their facilities. That entire cultural and historic infrastructure and all of the decades of investment behind it is in jeopardy right now. The cultural sector is also poised to help Vermont and to help our communities recover. But we need our arts organizations to survive and to weather the storm so they can be there to help us when we're on the other side, to help us to recover. So here's what we think that looks like and what's needed to help Vermont's cultural sector to survive. We're asking you to immediately allocate emergency funds from the CARES Act funds that Vermont received to help our arts and culture organizations to survive and recover. In phase one, the relief phase, we need to focus on preventing permanent closure of Vermont's core cultural institutions. That means grants to cover 3 to 6 months of basic operating expenses. Arts organizations desperately need direct grants, not loans, to cover at least a portion of these basic operating expenses until they can safely reopen. It also means specific support that's targeted at our large performing arts venues. They're in a different boat than the rest of the sector that might be able to look at reopening in late summer or early fall. As we know, the large performing arts venues that have a capacity of 200, 300, 400, 800 seats, they're not going to be looking at mass public gatherings and ticket revenue anytime soon. They need longer term support so that they can still be here in 2021 when they're allowed to open. There are a limited number of those venues, but they're critical to the survival of Vermont's culture and to our downtowns. Part of the governor's plan that we particularly like describes recovery guides that would help organizations and creative businesses to navigate. And I would hope that we could allocate some funding towards recovery guides specifically for the creative sector. Our arts organizations and our executive directors are poised and ready to reimagine their organizations, to take advantage of the financial resources that are out there, but they need help. They need help with business planning, legal advice, financial planning, grant writing. So recovery guides specifically aimed at the creative sector would be incredibly helpful. There's also a portion of the governor's plan that focuses on statewide and regional marketing. Arts organizations are drivers of tourism and drivers of consumer spending, as you all know. Arts and culture events generate a massive amount of spending across the state of Vermont. And these organizations stand ready to be partners and should be central to arts and marketing efforts, both on the statewide level and on the regional level. In phase two, once organizations are moving into the reopening and recovery stage, they'll need support for COVID-related operating costs. And those are things that you can imagine right now: extra staff for temperature checks, PPE for staff to make sure that their employees are safe and that the public is safe. Everything from backpack foggers to sanitize auditoriums to deep cleaning services on a weekly basis to clean between performances. And all of the other adaptations to their facilities that you might imagine to allow arts organizations to comply with the new social distancing protocols. Finally, we'd like to see reopening and restoration grants to support our arts organizations in rehiring staff, in adapting their facilities, in marketing, and in rebuilding the consumer support and the audience base that they've lost during the many months that they're closed. We anticipate that a minimum of at least $35 million to $50 million will be necessary simply to prevent Vermont's core cultural organizations from going out of business. Without that support, we're going to lose many of these anchor organizations that are not just economic engines, but the heart of many of our Vermont communities. And that's a perfect segue for me to turn things over to the director of one of those organizations, Jody Freed from Catamount Arts.
Morning, Jody.
Thanks for having me. I just need to let you know I have a hard off at 10:30 because I'm going to be joining um, House or Representative Welch on another call. So I'll try and be as brief as I can here. The arts sector, creative sector is facing an existential threat. I think that Karen has really summed it up well. The big issue that we're finding is with Catamount specifically is the inability to generate any form of meaningful revenue. And it's a combination, it's been a perfect storm. We haven't been in a good position to fit into the federal dollars that have flown out to a lot of the small businesses. Our ticketing revenue from our shows and everything that we're doing from a presentation standpoint has stopped. And in addition to that, philanthropy has made a hard pivot. Your foundations towards essential services. And we've seen that very little of those dollars are flowing towards the arts and cultural organizations because they're not considered essential based on the definition that has been put out there. So, and then the final step is, or piece of this is that there's so much economic uncertainty that just your general private donations and your philanthropy that is coming in from private donors has dropped off. So it's kind of the perfect storm for the arts organizations. And there is, I would say, we don't have any clear path forward in terms of the timing. We're being very creative and innovative. I mean, we announced this weekend we're going to be doing drive-in concerts and movies, that we're going to be doing online talent shows. We've been doing things working with the healthcare community to help in terms of dealing with trauma and isolation. All of those, I think, serve a real purpose in our community, but they're very difficult to monetize, and they're not solutions that are going to allow us to stay solvent over the long term. So I think that, you know, if I could convey one thing today to you guys, would be the urgency of this, that as Karen mentioned, the larger organizations, especially the ones that are sitting on infrastructure and arts centers or theaters, are carrying significant fixed costs. So we closed on March 15th at Catamount. We laid off our entire staff. We have 6 out of our 18 folks that are working 5 to 10 hours a week. We have 12 folks that are completely laid off. And our run rate on a monthly basis is at about $26,000. 18 of that is fixed. And then we're running at $2,000 a week in terms of payroll to do that minimal programming that I was talking to you about. So that's with the Arts Center physically closed, and us just maintaining our debt service, our insurance, our utilities, the basic things that you have to keep your organization going. And so as we move forward, it's going to be extremely important that there is support there. Can I just check in with you guys? My screen has frozen. Are you still there?
So far.
Okay. Maybe I'm up on a hill in Kirby, so that's the, you know, broadband is a whole nother issue. But I guess I would, from there, given that I don't have a lot of time, I would just end by saying that I think that given the amount of work that we've put in over the past 10 years in the state of Vermont and specifically in the Northeast Kingdom to develop a rural economic development strategy, which leverages the creative sector to move forward into the future, that the ripple effects, if we were to lose these cultural anchors, would be huge. So while Karen mentions 9% of the workforce and the millions and millions of dollars that are brought in, if you then extrapolate that out to what the impact would be if we were not there on the small businesses, the downtowns, the lodging establishments, it would be huge. And I think that, you know, this is a case where we need to make sure that all of that work that we've done is protected during this really, you know, unprecedented event. And the initial impact phase here where these organizations just are not in a position because of the public health safety issues to be able to open their doors and have revenue flowing in. I'd be happy to answer a few questions before I have to drop off, and I'm sorry I have to drop off, but.
Any questions for Jody? Charlie?
Hey, Jody, thank you for coming in, for being on. When did your organization apply for any of the federal dollars, either the emergency economic injury disaster loan or for the PPP loans?
We did, and so we received the PPP loan. It's sitting in a savings account, but because we have been unable to bring any of that staff back in any meaningful way, we've been advised not to touch that. We're hopeful that the legislation, that's what I'm going to be talking to Peter Welch about in another 5 minutes, that they're going to allow some flexibility with the PPP to go through the end of the year, hopefully, in terms of being able to spend that down, and also in terms of the percentages. And if that were to happen, we would have that funding in the bank to cover the staff side of things and some of our infrastructure costs. But that it's going to be dependent on there being changes at a federal congressional level.
Yeah, because the reason I asked is that part of this economic recovery package says that if you already have one of those federal loans, then you wouldn't qualify for one of the loan programs or grant programs here. So if you have it, but then you give it back, that's a different deal. But just wanted to find that out first. If the rules would change, would you have? It's an unfair question, but if the rules change so that you'd be able to be forgiven it for the organization, would you still need financial help from the state?
Absolutely. So I mean, the PPP that we would have there would cover us for probably about 3 months in terms of our payroll as we start to hopefully engage again with these drive-in concerts and those types of things. But it's not going to replace what we've lost in terms of our revenue stream. So it's a piece of the solution. It's not going to be the entire solution.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for Jody? Jody, thank you for taking time, and I hope that Congressman Welch will be successful in working with our other members of the delegation to persuade Congress to loosen the purse strings up a little bit and make it a little easier for businesses and people to access this money.
Yeah, I don't think we're alone in the fact that the PPP program, even though we actually were successful in getting the award of it, being able to use it's a different story. So
we're hearing the same issues from restaurants. They have the money and it's sitting in their account and they don't dare to touch it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for what you guys are doing. I appreciate all the hard work.
Thank you, and you as well. Christopher.
Thank you, Jody. Christopher, you're muted.
Is that better?
There you go.
Yeah. Hi. Thanks for having us, Chairman Market, and all of the representatives. It's an honor to be able to be here and speak to this. I'd like to emphasize a little bit what Jody said, that the PPP program only covers 2 months worth of payroll and a little bit of infrastructure, and the damages that we're seeing in the cultural sector, of course, are well beyond 2 months and are likely to be closer to a year or more before people are back to normal. So it really is only a piece of the solution, and an imperfect piece of the solution at that, the way the rules are currently set up. To speak on the humanities side of the issue, again, my name is Christopher Kaufman Ilstrup. I'm the Executive Director of the Vermont Humanities Council, Karen's counterpart. We are the state affiliate of the National Endowment for the Humanities, and we've had the privilege of working with the Arts Council to distribute almost $800,000 of CARES funding from the NEH and the NEA. We run as an organization ourselves direct programming in schools, libraries, community centers, museums, correctional facilities across the state. And we support nonprofit humanities programming in the arts, history, philosophy, literature, civic engagement, and more through our grant making program that's now in its 46th year of operation. We are deeply thankful for the work of Congressman Welch and the rest of the congressional delegation in securing the funding for the NEH and the NEA. But it was apparent before we even began the grant process that the small amount of direct aid that came to Vermont would be nowhere near enough to support the critical and indeed essential part of Vermont's economy that is the cultural sector. As Karen and Jody noted, I want to emphasize again, the cultural sector makes up 9% of Vermont's economy, and almost 40,000 Vermonters make their living doing this work across all 14 counties. From the humanities side, I just want to note that we have a 40,000-foot view looking at hundreds of institutions across the state. Our network of small, medium, and large museums and historic sites are a primary driver of our summer tourism industry. You all know sites like the Lake Champlain Maritime Museum in Ferrisburg, the Old Stone House in Brownington, the American Precision Museum in Windsor, and the Calvin Coolidge Historic Site in Plymouth Notch. These organizations and others draw tens of thousands of people from out of state into Vermont's small downtowns and villages, and they spend millions of dollars every year in lodging, meals, local products, and transportation along the way. We have in Vermont an increasingly well-developed and sophisticated marketing and tourism strategy that reaches specific audiences interested in our historic sites and in our welcoming communities, including institutions like the Vermont African American Heritage Trail, the Vermont Abenaki Artisans Association, and the Vermont Gay and Lesbian Tourism Association. These networks are largely run on a shoestring by independent nonprofits, and they have not usually received any state support. As you know as well, our summer festival culture is second to none, presenting world-class offerings like the Lake Champlain Chamber Music Festival, the Burlington Discover Jazz Festival, Yellow Barn in Putney, Weston Playhouse, Dorset Theater Festival, and more. These festivals draw thousands of tourists and locals and generate millions of dollars in economic activity in very rural areas. All of this economic activity is in deep jeopardy right now. Indeed, the timing of the pandemic shutdown as the cultural institutions were finalizing plans for busy summer seasons could hardly be worse. As Karen said, most humanities and culture organizations in Vermont see most of their revenue in the summer season, from May to October. They're likely to experience a complete wipeout of all of this revenue. Even our small public libraries that we work with every day operate on razor-thin margins, but they do most of their fundraising in the summer when they can capture dollars from wealthier summer residents and tourists. Although representing somewhat fewer dollars, I'd also like to point out that many of these humanities organizations and arts organizations rely heavily on school field trips to make ends meet in the shoulder seasons from April to May and October to November. With the schools shut down, all spring field trips were canceled. Given the pandemic-induced crisis in school funding, it seems unlikely that the 2020-21 school year will see much activity in this revenue bucket without external support. Here are a few additional numbers to add to those that Karen and Jody referenced before me. The Lake Champlain Maritime Museum, a key driver of tourism in Addison County for over 40 years, has canceled its entire 2020 season. Their fixed monthly costs, well closed, are $50,000 a month. That's a $300,000 immediate loss over just this season. In addition, because like many nonprofits, they chose to self-insure for unemployment benefits, they will later be on the hook for all of these costs without a regulatory rule change. The Fairbanks Museum in St. Johnsbury, a key resource for the Northeast Kingdom, predicts that it will lose more than $200,000 this summer, and they're unable to run the Balch Nature Preschool that provides early education and childcare for dozens of Caledonia County families. The Billings Farm and Museum in Woodstock will also remain closed throughout the summer season, but they must continue to run a full-fledged dairy operation while generating no revenue, with a predicted loss of over $700,000. Many smaller institutions with long histories of excellent community development work are predicting the loss of virtually their entire revenue stream for the year. Organizations like the St. Albans Museum in Franklin County, Big Heavy World in Burlington, and the Main Street Museum, an eclectic cultural driver of White River Junction's Renaissance, could vanish without a trace. Even our mega institutions, like the Shelburne Museum, operate on a much thinner margin than you might expect. The Shelburne might feel like an immovable force under the withering glare of the ghost of Mrs. Webb, but they predict a summer season loss of at least $2.5 million. It's easy to see that the initial support provided through the CARES Act grants from Vermont Humanities and Vermont Arts Council is simply not sufficient. For Vermont to weather this storm with its cultural identity intact and contributing to our recovery in full force, there must be additional resources deployed. At Vermont Humanities, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the Vermont Arts Council to state unambiguously that it is clear our cultural institutions are suffering losses in the tens of millions of dollars, and that these losses pose an existential threat to linchpin community institutions. Our hope is that you will work with us in the legislature to identify additional CARES Act resources to support this sector throughout their expected very long recovery period. Again, as Karen said, we recommend providing grants, not loans, to cover 3 to 6 months of basic operating expenses, including cultural sector businesses like galleries and craft centers in the retail category of the recovery plan, offering specific support to sustain linchpin large performing arts venues. We're talking about the Flynn Center, Paramount, Latches, Barry Opera House, the Chandler Center, that are likely to remain closed well into 2021. Hiring recovery navigators for the creative sector to help them in this new landscape, and investing in recovery marketing and tourism support for the sector. As Karen said, it seems likely that a minimum of at least $35 to $50 million will be necessary to maintain the cultural infrastructure that has been built up through decades of hard-won community investment in the sector. Without support, we will lose many of the organizations that help to make Vermont unique and help our downtowns to thrive. We really appreciate you having us here today. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm happy and Karen's happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Karen or Christopher? I see none at the moment. Thank you both for joining us today. We also have to be running shortly because we're on the floor at 11. But we appreciate you joining us, giving us the conditions of the creative economy at this point. And as we start looking at the language tomorrow, we'll keep all of that in mind and try to figure out how we're going to put all of this together. And please stay tuned and watch. If there's anything that you feel that we need to understand or know more, don't be afraid, don't hesitate to contact any one of us, and we'll make sure that the committee gets the message from you. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. I know
Thank
Karen
you
and
so
I's
much for your
testimony
time.
is on the website. We also have plenty of raw data that we're happy to share from the grant program that we've been running for NEA and NEH.
Okay, that'd be great. And I'm sure that appropriations will be wanting to see some of that once they start taking a look at everything too. Okay, thank you, committee. I think we're done for today. Is there any questions from anyone before we go off? Okay, so we'll be back on tomorrow at 9 with a joint hearing with the Senate. Economic Development, going with David, going through the language that he is drafting today to get a better understanding of what's going on. As soon as I get the language, I'll get it to Amy, I'll send it out to everyone, and we'll post it right away so people can see it and you can have a chance to look at it. So Amy, I think we can Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Vermont House Committee on Commerce and Economic Development, looking at draft 2.2 of the Economic Development Recovery Bill. So at this point, I think, David, would you just walk us through the changes that you made? And can we make David a co-host so we can share his screen?
Yes, for sure. Let's find his name in the list. Okay, you're all set.
Okay. Okay, David, if you'd just walk us through the changes, that'd be great.
David Hall, Legislative Council. Looks like I need to open my document first.
Okay.
One
That's fine.
second.
Hi, Ted. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
You too. Craig, welcome.
Thank you.
So I guess while I'm waiting just for this to pull up, let me begin with caveats and umbrella type issues. So I can't at this point remember if I shared with the committee or not that Treasury issued new updated FAQs yesterday to its guidance concerning the CARES Act. Components of the new guidance, I think, definitely directly address a lot of the issues that everybody is wrestling with right now. I'm not sure it really makes it any better. I think, I have just as many questions now, just on different things. It's a little bit maddening. Can you guys see this draft okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, my role, obviously, I'm your attorney. My job to prepare legislation that you asked me to. My job to help you determine what the issues are and make informed decisions, and then raise questions that have no answers. And a lot of those definitely relate to some of the stuff in this proposal and in the guidance that came out. So with that, at the biggest picture level, let me tell you what you have in front of you. So after your hearing yesterday, was able to communicate with the administration quite a bit. They were super helpful. We tried to sort of narrow in on things across programs and proposals that could be consolidated, unified, and then things that might not, and what the reasons for the differences might be. Structurally, this is still organized in the same order. I do have all of the proposal in here, including the housing and the dairy, but I've not made changes to any of that stuff. The only changes I've made have been to VITA, tax, and commerce proposals. And, I have beefed up here the definitions section, and, it's not as bad as the federal law, but let's see how bad we can make it. I want you to know this about the construct. So I have kept the concept of eligible business and eligible use. And under those defined terms, I have tried to uniformly address the things that I think at this point are the same across the different programs. There are more criteria still under the respective programs that will be different, and there are reasons for that. And so you will see in the construct that under each program, it will be, for instance, an eligible business can apply or qualify if it meets these requirements. So remember that, again, let me just talk biggest picture level here. I'm going to start at the end and come back to the beginning. I want to start with the smallest sort of businesses that the proposal has in mind, and that's 1 to 5 employees, annual gross revenues below $1 million. Again, that's going to be the Agency of Commerce's loan and grant program that will be funneled through participating lenders with participation and funding provided for certain aspects by the Community Loan Fund. Those are small loans to small businesses and grants. And then sort of the not intermediate, but a bigger and broader swath is at the Department of Taxes, $100 million for grants. It's for businesses that pay sales and use or rooms and meal alcohol taxes, and basically have the taxable sales below $2.5 million. And that, again, is for a grant. And then at the highest level, and sort of in the everybody else category, I guess, right now is a VITA loan and grant program. And that is up for loans up to $2 million, and then also grants, also based on the same formula, same limitations, other restrictions. And there's a subsidy, interest subsidy program in there, and the Community Loan Fund has an interest subsidy program. I'm going to come to all that, but that's sort of the universe we're dealing with right now. So under each of those, the definition of eligible business will come up. And right now I've written that to mean a lot of things. So the business is non-public, private organization that has 1 or more employees in Vermont. Okay. B, business is organized and operated on a for-profit basis. Here I've included the different entity types that we have: sole proprietors, partnerships, LLCs, business corporations, cooperatives, mutual benefit enterprises. I do not have unincorporated associations. I don't know if that matters. Didn't give that a lot of thought. Or alternatively, 2, specifically referencing organized and operated on a nonprofit or low profit basis, including a mutual benefit corporation, public benefit corporation, and a low profit limited liability company. I would note that right here is probably where I would factor out businesses that you do not want to be eligible for any of these programs. And I'm specifically thinking about public and private healthcare organizations that may avail themselves of, whatever program will be created for them. It could be if you're going to try to factor dairy out because it's in the other program. If it lives a separate existence from this bill, you would put them here. Right now, I'm working under the assumption that higher ed and private schools are covered to the extent that they would be eligible otherwise. So what I mean by that specifically is, public schools, no. Private nonprofit schools, yes. Private universities, nonprofit or not, yes. I'm not sure about UVM and the state colleges. I don't know what the plan is. I don't know if they're meant to be here. This does say non-public, and so those are public schools, even though they're nonprofit entities. I think that's a question, the healthcare organization question, the higher ed question, things that might be covered in other places. I think this is the place you need to think about that at some point. C, the business was in operation on or before February 15th, 2020. D, the business is open at the time of application or is closed for business due to the COVID-19 public health emergency but has a good faith plan for reopening. Again, that will be across all programs. So that's it for eligible businesses. I'm just going to keep marching through unless you want to pause for questions, Mr. Chair. So an eligible use, same concept, trying to just uniformly address what you can and cannot spend money on. I want to pause just for a moment and talk about sort of the universe of allowed expenditures. So if you go straight to the CARES Act itself, the criteria involving what states can spend this money on are about 3 subdivisions long. And then you get a guidance document that's 4 pages long that puts some shape on that. And then you get FAQs that put shape on the guidance. I would be really curious, as an aside, to know what would happen if some state or entity were to challenge or at least resist enforcement on the basis of something being disallowed under the guidance or the FAQs, because frankly, I think those are substantive policy decisions that are not following rulemaking procedures, are putting a lot of legal requirements on the statute, and I'm not sure it's through the proper channels, but that may be an esoteric debate for another day. I raise it though because the scope of what is and is not acceptable in the federal laws is not particularly clear, and the states have a lot of flexibility to decide what's necessary. An eligible expenditure has to be due to in response to the public health crisis. And other than that, you know, the flexibility for providing funding to businesses and individuals is significant. So I think the eligible use and the ineligible use concept that we're discussing is in part an effort to just put a gloss, give some examples on things we think are acceptable under the federal law and some things we think that are not. Remember that the federal law is always going to govern, but I suppose the state can be more narrowly tailored if it wants to. So with that in mind, you know, here's the list. It's an eligible use means a use of loan or grant funds permitted under the CARES Act to assist a business in addressing the costs of business interruption during the public health emergency. That would include, it's not limited to, but it would include working capital, payment of fixed costs, accounts payable, payroll, other bills that were ordinarily paid from ongoing operations prior to the COVID-19 emergency, and costs incurred to change business strategy, delivery method, or other operational changes in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Let me add 2 more points regarding the federal law. States and municipal governments are not required to get pre-approval for what they're going to spend the money on. Again, it is in the discretion of states to decide. On the back end, all of this funding is subject to audit, and if it was used inappropriately, then it is considered essentially a debt to the federal government from the state. And I don't know what the audit schedule will be, what that might look like, but you know, the guidance definitely says states should keep adequate documentation to demonstrate that the use of funds are sufficient and legal under the CARES Act. So whatever we use the money on and however we frame the statute should be consistent as possible with that law and those anticipated analyses of our uses. So an eligible use does not include business expansion that is not in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, physical repairs, acquisition of real property, construction of renewable energy projects, payment of bonuses or dividends, debt consolidation or refinancing of long-term debt. And 7 here, I have added myself, it's payments for taxes, public utilities, or other government services or fees that qualify as revenue replacement to the government recipient under the CARES Act. I don't think there is any clearer point they try to make in the guidance other than that you cannot use this money as revenue replacement for government. They're adamant about that, and that's federal government, state government, local government. That is salaries and benefits, unless they are for people who are working on COVID-19. They're serious about that, and it says specifically in the guidance that you can't use, if you can provide housing assistance, but you can't provide it to pay for public utility bills or property taxes unless it's to avoid foreclosure. So I put that in there myself. I open it for your consideration, but I think it may be prudent, and I would be interested to hear what the administration has to say.
David, can you scroll back up a little bit to the
Yep.
opposite way?
Yep.
When we say business expansion, not in response to COVID-19. So we have a number of restaurants now that are trying to figure out outdoor seating. So if they had to expend dollars for that, then it sounds to me like that would be eligible. It's a business expansion, but it's directly related to that.
Yeah, and in fact, I think above that would fall under 6 here, cost incurred to change business strategy, delivery method, or operational changes.
Yeah, but that.
So I think that helps.
Yeah, and I think that with the two of them, it's kind of clear that as long as it's COVID related and you're expanding because of that, then the dollars could be used for that. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the guiding principle has to be, again, the law and the guidance, and that says necessary due to the public health emergency. But what is necessary? What's due to? What's an eligible expenditure? Again, a lot of flexibility there, as long as you're not breaking the rules.
Right. Thank you.
Shall I continue? Okay.
Yes.
So that's the definitions. It looks like that is my dog in the yard. Sorry. We got a puppy and she's wandering into the neighbor's yard. I'm not sure who's watching that.
Do you need to check on it?
No, my daughter's got her. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So that's definitions. So again, because the order is the same, we're going to move now to VITA. And again, the first of the 2 VITA programs is the Vermont Economic Development, Vermont Economic Injury Disaster Loan and Grant Program to support the reopening and restoration to full operation of businesses harmed economically by COVID-19. So I'm just gonna quickly go through this so you'll see the construct, because it's gonna be mirrored in the others, and then I want to pause to talk about loans. All right, so requirements for loan and grant applicants. So this is for everybody. An eligible business may apply for a loan. So you've already got that it has to be an eligible business as defined. Then it may apply for a loan, a grant, or both for an eligible use if the business has 6 or more employees and cannot be adequately served by either the tax program or the commerce program. I did have the discussion a little bit. I think it's worth discussing with you, for instance, under B here, whether to have a level of flexibility by using words like cannot be adequately served, or whether there's a hard cutoff. And, if you get anything from tax, you can't come to VITA, et cetera. I mean, I think that the thought underlying this is that you might be able to get some money from the tax grant program, but not enough to remain viable. So you come to VITA for the loan. And I think that makes sense. The 6 or more employees is there because, again, this is targeted at the businesses that would be larger than the commerce program for, small businesses with 1 to 5 and gross revenues under $1 million. So again, and then lastly, if you may otherwise be able to go to tax, but you don't pay sales and use or rooms and meals, let's say you just provide services, this would be a place that you could go. So under C, loan amount in terms, this is what you've already seen. It's a max loan of $2 million, personal guarantee over 50, no payments for 12 months, 0 interest, 1 to 12, 2%, 13 to 24. After 24, it's a convertible loan. And then for the grants, I want you to see this construct. It is going to be the same across programs, and there's a reason for that. So the concept, the rule that we nailed down in the end is that the maximum amount of a grant for a business is $62,500. Doesn't matter where you get it. It's the same formula, and you can only get it from one place. So that's the rule. And the other rule that applies to all grant programs is in D1 here, that you either were required to close your physical operation because of the governor's order, or you experienced a 50% or greater reduction in a monthly period between March and September as compared to the same period in the previous year. So you have to check that box to get a grant. And then the grant amount will be the lesser of $62,500, which is the max, or 2.5% of your average annual gross. Now, that formula is the same, though slightly different in the tax program, but basically it's like this. For 17, 18, and 19, could be 18 and 19, doesn't really matter. It's an average annualized revenue in this case, or sales applicable to those taxes for tax. And if you weren't in business for part of that time, there's a formula here to work that out. But I think what you need to know is that the grant is going to be capped, and it's either going to be capped at 62.5 or something smaller that's a function, 2.5% of your annual revenue sales. So that's how the grant is going to work across programs, is my understanding, and that's how it's written. If that's wrong, people can tell me. The last piece of the construct for each of them would be terms and limitations of the particular program. And I've tried to keep this so that the first few are all going to be the same, and then there's going to be a few permutations among them as we go further down. So under E1 here, a business shall not use loan or grant funds to cover expenditures for which it has or will receive reimbursement from another source. This may be broader than what the administration wants. I'm not certain, but let me tell you why I wrote this the way that I did. The guidance tells us that you can use CARES Act funding as your primary source of funding. It is not required to be funding of last resort. You can go there first. However, you cannot double dip between CARES Act funding and another federal program. So that rules that out. You can also not receive CARES Act funding for damages that are covered by insurance. So that rules that out. I assume that we do not want people to get funding from more than one state program. If it's already being paid by one state program, then we don't want to pay for it again here. So that rules that out. So I think that this works. There may be things I'm not considering, but for now, that's how I've written it.
Zach, Zach has a question. It's
just real quick. Thank you. Thank you. The previous section, I'm sorry, I'm stepping back. I was just trying to process it. For the purposes of calculating a business's revenue pursuant to the subsection, if yeah, so that second to last piece there. My question about that is, how does this work for like a ski resort that's only open 6 months of the year? Would basically their average annual or monthly amount be calculated based on the months they were opened, and then that would apply for the months that they weren't opened as well? I'm sorry, could you explain that a little bit?
Well, so it does provide for other than normal seasonal or holiday closures. And I think the reason there is that if a business is only open half the year and they earn half a year's worth of revenue, you don't want them to qualify for a full year's revenue when they normally just earn 6 months worth. So we factored that out, and their annual revenue would actually just be, for instance, for 2018, it would be what they earned in 2018 between January and May, or January and June, not what they earned January and June times 2. You understand? Everybody with me on that?
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, David. I think I missed that. I was thinking normal seasonal meant something else. That answers my question though. Thank you.
I think it's an important question because the formula is the same across programs.
Jim?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. David, with respect to the Vita loan / grant, a restaurant with 500,000 gross and 6 employees qualifies. A lodging property with 500,000 revenue and 4 employees doesn't qualify. This is biased towards labor-intensive businesses, while lodging. Yes, sir.
That is more of a question for the administration, not for David to answer. So let's just stick to questions that we have concerning just what the language is and the policy issues, and we can discuss with the administration.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Thank you. David, I have one question though. You talked about CARES Act dollars things can't be spent, what was it? To cover expenditures in subsection 1, that it has received reimbursement. So does that mean that if a business received PPP or idle funds, that they couldn't use these CARES Act funds either, or they have to have, it's one or the other?
Not for the same expenditure.
Okay, so they could, but they can use, so they're not excluded from applying for the grants or loans, but they just can't spend it on the same thing that they spent the PPP or the idle money on.
Right.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know, because I think right now everybody thinks out there that they won't be, if they receive PPP or idle, that they're not going to be able to receive any of these grants, or so that's
sure. And again, the guidance is explicit that you don't have to go to one federal source before another, but you can't use the same federal source. Excuse me, you can't use 2 federal sources for the same thing.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Yep. So under 2 here, the authority in this case would award loan and grant funds on a first come, first served basis until exhausted or December 30th, whichever is sooner. I'm sure by now you know that these funds are distributed to the states and municipalities for expenditure by that date, and if they are not, they have to be returned to the Treasury. With the caveat of a loan, which we'll get to, give me a second. Under 3, the Attorney General is authorized to recover funds awarded due to fraud, error, or otherwise in violation of this section. I have included this in attempts to mirror generally the tax section as it came to you, where they have some very specific authority about their program. And on further reflection, I wasn't sure whether their authority to treat this as a return and then to be able to collect I'm not sure about that. So I tried to just basically put a placeholder here in each of the sections that relate either to the AG or to the department to address, or at least purport to give the authority that, you know, somebody at least has the legal ability to correct issues of error or fraud or other violations. So you got more money than you were supposed to. Maybe it was good faith, maybe not. We can have recourse. I don't know the extent to which you guys even want to do that, but that's what there is for now. It's sort of a placeholder.
Well, I'm wondering what, under what statute the Attorney General would be looking at fraud.
Sure.
Error is one thing, but fraud, would it be under the Consumer Protection Statute?
Could be.
Okay. Okay. Something to think about. Thank you.
Yep. So under 4, loan and grant funds shall not be offset to any state or federal debt except as otherwise required by federal law. Also from the tax section, seems, you know, kind of innocuous, but I think there's some significant policy considerations there. I mean, from child support to who knows what else. And, you know, you probably actually can't, if we're considered to be revenue reimbursement to a government, then I don't know that we could offset it because of that. So again, that was in the tax piece. I've just repopulated it in these other programs, worth considering in more detail. Under 5 and 6, these are also from the tax piece. The name and the amount of the loan or grant are public records. And under 6, documents that contain federal ID numbers and amounts are confidential. I still reference the tax statute. I don't know if, I didn't really want to get into the boondoggle of the Public Records Act and what's proprietary business information, you know, reminiscent of our discussions on veggie. I don't know that it's necessary to say this stuff because those statutes apply independently to things that would qualify as proprietary and confidential business. So might not need that, but for the sake of consistency, at least for this point, I have included it here as well. So let me just, no, I'll keep going. Loan interest subsidy program. You've seen this one already. I've not changed it much. It's VITA again. It's debt relief to borrowers on outstanding loans issued by the authority and VACC. And then there are terms limitations. So the authority would use the loan interest subsidy program to provide ongoing debt relief to borrowers, fully subsidizing 6 months of interest for all existing loans in good standing. So that's across the board. So I want to flag loans, I want to flag loan subsidies, and I want to flag across the board expenditures. Under 2 here, for loans currently in deferment, the authority shall make the interest subsidy available beginning with the next payment due following the end of the deferment period. The loan interest subsidy program is not available to investor-owned loans for solar energy projects. And then this was here before as well. For real estate investment loan borrowers, they have to pass on the interest subsidy to the tenants. So that's like an indirect benefit to a tenant, which, you know, you could probably accomplish directly with less concerns. And I'm getting to the concerns. So here's the money. VITA, 80 million to VITA, 74.2 million for the loan program, 30 million for grants, 42.4 million for loans and funding loan loss reserves, with this allocation seeding a perpetual revolving loan fund through receipt of loan payments, creating future lending capacity for VITA that will not be restricted by the terms of the VIDL program, and 1.8 million for payment of processing fees and reimbursement program administration out-of-pocket expenses incurred by VITA, and then 5.8 million for the loan subsidy program. So, all right, So there are questions I don't necessarily have answers. They are significant, and I think they'll have to be answered, or you will have to make a calculated risk with the best information that we have, which isn't much because the guidance is not that helpful. The guidance that came out yesterday and that we received basically this morning and reviewed says specifically that CARES Act funds can be used for loans. And it says that if the loan is repaid before December 30th, then the proceeds, the repayment, the principal, blah, 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 the loan has to be repurposed for an eligible expenditure before the end of the December 30th period or returned to Treasury. It also says that a loan that is repaid after December 30th has to be returned to the Treasury. So, you know, without directly answering the question, I believe we have confirmation on one simple point, which is you could use CARES Act funds to issue loans, the repayment period for which extends beyond December 30th. And when those loans are repaid, you have to give that money back to Treasury. So this piece about VITA keeping the money for the revolving loan funds, I'm feeling pretty certain is not permissible. Their ability to issue loans that otherwise they could issue grants for, I think is more sound. The guidance does not say anything about the duration of the loan. It does not say anything about interest rates. It does not say anything specific about administrative costs, though the guidance has generally said all along that governments can use CARES Act funds to administer programs that are part of its COVID response. This raises another fundamental question for me, which I've flagged and I still don't have an answer for, and that is, what is the nature of our V organizations? VITA, VSED, VTA, VHFA, VSAC. These entities are all created technically by statute, but they are private, nonprofit corporations in most instances. Some of them operate with state funding, some of them do not. All of them benefit from the full faith and credit and the moral obligation of the state to raise their money. So my fundamental question is VITA part of the state or not? And you know, that's kind of a big deal. Then that becomes another question, and that is this: which expenditure has to be eligible under the CARES Act? Is it to the flow from the state to VITA, in which case VITA would have to demonstrate, you know, a necessity due to the public health emergency and expend the funds by December 30th, or if it's more akin that VITA is part of the state, is it the flow from VITA to the business, which I think is, you know, more defensible, obviously, because the business clearly has a COVID-related need for the grant or the loan. Another question, you know, obviously the principal would have to be returned, whether it's paid to VITA or to the state. What about interest if they charge it? The guidance says that the state can commingle CARES Act funds for purposes of money management, but any proceeds of that, once it's all shaken out, still have to go back to Treasury. And it says that if the state segregates CARES Act funds in interest-bearing accounts and earns interest or other proceeds, the interest and the proceeds have to be used for eligible expenditures within the December 30th timeframe. So my question is, does that all apply to VITA and other lenders? Are they allowed to make money off this or not? Are there interests? Is their interest rate, if they charge one, only appropriate for administrative costs? And then lastly, you know, can these organizations charge for administrative costs if they're not the state itself? don't have answers to any of those questions. But it makes me think that while grants may be very certain, loans certainly are uncertain, though you can issue them. The only difference I'll note, really, for the state is going to be, I guess, whether there's interest to be earned and what happens to it. But as far as the business is concerned, they get a grant, they get the money. They get a loan, they'll have to pay it back to the federal government. It doesn't come to the state. And for the federal government, they've already authorized the use of the money as a grant. So that's gone unless it's issued as a loan, in which case they'll get the money back at some point, which could be who knows when. 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 50 years, it doesn't say.
So so the loan is between Vita and a business. The business is going to pay the loan back to Vita. At what point would Vita have to move that money to Treasury?
When it's repaid.
When it's fully repaid?
Yeah. Well, you know, honestly, it could be the case that they have to, you know, I guess give it back to the Treasury every time there's a payment. It doesn't say, but what's clear is that the proceeds of the loan itself are not something anybody can keep.
Right. Charlie?
But David, one of the things I think you said in terms of a payment for administration of a loan program, that seems like it would be covered under the guidance or a grant program, either way.
I definitely agree that the state is clearly authorized under the guidance to use COVID-related funds, CARES Act funds for COVID-related programs if the costs of administration of that program otherwise qualify. So it's a substantial difference than the use for which they would have received the money otherwise, or it's something new and it is in response to the crisis and it's during the period. So the reason that gives me pause, there's two grounds. First, Vita may not be the state. Another lender may not be the state as far as the act is concerned. I don't know. And second, I think there's a fundamental question about ongoing administration of loans and whether there are additional costs incurred for an organization that is in the business of managing loans that it issues. I don't know. Does that mean they have to hire new people in order to count? Does it mean they allocate part of their loan officer's time to account for what they spent on public health? I know, for instance, in government, we are accounting for time that we spend that could be used for public CARES Act funds because this is all I'm working on. So there's a lot of details and I don't have answers.
Okay.
Sorry.
Fair enough.
It's kind of liberating to say, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
See, that's what we do all the time, and it works like a charm.
You're the one who has the vote.
Yeah.
All right. So if you're tired of Vita, I can move on. If you have other questions, we can talk about it. I know Representative Bancroft and others have really been keyed in on this loan issue. We can't move on yet. I have to talk about one other thing, and that is the concept of leveraging these dollars for other funding. So whatever the mechanism is, it's at least theoretically possible that the state would want to use CARES Act funds to multiply what it has available for business and economic support, right? Whether that is through a loan guarantee, a loan loss reserve, an interest rate subsidy, or some sort of debt service. For instance, if Vita issued bonds or borrowed money from the capital markets. In any of those cases, theoretically, you know, one smaller pot of money could be leveraged to get a much bigger pot of money, right? And so the question, I think the $10 million question is that allowed? And we purport to do it in this bill for sure. But again, it goes back to that question of which expenditure has to be the eligible expenditure for purposes of the act. Is it one, the other, or both? And so, and therefore, you know, what's the metric? So for instance, if we give VITA $5.8 million for an interest subsidy, and they use that to be able to offer more loans or reduce rate loans, arguably VITA did not need that money to make those loans in response to the crisis. It's at least arguable. So if the expenditure is staked to VITA, we've got to make the case that VITA needed that money in response to COVID-19 so that it could do its respond to the cost of business interruption, which I don't think is a great case. If it's from VITA to the business and they're allowed to use that fund to buy down the rate or to do a loan loss reserve, and the business would not be able to get the loan otherwise because it needs to be subsidized, that's a better case. I don't know the answer. I highly doubt, my gut tells me that trying to issue bonds or raise capital and then service debt over time using CARES Act funds, my gut tells me that would be problematic. But, you know, this is a time for people to be creative, and I'm not saying no, I'm not saying yes, I'm just flagging the issue. The last thing I was going to say about the across the board interest rate buy down for existing borrowers, that, you know, that's going to raise concerns on multiple levels. I'm not saying it's not permissible, but I'm saying you're going to need to demonstrate a few things. First of all, the guidance says basically that across the board programs are frowned upon. You've got to be able to demonstrate that for each particular recipient, there was a need for the eligible expenditure due to, made necessary by, response to the crisis. And, you know, those loans are already issued. So they may need to have a subsidy, but the question is that revenue replacement for VITA? Because they're now making up for money through the CARES Act funds rather than through the loan repayment. So I'm not saying it's not possible, but I'm suggesting that the mechanism might be better to give the money to those businesses directly rather than funnel them as an interest rate subsidy through VITA. Everybody with me?
Yeah, makes sense.
I'm already exhausted. Should we do any VITA questions, or should we just move on?
Only if people have just questions in respect to the language and what you just outlined. Otherwise, we can move on.
Mr. Chair, I just had two questions. David, I think yesterday we were talking about the number of employees, and I'm not sure if in this construct we're talking about number of full-time employees or full-time equivalents. That's something to flag. I don't think we did that. And the other thing is just time period, to be consistent, because we talked about March 1st through August 31st, not through September 1st. So we just want to make sure that's consistent throughout. Because if somebody's filing, they're filing for that end of August, not for September 1.
I got you. Yes, good points. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I think full-time employees or equivalents should be in there. I think probably on well, I don't know if it goes in the definition or if it goes in the programs, probably in the programs, even though it would be the same across the board. So thank you, Representative Kimball. I'll note those things. All right. Okay. Are we ready for tax?
Yep.
So the construct is a little simpler here because there's no loan involved, but it does mirror at least the framework for the VITA program. So, you know, tax create this Restart Vermont Emergency Action Grant Program. to provide direct grants to eligible business. I think ultimately in the authorization purpose section, you probably just want to maybe mention, what the dollar and employee thresholds are, just so people know which program is doing what without having to read through the whole thing. I didn't do that yet, but we can get to that at some point.
Yep.
So requirements for grant applicants here in tax. So an eligible business may apply for a grant for an eligible use if, and we've got some more lengthy pieces here. So for the tax program specifically, the business does have to be domiciled in Vermont. That is not the case with the other ones at this point.
So David, on that point,
Yes.
because these are federal dollars, can we do that?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I think we have a lot of discretion, at least under the act. It's not our money, and even if it were, because it's a grant, I think it's okay under the Commerce Clause. States have the ability, a much greater ability to discriminate in the grant programs than in tax programs. There's some nuance there, but I feel comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Under B2, the business is a vendor registered to collect sales and use, or an operator collect meals and rooms. We already saw that. Under 3, the business files its taxes on a monthly or quarterly basis. I'll be honest, I don't know, and the commissioner can tell me, or Doug, I don't know if alcohol is a part of meals and rooms or if it's a separate tax.
Part of it.
I thought it was, but there were places where it said meals and rooms, and then places that had alcohol separately. I kept that going, but I'm going to take alcohol out of that now as I go. So you have to be a monthly or quarterly filer. Here's the cap. The amount of the business's annual sales that is subject to sales and use and to rooms and meals taxes is not more than $2.5 million as calculated by the formula. And so I know there had been some discussion about, whether this is on a multiple tax basis, could you get more than one grant? The answer is no, it's per business, it's by recipient, capped at 62.5 or less. Under 5, you have to provide all the documentation. You have to file your tax returns. You have to be in good standing with the caveat of meals and rooms for March and April of this year. So the grant amount terms should look familiar.
David,
yes.
when we talk about being in good standing,
yep.
Does that just mean that they filed their sales and use form or their meals and rooms form, but they didn't make their payment, or does that mean they have to make their payment also?
I can look up the statute, or I can phone a friend.
I'm happy to take that one, David. So, Mr. Chair, Craig Bolio, Tax Commissioner. Good standing means that you have filed the returns and that you have either paid the tax or you are in a payment plan that is in good standing. So, and also one quick note, David, I think we might have chatted about this yesterday, but we intended that to be February and March periods, not March and April. Sorry about that.
You did mention that, and I failed to update it. I apologize.
So, Mr. Chair, essentially what this provision means is you have to have filed all of your returns, and you have to have either paid in full or be in a payment plan for all periods except for that February and March period for sales and use and meals and rooms tax. You may remember those are the 2 periods that the tax department announced some temporary penalty and interest relief. That relief is still in play, so some businesses have not paid those periods yet, and we did not want them to be ineligible for this grant based on that.
Okay, and that's the point I was getting to. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So again, grant amount terms consistent, has to be an eligible business as defined. You have to be required to close. I put close its physical operations. I don't want to put words in the administration's mouth. There's obviously going to be a Venn diagram of who's in and who's out based on how much you earned and when. So that's how I've constructed it for now. That's worth your policy discussion. I'm going to worry about that later. Or you experience the 50% or greater reduction. And then the amount of the grant maxed at 62.5, or the formula. But this formula in the tax context, the way at least I have it structured right now, is that it's average annual sales that are subject to those taxes, right? Instead of revenues, because that's really going to be the basis of whether or not you're in the tax program. I hope that's correct. If it's not, you can correct me. And then 3 is the same sort of part about how we annualize limited operational businesses. So for tax program terms and limitations, no double dipping in 1, 2, first come, first serve. 3, the department can exercise its authority under 151. I think I just need to have some more conversations with tax about the extent to which this can and should be treated as return information, whether they can do the assessment, whether they can impose the statutory penalties that they have, considering that these are state federal funds, even though the state's administering them. I don't know the answer. Just an issue that crossed my mind earlier. Under 4, no offset. Under 5, public records. And under 6, ID numbers are return information that are confidential.
Zach?
Thanks, David. Just real quick question: the first come first serve basis, is that as per guidance from the Treasury, or is that just language that was put into the bill?
That was in the administration's proposal in the tax program, and I just replicated it in the other programs and kept it here. So it's not okay. It's not a requirement. The state certainly could give priority or time management, or not until an application is deemed complete, any of those parameters.
All right, thank
you. Yep. Okay, so it's $100 million for those grants, and other people can tell you how far that money will go. So on the Agency of Commerce, this is the Restart Vermont Loan and Grant Program. Of course, I've tried not to change the substance of this. I have rewritten it quite a bit just to try to help everybody follow along what's actually going on here. Under A, the agency, in partnership with participating nonprofit lenders, shall establish this Restart Vermont Loan and Grant Program to provide loans and grants to eligible businesses. In this case, would add of small businesses, 5 or fewer $1 million revenue. Subsection B, so the requirements here for loan and grants: eligible business may apply to a participating lender for a loan, a grant, or both for an eligible business use if the business has 5 or fewer employees, has gross annual revenue of not more than $1 million as calculated, and cannot be adequately served by the Restart Vermont Emergency Action Grants Program within tax. Same concept as before. There was a really interesting discussion about businesses with blended revenue streams and the necessity of them maybe having to go to 2 different programs, depending on what percentage of their revenue was based on, for instance, sales tax. So again, with this employs the language cannot be adequately served, rather than being a hard yes or no about which program you go to. That's a policy choice up for you to debate. Under C here, loan amount, and obviously this is just going to raise most of the same concerns as with the VITA program as far as the loan is concerned. So here, participating lenders are actually issuing loans under the program using existing capital that is available from the lender and from other sources, including nonprofit and municipal funds. So again, the thrust of this program really is, in part, to get money off the sidelines that is not being used right now because of the risk environment. And we will do that by encouraging lending by lenders who have money and then backstopping their potential losses, right? And lowering subsidizing the rates. I think this raises the same issues with VITA about who's actually getting the money here and who needs to qualify, what activity needs to qualify as the eligible expenditure. So under 2, as I said, the community loan fund shall use funds appropriated to it in this act to provide loan guarantees and interest rate subsidies for loans issued by participating lenders. Under 3, here's sort of the loan parameters. The max amount of a loan here is $20,000. The minimum term is 5 years. The effective rate is 0. We still have this piece about a borrower or responsible party having a credit score of 620. I don't know how you feel about that. It's still there. I left it. I wasn't sure what the proposal is at this point. And then 3, a participating lender shall use an application form issued or approved by the community loan fund. So even though nominally this is a grant program through the agency, it's really through large part through the community loan fund and then through the RDCs, right? And a few others. So those are the loan pieces. Here are the grant pieces. Participating lender may award, you were closed, physical operations, 50% loss. Grant can be 62.5 or 2.5%. I have kept the 62.5 number here just for consistency across the other programs, but keep in mind that this program is capped at businesses with annual gross revenues of $1 million. So they will not ever qualify for 62.5. Therefore, this number could be changed. My only concern is that the inconsistency would just raise more questions when people are already going to be trying to wrap their heads around, what can I get? And if the answer is across the board at the state level, it's either 62.5 or 2.5% of your annual, I just think it's easier to do it with the duopoly rather than the triopoly.
Knowing that it's only going to be a max of 25 in this.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So that would be the functional cap under 2B. I leave it to you whether you want to change A. So under 3, same thing, calculate the revenue by the formula, annualized basis. Under E, same stuff, first come, first serve until exhausted, AG recovery, no offset, public records, confidential information. Now there's 2 different pieces here. So whereas VITA was appropriated money in its section to basically offset its administrative costs, and then also separate money for subsidies, here we're saying a participating lender can use a portion of its funds to subsidize not more than 3% of the interest on the loan, and it can use up to 2.5% of its funds to pay for administrative costs. So aside from all the other issues I've raised, you've got this discrepancy where even though it looks like a certain pot of money, they're going to take some off the top for administration, and they can use some of the allocation for subsidies rather than for loans. So all policy choices, no right or wrong answers, but there's that.
It would have to be loan. It would have to be subsidies because you're just trying to access that money off the sideline.
Well, so the reason that that's not necessarily the case is because participating lenders below are going to be given $1 million each. So
Right.
not only will there be the named participating lenders who are getting $1 million, theoretically other people could participate as well. As I understand it, as it's written, that could be wrong, but I don't otherwise see any limitation on somebody else being involved.
Okay.
Under D2, the technical support network, we saw this one. I haven't really changed it. It's an RFP to get professional assistance to businesses. It's basically going to issue a call for service providers to do all this business planning, technology, legal, professional, etc. So the total appropriation for this, it's $20 million for the loan and grant program, and of that, $6 million goes to the community loan fund. $4 million of their money is for loan guarantees. $2 million is for grants and interest rate subsidies on loans. That's really it for parameters concerning VCLF. And they're going to have to come up with program parameters, how they divide those monies, standards and criteria for the parties to whom they give them. I mean, that's stuff that's all arguably program implementation. There could be some money choices in there for you guys, definitely, because, for instance, the 4 million, 2 million split here, is that the right number? I don't know. Should 2 be divided between grants and subsidies? Should the discretion for that division be in the loan fund? Those are all policy choices. So under B, it's $1 million each to these participating lenders. So Brattleboro, BCIC, Rutland, Springfield, Green Mountain, NVDA, Lamoille, Franklin, GBIC, City of Burlington, CEDO office, Addison County, Central Vermont, Community Capital of Vermont, Northern Community Investment. And then in 2, there's a $5 million appropriation for the technical support network.
Okay, David, before all of these named, all the RDCs, and they're all licensed lenders?
As in license with the Department of Financial Regulation?
Yes.
I have no idea.
So do they need to be in order to put this money out in loans?
I am not sure I can answer that question yet.
Okay.
A licensed lender has to be engaged in the business of regularly making loans, usually for profit. So it's not a hard and fast rule. It's not the case that you issue one loan and you're in the business, is my understanding.
Right, but I think in this case, we're talking about possibly multiple loans.
Sure, and I don't know if they are already licensed or regulated under some other framework at DFR or not. Perhaps Ted knows, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Something we want to make sure we explore.
Sure. I think that some of them already make loans, right? But not all of them.
Yeah, I know NVDA does, but
Yeah.
I don't know, and I don't know if they have received a special license to do that, if
right.
What the criteria is for them.
There are also exceptions, specific exceptions in that statute for nonprofits that make loans on a revolving basis.
Okay.
So again, I can't give you a definitive answer without reading the statute. But
Okay.
I'll look into it.
Okay, thanks.
I think that's it as far as the grant and loan programs go. I mean, we still have the housing, but that's not you. We still
Right.
have the tourism and marketing, but I haven't made any changes there. And again, my only real questions on tourism and marketing. I'll just quickly reiterate. One is just the sort of the breadth of the discretion to tourism and marketing on how these grant funds can be used. Again, this is $3.75 million. And, you know, the only point I'm making here is that whereas tourism and marketing, you know, has a lot of discretion on how to design and implement marketing campaigns, certainly, as we've all worked together on in the past, this is direct grants of funds, and the discretion is basically, frankly, the way it's written, limitless. They always do a great job, but as you know, my clients, I just flag that for you. And then under I'm sorry, I've got something's messed up here. I think that's in the wrong place, because my other point is about the Restart Vermont marketing campaign. And again, this is where, yeah, so I've mispasted something, sorry. It's this earlier point about the amount of the grants and the recipients. And my only point here again is that on the one hand, they're encouraging groups to apply together by region. And then on the other hand, you know, there's a limit to the amount of the grant that can go to a single recipient. So is there a need or a desire for any flexibility here if you know, a large group from a region comes in and they could have otherwise applied for a grant each, and now they're working together and they're limited to the single grant cap? I don't know if it's an issue or not, but just one I noticed when I was writing it. That's all I have.
Okay. Questions for David? Okay. I think we can.
Mike, sorry, just a second. Raise hand.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hey, David, there was a number of places in here where funds weren't allowed to be used for renewable energy stuff. I was curious if that was also, do you know if that was in guidelines from the Treasury, or if that that's just language that was handed down from the administration?
Yeah, I gotta tell you, off the top of my head, I can't think of anything in the guidance that would prohibit that. I guess you would be pretty hard pressed to demonstrate that you had to, for instance, do a new renewable energy installation in, you know, due to, necessitated by, in response to, you know, business interruption caused by the pandemic. It seems like it'd be a hard case to make, but I don't see otherwise that there's any particular hard and fast prohibition on it in the guidance.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. A lot of the fixed costs that are going to, some of the fixed costs will be cost of electricity, and I feel like there might be a connection there. You could offset the cost of electricity by building your own renewable energy facility. Just a thought. I didn't. Yeah.
I hear you. I think it's fair to mention right now that the new guidance also has a very specific provision relating to broadband expansion, rural broadband expansion. And it, you know, basically says that if most of the benefits of that are going to be accrued after the pandemic is passed, then it doesn't really qualify. And I think, you know, all of this is consistent across the guidance and the FAQs, in that this is really intended to be remedial money about harms that have happened or are continuing to happen because of the pandemic. And of course, it's a continuum. You know, there are things that will both remedy those harms and also provide benefits into the future. But I think your risk calculus must be informed in part about what that balance is and how far along that continuum you want to go.
Right on. And my last question was about payroll. And sorry if I can't remember if Charlie had already asked this, but are the limitations on payroll? I didn't see anything about limitations on payroll, and wondered if that's just pretty much determined by the size of the business itself, but like hourly wages or position or anything like that.
So right now that's characterized as an eligible use under the programs. The only time you run into a problem is if it's a public employee and they are not, but that wouldn't matter anyway because this is for non-public entities.
But you could use payroll reimbursement for a CEO that's making $1 million a year or something like that. Or there's no limitations on income or anything like that.
At this point there are no income limitations. They are precluded from providing bonuses and dividends.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Well, and then of course there's the issue of if they receive PPP dollars and used it for payroll, then they wouldn't be eligible to use a grant for payroll.
Not for the same expenditures, no.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Gene?
Thank you. My question is really, David, are there any prohibitions specifically on training programs? I'm presuming that you can link a cost of training your staff with the new COVID safety enhancements. But as we're building in the technical assistance, we're going to be helping businesses both adjust and thrive, and that may require some training with their staff. And do we think that would be eligible, or are there specific prohibitions to it?
So there's an FAQ on this point. So the question is posed whether recipients could use fund payments to cover employment and training programs for employees that have been furloughed due to the public health emergency. The answer is yes. This would be an eligible expense if the government determined the cost of such employment and training programs would be necessary due to the public health emergency. It's a fairly standard response. And then secondly, so that's at the federal level. And then in this bill, I believe that that piece in the definition of eligible use that basically tries to capture changes in your business approach or plan. I think that would probably be allowable under the terms that you or the state would be setting in this bill.
Because what I see in the future, we're a very vulnerable economy because we're so dependent upon tourism. So we're going to have, as that part of the economy shrinks for the time being, we are going to have a number of displaced workers. And as we're building up the other companies and businesses in the state, and they bring on new employees, we might be able to justify some training money there.
Yeah, I really want to underscore, if you haven't read it already, that the tone of the guidance in the FAQs is very solicitous of states giving money to businesses for economic support.
Yeah.
And having the flexibility to decide what shape that takes, as long as they decide that it's necessary. When we start running into problems, as we talked earlier, when we sort of move beyond that simple framework. But I think your training question, I think they're fine.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
Wonderful job, by the way. I mean, really wonderful job.
Thank you, Gene.
Okay, thank you, David.
Sure.
So I just, first of all, I want to thank you, David, and Charlie, and Bob. And I want to thank Secretary Curley, Deputy Secretary Brady, Commissioner Goldstein, and Commissioner Bolio, Doug, and Cassie for working yesterday all together to start to get us in a better place. We appreciate your help and work, but we have a lot of other questions that need to be answered, and we only have 8 minutes left here today. So Secretary Curley, did you want to say anything? I don't think we have time to really get into anything, but I think if you all are available on Tuesday, I've been able to secure 9 to 11 Tuesday morning so that we could start this, having you go through it with us, having those discussions, and also to give you some time to try to digest more of the issues on the loans that have now just come up, so that you might be able to formulate a plan for that you could bring to us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that sounds great. I apologize because I did have to drop off a little bit during the time, but I really appreciate the work everybody's doing, and I think it's probably already been said, but I'm just feeling a lot of pressure in terms of the timing of this. We're losing businesses as we speak. So to the extent we can all really stay focused and work together to get some money out the door soon, that would be great. I apologize if I'm wearing my heart out on my sleeve, but I'm feeling very anxious for a lot of employers right now.
I think we're all right there with you.
I know, I'm sure. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the plan will be that we work with you all on Tuesday, having you go through everything with us, your thoughts, what you're thinking, and are there other ways that we could fix or use a loan program that will work within the guidelines that we've been put into. So with that, I think we are probably pretty good with this today, unless somebody else wants to bring something else up. I do want to let the committee know, and I'll send it around, that we received some further guidance on hazard pay. It came from Damien just a bit ago. So in essence, it says that CRF monies cannot be used to provide hazard grants to employees working in a number of occupations covered by S346, as well as employees who fall into one of the broad categories listed in the FAQ, but are not performing work that is substantially dedicated to mitigating, responding to the pandemic. So I'll send that around so that we can further look at it and digest it more. And I will ask Amy to post that on our webpage as well. Bob?
I just want one comment for everybody to think about. If you're really interested in getting money to the biggest bang for your buck, the money should go out in grants, because if they're in loans, they're going to go back to the feds. I just say that for people to keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's a good point to think about over the weekend. Zach?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate what I was saying yesterday. I think this is one solution to getting money out to people. I think that there are some bad underlying logic behind it, and potentially some bad economic theory as well. And I want to spend as much time possible to see if we can find the best solutions that doesn't require as much administration, and gets money directly into the pockets of people and actually achieves the goals that we're trying. I think there are some bad assumptions here about what's going to happen. I think this is a short-term solution, and I'm really concerned about the bill in its current form. I want to spend time understanding it. Again, I don't understand why we're not working on this till 8 o'clock at night tonight. I mean, let's get Catherine to extend the time, but we are really, we got to wait all weekend to work on this right after we listen to Damien give, David give a really great explanation of the bill. And I'd like to get into this. I'd like to talk about it. Let's process it over the weekend and come back going again on Tuesday. I think we have to work on this. And the more we delay, the more pressure we're going to get from the business community, and the more we lose control of this narrative, where we don't even have a choice anymore about what goes out, because we're getting forced to just give this out, and we create a bad bill. So again really would like to work on this right now and until 8 o'clock if we need to, 9 o'clock, 2 a.m. Let's get it done.
Well, under normal circumstances, that's probably what we would do. We're not under normal circumstances. Number one, we have staff that just can't do that because they're home. They have issues with childcare. We're in extended time now, so we have members that work and they're under pressure. We're doing the very best that we can to schedule time for us to do this. We have been told that Zoom time is 2 hours and no more than that. People get burnt out really quick. So I appreciate the concern that you have because we all share that. But we also need to be realistic that we have constraints on us too.
And I understand, and sorry to keep pushing it, but this is, we're looking at close to $200 million. I mean, I think we can make the effort and get Catherine to give us another chunk of time to talk about this, and that this is our job right now. This is our priority as a legislature in the middle of a pandemic to spend the time to deal with these issues. And I don't, quite frankly, I'm not concerned that I have other jobs too. I have 2 other jobs that I'm not doing. But this should be our number one priority. And so sorry to push back, Mike. I appreciate your opinion to death, but I really just would like to spend as much time as possible. Again, I think if we try to cram this into a couple hours between now and next Friday, we're going to have a bad bill, and we're going to have a bunch of stuff I can't agree with.
So just to give everyone an idea of what our time frame is for next week, we're on 9 to 11 on Tuesday, 1 to 3 on Tuesday, 9 to 10:45 on Wednesday. Then we have the floor. Thursday we are on again at 9 to 11, 12:30 to 2:30, and again Friday we have the floor. Then we're on again at 2:30 to 4 o'clock again. So those are the times that we have. So it's more than just 2 hours.
I wonder, Mr. Chair, if I could just chime in a little bit. In thinking about this bill and in thinking about possible changes, can I ask that we frame the discussion when we come back about what are the changes you would like to put in? So for example, the grant versus loan, the reason why we put the loans in is there are people that are going to have unmet need beyond the amount of the grant. So I don't know how we accommodate them.
I agree with you there. And I know we were I was thinking the same thing. But the issue that now we're coming up on is how can we structure that within the framework that we're given by the federal government? So
right. So I guess that's the thing that I think that the task ahead of all of us is the guidelines are nebulous. We think that if we do a loan, if someone pays back, we have to pay it back to the government. So that's like one kind of data point. Like, do we want to do that? Is that still useful? But then I think there are open questions that there is no guidance for. So I think a determination has to be made. We may never get the explicit or express guidance. Do we want to go forward, or are we going to hold back? I think those are the questions. Like, what level of comfort could we reach?
Yep.
And if it's a total disagreement that you think this is totally bad, I think we need to know that too. Like, I just don't know the specificity other than the ambiguity that we're very familiar with from our review of all the guidance.
Yeah.
The loan was another tricky thing. Like yesterday it wasn't in, today it's in,
sure.
But we have to pay it back. And is that useful, or is it better to just give grants? Some might say a loan gives people some skin in the game. There's some monitoring, so there's a little bit more maintenance and management of the money in use. So I wanted to just leave you with that. I know that we don't have a chance to discuss all the open questions, but.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's something that the committee I would ask to think about over the weekend. Is this are we more prone to or more interested in a grant program than a loan program? Number one. Number two, I would say that we have been worried about the hazard pay program because of the necessity and the guidance that was out there. I think if we had just pushed and gone through with it, I think we might be looking at having to pay $60 million back to the federal government. So I think we need to be as prudent as possible and expeditious as possible too. So I think we need to come to that decision Tuesday when we come back at 9 o'clock. Lynn?
Yeah, thank you. I think to speak to our schedule, I think we're really basically on a regular full-time schedule we would normally be in Montpelier. In fact, at this time of the year, if we were still in Montpelier closing up and we'd be doing this at the end of the session, we'd be on the floor every day for a long period of time. And we'd be mixing and matching our committee work with this. I think we've got a lot on this, a lot of time scheduled. As far as the bill, which is the most convoluted thing I think I've seen, and I think I really appreciate David bringing out all the ambiguities and all of the difficulties that seem to be changing every day. You know, I do agree that let's keep it as simple as possible, maybe look more at grants. You know, we have mechanisms for loans that we've used over the years with lots of different kinds of groups, and maybe that's just too complicated, and we really should simplify it.
Stephanie?
Thanks. David had mentioned the FAQs, they keep coming up, and I think it's really helpful for us to see those. Could someone send us a link so we can look at all of them and be prepared for those for Tuesday? And
I'll send them right now.
Thanks,
Okay,
David.
thanks. Send them to Amy, and then Amy, you can post those too so the public can see them.
And Zach, I understand what you're saying, and I think like maybe what we should be doing is all of us just write our concerns and maybe perhaps even pull our questions together on this, but just start researching over the weekend, doing reading and the FAQs, and do our homework and really be prepared on Tuesday when we get here, so we can really dive into this and work hard as soon as we get here. So thanks.
Yep. Okay, anything else from anyone? Okay, thank you all. It was just be ready for Tuesday morning. We really need to start running. I can tell you that we have a pretty large folder of people that want to talk to us. But I think the important thing is for us to lay the groundwork out of where we think we want to go, and then start bringing people in groups to discuss what we've come up with and what they think. So with that, everyone have a good weekend. Hopefully we're not going to get battered too hard today with storms. And I saw my phone went off with a warning. I'm sure others have too. So everyone take care and have a good weekend.
Michelle, I think we have Dr., and I don't want to mispronounce her name, but Dr.
Gaetan.
Gaetan?
Gaetan.
Well, I did my best effort. Welcome to Senate Judiciary Committee. I want to make clear that today we're dealing with the bill H936, which has to do with the sexual exploitation of children. We are not dealing with H568, which is the human trafficking and prostitution bill that came out of the House. I don't know if we're going to take up H568, but if we do, we will certainly hear from all the people, or at least a representative group of the folks that I heard from very concerned about what the House passed. And I think this committee shares their concern, particularly about the sex work working group and some of the other provisions of H568. We did have our own bill on human trafficking that I think is the right direction to move in. But given the controversy that has enveloped H568, I'm not even sure we're going to take it up. It's very difficult to deal with certain bills in this new world of Zoom. So anyway, I hope that, and I appreciate your being here to give us a national perspective on this issue of child pornography. We heard testimony yesterday about how it's expanded because of the pandemic and people being at home and more time on their hands, I suppose. And so we appreciate your being here. I know you have someone else who's also listening in, and well, again, we're welcome to have her comment, but I don't want to get into 568 today.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, and we appreciate so much your welcome attitude towards subject matter experts who have experienced this crime personally.
So I had originally scheduled Michelle. I think I'm going to have her come after your testimony as we begin to mark up the bill following your testimony.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Chairman Sears and members of the committee. My name is Eleanor Kennelly Gaetan. I'm Director of Government Relations at the National Center on Sexual Exploitation in Washington, D.C. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan, founded in 1962. I'm also active in New Englanders Against Sexual Exploitation. That's the backdrop I have here. It includes Vermonters, and it was Nice that requested Nicosi's Law Center to analyze H936, an act relating to sexual exploitation of children. Having grown up in Connecticut, where I still have extensive ties and property, I have some of my most precious memories of skiing in Killington and Stowe. Your state is a real wonderland, a treasure for those of us who visit. I did hope to be joined by a colleague, Tricia Grant. She's the founder of If Only One. She lives in Maine, but she was a victim of sex trafficking and exploitation in Vermont at age 15. And hopefully you'll have a chance to hear from her in the future, especially if you move forward with this bill. And I apologize for not getting prior permission for her, and she has left the call. So Nicosi commends the Vermont legislature for opening up your state law regarding the sexual exploitation of children to reflect current understanding of the nature of this abuse. Across the country, we are seeing changed legal terminology. We're seeing states change from the old phrase child pornography to child sexual abuse material, or CSAM, in order to reflect the tragic reality that every instance of child pornography is documentation of a crime. And it's a crime with lifelong negative consequences for the psychological and physical well-being of the child victimized in that photograph or video or digital record. Last year, NCMEC, and that's the National Center on Missing and Exploited Children, the lead agent of government nationally on this crime, they wrote a report last year that really makes clear the focus that should be on the victim, the pain, this experienced by the victims of CSAM. That report captured on film survivors of child sex abuse material are stuck in a unique cycle of trauma. So H936 adopts this new term, CSAM. It also includes 3 other improvements that we would like to highlight. It broadens the scope of CSAM by adding terms like make available and file sharing or peer-to-peer networks. That updates the way CSAM is typically exchanged through file sharing on peer-to-peer networks. The proposed bill also adds language knowingly access with intent to view. This is broader than just possession. It would include looking at a video and not downloading or storing it. That's a good improvement. And it broadens the scope of the crime by adding language with or on instead of just conduct by a child. So the law will read conduct by, with, or on a child. What concerns Nicosi is that the improvements made by H936 simply do not go far enough to strengthen Vermont's statute in order to protect the people that the term CSAM seeks to highlight, the victims. The bill is like a person going out to a playground in order to make it safer and seeing a hole in the slide or no guardrails, glass on the playground, and planting some flowers. Please allow me to highlight 4 major weaknesses in Vermont's current CSAM statute, which would be strengthened by, could be strengthened by a more comprehensive reform. First of all, H936 retains Vermont's existing definition of a child as under age 16, while of course federal law on CSAM applies to minors under age 18, as does the law in neighboring Massachusetts, for example. There are only 5 other states in the nation which fail to protect youth ages 16 and 17. Those states are Connecticut, Maine, Maryland, Nevada, and New York. There are 2 states, Alabama and Louisiana, that define children as under 17, age 17, for the purposes of their CSAM statute. Nicosi believes that youth ages 16 and 17 should be protected from a form of sexual abuse that causes deep and long-lasting psychological and physical harm, as 42 other states agree. Second, H936 retains a mistake of age defense for recording CSAM. It retains the mistake of age defense given to perpetrators for use of a child in sexual performance. And then fourth, H936 could add a problem to Vermont's statute. It adds the term simulated conduct to the definition of CSAM. That term could be considered unconstitutional in light of Ashcroft versus Free Speech Coalition, which found, quote, virtual child porn, and quote, be constitutionally protected. Overall, the flaws in Vermont's current law are not remedied by the small improvements made by H936. The 2 versions of affirmative defense in your statute remove responsibility for due diligence from the defendant. That's bad policy that prioritizes and protects the accused over the child who was sexually exploited. What Tricia Grant's main point would have been is that when she was a 15-year-old trafficked into Vermont, no sex buyer, no pimp ever asked her age because they don't care. And therefore they shouldn't be allowed a pass because they suddenly didn't know how old she was. And it is usually a shame. Also, prosecutors face challenges in meeting the burden of proof to establish that the perpetrator had prior knowledge of the age of the child. So such a defense serves to shield exploiters while increasing the burden on prosecutors. Every year, there's an excellent group, Shared Hope International, we work with often, and they publish a state-by-state report card. They look at child sex trafficking. They also analyze child sexual abuse material statutes. The 3 components are obtaining CSAM, creating and distributing CSAM, promoting and selling CSAM. According to the most recent report card, Vermont got a C on its overall legislative approach to the sexual exploitation of children. Vermont has only raised its grade once from D to C since 2011. So Nicosi urges you to set aside H936 in order to do a deeper, more meaningful review of the statute, an effort that Nicosi would be happy to contribute ideas or language to. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I want to especially thank Ms. Delaney for her great efficiency in managing these hearings so well and being incredibly fast and weekend accessible for those of us that hope to share our organization's opinions and ideas with you. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. You raised several issues. The bill was actually, the genesis of the bill is concern from the Attorney General's office about changes that have had, and we did have a conversation, and I believe we'll have a conversation shortly about the issue of simulated conduct and possible unconstitutionality of it. We've been working, Michelle has been working with the Attorney General's office as well as with the Defender General's office to see if we can't deal with that. I would be concerned about putting this bill aside personally. However, that doesn't mean we couldn't continue to work to improve the laws in other efforts. And again, we worked, I don't know if you know James Dold. Have you ever met James? He works with a similar group, and he was the genesis of the bill that I introduced earlier in the session, dealing with human trafficking. And he used to be with the Polaris Project. So I don't intend to leave this here as long as I'm in the legislature, and I think as long as this committee is active in protecting kids. I'm fascinated by the issue that you raised regarding 16 and 17-year-olds. And we've done that because the age of consent in Vermont is 16 and 17 are able to consent. I'm not sure how that works in the other states like Massachusetts. I'm not sure of their laws, but maybe you could help me a little bit understand how that would work if the defense would be that they were over 16.
Let me look at that and get back to you by email.
That would be helpful. Senator White has a question or comment.
Thank you, and I apologize for coming in late. I think the issue that you raised about the simulation and with the Ashcroft case, I think we heard yesterday from our Attorney General that because of the way the whole law is structured, that it is clear that there has to be an actual child involved in anything. So he felt that it did not, I think added some language there. Michelle added some language there to clarify that.
Good.
Okay. Other questions for Dr. Gutan? Gonna have a hard time with that. Okay, I would have a couple of questions about mistake of age. That does sound like, it's sort of like, how do you see that as the defense in this bill? How would you rectify that? Do you know, Michelle, how would we rectify that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
The defense of age, mistake of age, and that the doctor has pointed out.
I don't know. I would need to talk to take another look at that because we haven't been dealing with that particular issue. And I think I'd want to hear from the AG's office and the Defender General's office about that. Because I think one of the things that you're wanting to make clear in, like, if we're looking at the language that's in the proposal now in the bill is when we're talking about we were talking yesterday about one of the issues around what if somebody downloads something with the, that you want a knowing aspect to that. So you don't want kind of by mistake people to be caught up in things. And I think if you don't have, I think we'd want to explore a little more about, if there's not the ability to raise a defense regarding mistake of age, what the implications of that are.
Well, I'm curious, Dr. Gutan, if maybe you can help us with the idea that I remember testimony back in 2011 when we were dealing with the bill that you cited here, that frequently, if the child has shown signs of maturity, they don't even bother to try to prosecute. They look for children who are clearly under the age of 10, let's say, or 11. And is that what we're allowing here, is maybe kids who are 13 and 14 who have begun to mature, that people are getting away with this? Is that what we're talking about here? And that's something I'd like to close that loophole.
That is what we see across the country. That prosecutors, so Nicosia is led by prosecutors. Our president is a former prosecutor, our head of our law center. They're very sensitive to the prosecutors who tell them, we won't take these cases because we can't get across that. We can't overcome the burden of the age defense, of the mistake of age defense.
And have other states taken steps to
yes,
deal with that?
Yes, and I
some
can provide you a list, a list of the states that have moved on this the last 5 years.
Okay. Can you email those to Michelle and I?
Yes, with pleasure.
That would be helpful to know, and we can take a look at their laws. I mean, we don't use that mistake of age and rape and other sex offenses.
Exactly.
Okay. Other questions for you? Well, thank you for joining us this morning. We really appreciate your testimony. It's been helpful.
Thank you so much for your public service, all of you on the committee.
Thank you. Enjoy. Are you heading to another meeting? That does I would like to, I'd like to deal with that. I think that should not be an excuse to 12-year-old kid. I don't know why that should be okay and a 10-year-old isn't. Whether we can deal with the mistake of with the 16 and 17-year-olds or we want to, I don't know, but I do think we shouldn't be giving people a free pass just because they weren't sure of the age of the child.
But Dick, are you speaking about just the 16 and 17-year-olds?
No, I'm talking about a child under the age of 16.
So
the testimony from, and we don't have him here this morning, but I wish I had asked a question of Mr. Redmond. The testimony back in 2011 was that they do not charge kids that have matured because they're worried about that. So there are many kids who are 12, 13, 14, particularly females who mature earlier than males in many cases. And that's what I'm talking about. So these are kids under the age of 16 who are even used in sexual exploitation, but they generally will not charge because they can't, because of this age thing. Because we're giving them a mistake of age defense. That's as I understand it. Maybe Marshall or David Sure want to comment on that. But, Michelle has a draft amendment. I think it's been posted on our website. And
yes, it has.
Yep,
okay.
I believe so. I thought maybe I could just, because I can go through and it'll frame the issues. And then, the one real sticking point here is on the simulation. And then I thought we could bring in and have Marshall and David talk about it with us as well as part of your discussion. And then if they have anything to say on the mistake of age, I would love to hear it. And then I can take a look at that after this hearing, and if we want to go back to it next week. So everybody should have a cop or should be able to see up on the web. There's a very short amendment
Yep.
And to H936, there's 3 instances of amendment. The first one being in the definition, just adding the words at the end of subdivision G, the by, with, or on a child. Now, I think I would agree with the Attorney General's office's testimony yesterday that I don't think it's necessary, because if you look at how those terms are used in the actual elements of the crime, and you go to the other statutes, an actual child has to be involved, but it doesn't harm here. I think it's a little redundant, but I think, you know, just to make it absolutely clear and knock out that one concern around, you know, that we're, just to make absolutely clear that we're not talking about a virtual or simulated, you know, child, but an actual child. So I think that's fine there, and that adds some clarity. But that doesn't eliminate the issue around whether or not this has some overbreadth or vagueness issues, or whether or not it sweeps in some constitutionally protected conduct. And I'll let Marshall kind of make his case around that. And I think Marshall and David have differing views on this issue, and I think both very good ones. So I haven't really settled on personally one side or the other there. They both raise important issues around, and the issue is whether or not, if you look at that language and you say simulated, so let's assume we're talking about, it's definitely a child and it's simulated. Let's say we're talking about simulated conduct that might fall into like an L&L with a child category under the subdivision A. Is that if you think about, there are movies that are out there that are, you know, in theaters, you know, and you have someone who is under 16, and there might be, you know, they're fully consenting to the production. There's people on site. This is part of the movie making, and there might be something that qualifies as a simulation of that, and that person is under 16 years of age. You know, from the language there, it's hard to distinguish whether or not that, you know, between that and then some of the stuff that we're talking about yesterday, that is clearly things that you want to prohibit. And so that's kind of where the sticking point is. And it's, you know, once you start going down into the rabbit hole of what constitutes obscenity and how do you distinguish between these two types of simulated conduct, it's pretty tricky.
Senator Baruth. Bill.
I appreciate Michelle's digging into this a little more. I guess I would say that when I look at the change, the ambiguity created by simulation isn't fully addressed by the amendment, because it could still be a simulation of this conduct on a simulated child. So I'm wondering if it would help or hurt to add the word actual before child. So it would be any simulation by, on, of the conduct on an actual child.
I think that, to me, that muddies it. I mean, if you look at the definition of child in the statute, child means any person under the age of, you know, under 16. I mean, there's nothing in here to me that says, that indicates that we're talking about, that it's not an actual person.
Well, I guess what I'm you know, in a worst case scenario, I'm looking at, you know, I'm remembering maybe I have PTSD from the Ashcroft days, but there was a broad-based attempt to criminalize various fictional representations, you know, things that weren't even imagistic, but that were descriptions, that were fiction stories. And so when I look at the phrase any simulation, I just find that language really troubling in how open-ended it is. And I agree that in this particular instance, I think a good reading, a diligent reading would find simulated activity would have to be on a child. But someone could make the argument from that a pure simulation of activity on a child who is not themselves a real child, but is a simulation, might be captured under this. And
I would just, I hear you,
I'm
but
not
I
saying
just,
that-
I just
I'm not saying they would
disagree from the
win-
language.
Yeah, I'm not saying they would win the case. I'm just
I
wondering.
think it
if
would
we-
be a big stinker.
I think I share your concern. I think that one of my notes was there needs to be clearly simulated acts on real children. But I'm going to do something. I'm going to let Marshall and David argue it out, because I do think we have a problem with the language that came over from the other body. The any simulation may be extremely broad, which goes to Phil's point. I'm not sure how to solve the word any.
So I'll jump in at this point. I started, this is I thought about this before, and, I just hadn't really crystallized in my mind until last night, thinking about this issue and sort of the ways in which this simulation language could be applied. And I'm even thinking about it in terms of if it is simulated conduct on a real person under the age of 16. And one of the things that sort of jumped out at me last night is I was looking at my movie collection. I own a copy of the movie Kids from the mid-1990s. In that movie, Rosario Dawson was 14 and 15 at the time that the movie was filmed. And that movie certainly contains simulated sex involving a real person who was under the age of 16 at the time. So the way that I read the language of the statute, I would be in violation of the statute for owning a copy of Kids. I went looking for more recent examples of that, and the most obvious one that popped up is there was a recent movie called The Third Wife. It was a Vietnamese movie. It was actually banned in Vietnam because it used a 13-year-old actress in simulated scenes of sexual assault. It was actually a movie describing the experiences of women in Vietnam with sexual assault. And it's an award-winning movie. It won awards at the Toronto Film Festival. It won awards at the Chicago Film Festival. And you can download it from Amazon and Hulu. And yet it very clearly includes simulated sex on a actual person who is under the age of 16. So to me, it's clear that the way that this is written is overbroad. And I think there's an additional problem. There's really sort of two related but different doctrines at stake. One is overbreadth, which is the question of, does the statute capture more conduct that is unconstitutional to prohibit than it does capture conduct that is actually constitutional to prohibit? And the other question is vagueness, because I'm a lawyer, I do this stuff, and I was looking at it, and I can't actually identify what's the distinguishing principle between the stuff that the statute is intended to criminalize and the stuff like Kids or The Third Wife, which are, commonly accessible mass market movies. If there was some way to really draw that line with some clarity, we might be in a different situation. But the way I look at it, I don't see that line. I can't articulate what the difference is between me owning a copy of Kids and, obviously at the far end of the spectrum are some of the really horrific images that the detective described yesterday. But there's a lot of area in between there, and I don't know where in there that line is drawn and how we go about drawing that line. And frankly, I don't know that there may not be a state's attorney who feels the way that the Vietnamese government does, which is to say that it is never appropriate to use a underage person in a simulated sex scene. And just like the Vietnamese banned that movie in their entire country, might choose to prosecute possession of it here in Vermont, even though it's a movie that's, it's on Amazon. You can just click on it on Amazon and download it. So I think my concerns are on the one hand, overbreadth, that this is capturing too much conduct that it's not intended to capture, and also vagueness that it's hard to distinguish. It's hard for an average person to, really, it's hard for anyone to distinguish what conduct is this actually prohibiting and what conduct is it not prohibiting. Senator Sears, I think you were muted, but I read your lips. I think you were trying to get David to talk.
Thank you. I'm now unmuted. David, sure. I don't know if you have any comments.
I do have some comments. We've
But
had,
it's interesting that Senator Baruth brought up the actual child, and I had written down conduct involving an actual child. If we're thinking alike, something's wrong.
So I actually think that on that issue, Marshall and I are in agreement. I think we have considerable disagreement on some other issues, but we both agree that the arena that we're arguing in is conduct involving an actual child. So whatever way that we need to make to clarify that, I don't think we have any disagreement there, that the statute should be made clear that an actual child is what we're talking about, not a true simulation, or an animation or something of that nature. But within that arena, we do have a disagreement about whether or not this would be impermissibly overbroad. In other words, it would sweep up too much activity that should be constitutionally protected. And Marshall brings up some good examples around the movie Kids, or this Vietnamese movie that has caused an issue. The contrary perspective is that if you look at case law, and in particular, I'd look back to a United States Supreme Court case that decided on a New York State law, which was very similar to the one being proposed here. And in that U.S. Supreme Court case, they basically held that a statute that encompassed simulated behavior involving an actual child, and I should say it was a statute outlining simulated behavior involving an actual child, was constitutionally permissible. And they acknowledged in that case that that statute may include some content that is constitutionally protected. But even given that, they felt that it was sufficiently narrowly drawn, and that the vast majority of conduct that would be swept within this was not constitutionally protected because it was obscene and was child pornography, or child sexual abuse materials, as we're going to say now, that statute was acceptable. And if you look at the New York State constitutional scheme even now, they basically have what we are proposing to put in here, which is saying that simulated actions with an actual child are outlawed, are not permissible. And again, they're able to do that because New York v. Ferber, this U.S. Supreme Court case, said that they could do that, that the conduct and content being outlawed, again, was much more likely to be addressing things that would not be protected by the First Amendment. Again, these things are complicated. Marshall does bring up the reality that there are going to be cases that a court may have to step in and say, no, this enforcement action, as applied in this case, is applied against constitutionally protected material. The nature of the definition of obscenity, which basically talks about whether something has sort of societal value of various types, literary value or whatever it might be, the nature of that definition is essentially impossible, I would argue, to define with precision before the fact. And so we do the best we can to have statutes that are sufficiently narrowly drawn that it won't encompass too much behavior that is constitutionally protected. And I believe that under New York v. Ferber and under current New York, following current New York statutes, we have done that with this proposal in terms of simulated conduct with an actual child. But it is a reality of all these cases that there will be a danger that somebody could bring a case against constitutionally protected material. But the interests at stake here, which is protecting children from horrific abuse is a sufficiently compelling interest that we believe that we should move forward, and we do believe we're on firm constitutional ground on the basis of those precedents in moving forward with this language.
Okay, so let me, as I read this, maybe I'm, not being an attorney, and maybe Senator Benning would like to jump in, but not being an attorney, sexual conduct means any of the following. And we have all the way down to G, which is any simulation of the above described conduct. What would be the harm of saying any simulation of the above described conduct involving an actual child or real children, or whatever the term you might want to use, to further define that we're talking about this throughout? A child means any person under the age of 16. So I'm just trying to understand the problem there. And Michelle, if you wanted to chime in, this is where Senator Baruth and I are in agreement.
Actually, that's exactly the spot, Dick, where I suggested to David, Marshall, and Michelle yesterday, we ought to have that tweak right in that sentence.
If it makes you guys feel better, I can add actual. So on your amendment where it says in the first instance of amendment, where you'd be adding by, with, or on a, I can add after the a, and before the child, I can put actual, and that takes care of that issue. The other issue which is stickier, is not related to the age of the child, but how do you distinguish between the movie that's on Netflix and the stuff we were hearing about from the commander yesterday? And that's the one where I think you have a disagreement on the law there.
But doesn't that exist in any of the current law?
No, because the simulation issue is, so, that's, you're adding that, and that's new. So that could be the movie that Marshall was talking about, or it could be the stuff that they were talking about yesterday that firmly falls into the area of things that you want. And that's, and so that doesn't come into play unless you add simulation. And it's hard to draft in and say, well, these kinds of movies are okay, and these kinds of movies are not okay.
I don't think you can. I think your first, the fix that helps me is actual children, but I don't think you can fix the other. I think you either trust David's assurances or you go with Marshall's concern and strike the section altogether.
Can I jump in with just a quick point of clarification?
Yep.
The case that David's referring to, Ferber, that was not about simulation. That was about that was videos of children participating in actual sexual activities. It was actually about videos of children masturbating. And it wasn't simulated, it was actual. So Ferber doesn't really touch on that distinction. I think the case that comes the closest to touching on that distinction is the case that Senator Baruth referenced earlier, which was called Ashcroft v. Free Speech Coalition. And that had more to do with the question of simulated children as opposed to real children. But it does touch on the issue of simulated acts versus real acts, because the way that they explained that it was impermissible to criminalize child pornography that did not use real children is they said that what was the fact, the critical issue is that there's no such thing as child, as the woman who testified earlier today said, there's no such thing as child pornography that's not documenting a crime. It is essentially sort of an instrumentality of a crime, because in any of the child pornography that it's constitutional to criminalize, an actual child suffered sexual abuse. But in the case where it is, say, an actor and an actress, and one of the two of them may be under the age of 16 years old, and they are simply simulating sexual conduct for the purpose of a motion picture, that would not be no crime occurred there, and therefore that documentation of that, acting wasn't documenting any crime. So I think that's where the real distinction is. And that's why this is a case that, even though Ashcroft v. Free Speech Coalition is not exactly on point, it's the case that comes the closest to this, as opposed to Ferber, which Ferber was just the case that first said that you can just simply criminalize child pornography. Up until that point, it had never been held that you could criminalize child pornography. And Ferber said, yeah, you can do that. And actually, Ferber gave like 4 reasons why you can criminalize child pornography. And again, they all sort of revolved around the concept of saying there's no way to make child pornography that's legal, so it's always a documentation of a crime. Right. So that's why I think the simulation language is a problem. And I think the other point, and it's sort of reflected in what David said, because you can listen to David's testimony and he never draws a line. He never says, here's what you're allowed to have and here's what you're not allowed to have. And I think at some point we need to know that. We need to know what videos are okay and what videos are not okay. And the statute doesn't say it, and David didn't articulate it, and I'm not sure, I'm still having a hard time myself trying to find where that line would be, and I'm not even seeing case law that clearly defines it.
Okay. Senator White has figured it out.
No, I haven't figured it out, but I do understand the difference here, and I think we need to be very careful, because there are a lot of groups out there who will use something like this to challenge things that really are constitutionally protected, and like the movie that Marshall was talking about it. And I think that we need to be careful that we don't give additional ammunition to those groups who are challenging free speech, as opposed to protecting children who really are being abused. So I don't have the answer. I don't know where to draw the line. I don't know how to define it, but I think that is important to remember.
Thank you. David, would you like to comment?
Just quickly to Marshall, a couple of Marshall's points, and I won't go too far down the rabbit hole of just arguing out what is essentially a courtroom argument. But with Ferber, it does include within the definition of sexual performance that the sexual conduct could be simulated. So the statutes are constructed slightly differently, and I do think it encompassed a potential simulation. I also will acknowledge Marshall is not wrong to say that it is hard to know ahead of time exactly what will be considered impermissible or not, because of the nature of how courts have defined obscenity. But that is a problem that we cannot solve in this, and that I don't think will be solved until the U.S. Supreme Court chooses a different way to define it. I think that but I would also argue that they have clearly contemplated in Ferber and in other cases that you can take steps like this to that may encompass statutes that may encompass some constitutionally protected activity, and say that it's still not facially invalid because most of what it's getting at is in fact not constitutionally protected, and that is permissible for the courts to do. And again, we would argue that the interests at stake are sufficiently high that that overbreadth, which we are arguing that it's not overbroad, but the fact that there might be some protected activity caught up in it is A, allowable, and B, necessary in this context.
Can I respond briefly?
Yep.
So this is not about obscenity. Obscenity is a totally separate First Amendment exception than child pornography. In fact, the entire point of the Ferber decision was to point out that there's some child pornography that may not be obscene, and some obscenity, some things that are obscene that may not be child pornography. Obscenity is a different test that's covered by Miller, which is a much older case. It's not, they're two separate definitions, two separate exceptions for two separate reasons. And then I think that, the other point when David says, yeah, it may be hard to tell ahead of time what conduct is prohibited, that's essentially the definition of a law that is void for vagueness. The test that courts use to determine whether a law is void for vagueness is whether a reasonable person reading the law would be able to understand what conduct is prohibited. And I think David's as much as said that this is void for vagueness. So, to me, it's funny that I'm sort of taking the same side on this as the woman who testified earlier, because we wouldn't really sort of be natural allies in this. But, she identified that using the definition simulation in here presents a potential unconstitutionality. And I agree with her. I think she's right. And I think the remedy for that is to simply strike that subsection G and not try to criminalize faked or not real sexual conduct when there was no actual sexual conduct, because that way you are going to wind up roping in a whole bunch of conduct, a whole bunch of movies and things like that. And I think just to sort of touch on the last of David's points, the idea that the way that this is written would encompass more permissible prohibitions than it would impermissible prohibitions. I don't know any way to actually quantify that, but I have a hard time believing that there's more people in Vermont, say, watching, these really disgusting images that the detective talked about yesterday than there are watching mainstream movies like Kids or The Third Wife, or I'm sure there's, countless others where under 18 or under 16 actors and actresses have engaged in simulated sex scenes.
Well, and if I could just jump in there quickly, we have an entire category of narrative that we call coming of age films. And coming of age means different things, but one of the things it means is coming to sexual awareness prior to your age of majority. And so if you look under coming of age films, it's usually about 14, 15, 16-year-old kids having their first sexual experiences, not in an abusive sense normally, but just coming to experience romantic love in the first time. But the director or the producer of such a film is potentially using people that might be roped under the actual child part of this. And then it seems to me the depiction, as Marshall says, overall might fall into this bucket. So I think all this stems from the two words, any simulation. And then what we're trying to do is throw fencing around something that's incredibly, almost infinitely large. So I don't know, I think adding actual before child helps, but it's really any simulation that produces the discussion we're having now.
Can I just make one final point? And I realize that at some point the committee is just going to have to decide, but I just wanted to respond to one key thing, which is that something we need to keep in mind as we're considering this, and that I think helps eliminate some of the problems that Marshall is pointing out, or potential problems that Marshall's pointing out, is that we do have an intent requirement built into this statute, that there has to be an intent to produce unlawful, this sort of unlawful material that does not have any sort of, whatever you want to call the societal benefit, literary merit, whatever it might be. And that intent piece is really important and does limit its application quite considerably, and also provides very robust defense. And especially if you're talking about a case like a widely released Hollywood movie or a reenactment type of documentary, I think I'd be hard pressed to see a prosecutor being able in good faith to say that that type of activity was a knowing attempt to produce child or share or view child sexual abuse materials. I do think that's a really important safety aspect of it. And again, Marshall and I have some serious disagreements over this, significant disagreements over this. I would also just point out that in terms of the obscenity aspect of it, I read Ferber slightly differently to necessarily contemplate. Miller is, of course, a different test than the child pornography test, but it does necessarily contemplate some of those factors in terms of what's permissible or not. But my main point here was just about the knowingly part of it, the intent part of it.
Except that the intent part of it doesn't just cover production, it covers possession. So I personally knowingly possess a copy of the movie Kids. I know that one of the actresses in the movie Kids was under the age of 16 when she engaged in the simulated sexual conduct that's in that movie. So just right there, that's gotten past the knowing part, and I could be prosecuted for my possession of that movie.
Can I would like to ask 2 questions of Michelle if there are no other committee questions. Okay, so 1, Michelle, did the House have this discussion or did they just?
No.
Number 2, what would happen if you moved simulation down to 2822A?
You know, I'd have to take a look at all this because the definitions all build on one another. So if you look at,
I understand, but I'm suggesting that there you have no person shall with knowledge of the character and content promote a sexual performance or simulation by a child or a performance that contains a lewd exhibition, blah, blah, blah. It seems to me that there you're providing the defense that it's with knowledge, that you have the character content promoted, blah, blah, blah. This seems to me if you really need to have simulation in there, that's maybe in a more appropriate place to talk about simulation.
I don't think that cures the issue. I think, you know, the reason why it is where it is because it's trying to define what constitutes sexual conduct, as that term is included in the definition of sexual performance. And so I don't think that remedies the issue.
All right, then if that doesn't remedy it.
I will just mention, I just wanted to mention one thing because David was talking about an as-applied challenge and versus a facial challenge. And I just wanted to remind people, because we don't always deal with these kinds of issues, but if there was a challenge, so like a facial challenge seeks to invalidate a statute because basically all interpretations of that statute would be unconstitutional. But as applied is the circumstance where you would say, here's this movie Kids, and the statute as applied has many constitutionally, because the court is to try to read the statute in a constitutional manner if it can, and there are ways in which it can be applied constitutionally. And so they would look at the particular case and decide as applied to that particular case. So they could say, in this circumstance, as applied to kids, it's unconstitutional. However, that doesn't strike down the statute itself. So I just kind of wanted to make that distinction because I think sometimes we use these terms and we need a little refresher about what that means.
Right.
So there's also, remember that you have a severability statute in Title I. So if you decided, you made a policy decision to go with keeping in simulation, and it was found to be unconstitutional, then that provision itself can just be struck. It doesn't take down the whole thing.
Here's nobody's commented yet on the peer-to-peer network, the Second Amendment. There's no objection to that then.
That came from Matt Raymond yesterday, so I just plunked that right in.
Right, and there's no concern about effective on passage. So I would say that 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And we're going to look shortly at the issue of, I think the committee just has to make a decision. We can improve it by saying in the First Amendment, by, with, or on an actual child. That would be an improvement to what's already there. But the issue of simulation and the concerns expressed by Marshall and the arguments put forth by David remain. So the committee will have to make a decision on that. And then the final issue that I see is the issue of that was raised by Dr. Catan, is the mistake of age defense and whether we want to keep. I don't want to. I mean, I think that it'd be a huge jump to move 16 and 17. 16 and 17-year-olds in to the statute at this point. It's something that maybe we would consider next year. But right now, should we consider a mistake of age defense as removing that? I mean, we have, I would think you could use similar language that's used in our sexual assault statutes. Senator Baruch.
Question for Michelle. It's written in now as an affirmative defense, which, as I've understood it, means that it has a little additional weight when brought up in court. If we were to remove that, someone could still offer the defense, right? It just wouldn't be an affirmative defense.
Right. I think I would need to spend a little time looking at that. It's been a while since I've taken a look at that. But yes, I think, I don't, but I would think I would want to hear from the practitioners to see how they would view that playing out, and then I'll take a little time taking a look at it to make sure that I can let you guys know what the both sides are.
Yeah, because if that is the case, then I wouldn't have a problem removing it, because it does seem, the statute now does seem to elevate it as make sure you take advantage of this, which I don't think we need to be doing.
Joe?
Joe.
Well, personally, if you remove an affirmative defense, I could see prosecutors arguing that's not an issue. It's not relevant anymore. The question is the straight language of the statute. There's no opportunity to say, well, gee, I made a mistake. And because we're having this discussion and Michelle is replying, I need to do a little more research on that, I would be really leery of trying, in this day of Zoom, trying to get to a conclusion of that issue, because I'm really uncomfortable just wiping that off the books without a full going through by witnesses on both sides of that issue. The other thing I was going to do, Dick, just to try to move this along, was simply say, we've got a whole lot of questions about the simulated language in G. Personally, I would prefer we simply strike that from the bill in order to try to move forward with the rest of it.
Okay. I appreciate that. I think the vote would be simply, do you get rid of G or do you keep G? Maybe we've already made up our minds, but I thought we could wait till tomorrow, or excuse me, next Wednesday. But on the other issue, I hate to give that up at this point since it was raised in testimony. And I'm thinking that I'm thinking of a 12-year-old granddaughter. That has begun to mature, and because of this affirmative defense, not that I have any knowledge of any kind of child porn here, but it just bothers me that, well, I didn't realize we were doing that. Anyway, so I would at least like to discuss that before our next when we take it up next. Maybe we won't change it, but Alice?
So I'm wondering, is there any data with regard to how that, if that affirmative defense has been successful or not with regard to cases in Vermont?
I think that, I thought the testimony, and we could check with the Attorney General's office, I think the testimony is they just don't prosecute.
Oh, because they're afraid of losing.
They're afraid of that. So they usually, it's usually children under the age of 8 or 9. I don't know if that's correct, David, if you could check with Matt Raymond on that.
I'll check with Matt on that, yeah.
But I believe
like I
that,
said,
that
I do know that those sorts of, as I understand it, those sorts of affirmative defenses frankly rarely get brought forward. It's an unusual case where that gets brought forward, but I will check in terms of numbers and practice.
Okay, that'd be good.
okay. So is there anything else on this bill? So the e-filing situation, Michelle has worked with Stephanie Barrett tirelessly, moving from room to room within her house to Zoom about it. And I think we're getting close. So next Tuesday, we'll send out to the parties perhaps a solution, but the solution is that the state out of CRF funds, CRF, could pick up until December 30th the fees. And in the meantime, we either demand that the judiciary renegotiate with the Bar Association and other interested parties, or encourage them. And that's going to be the real issue for the committee to decide. Do we demand that they do it, or do we encourage them? It gives them 3 months to solve this problem. So, and I for one am, the other would be a new bill at some point, whether this year or next year, that says you can't do this anymore. But clearly what happened was the judiciary never filed the report with the legislature that was required in the, I think it was 2014 bill that passed in the institutions committees, on what the fees would be and how it would be in there. So it's an interesting argument, but it has all the, that's where I think we'll be next Wednesday on this thing. So just kind of think about it. Alice?
So just one other issue that I was thinking about on that. In the agreement that a lawyer must sign, and I'm wondering, does the pro se filer who wants to file electronically would have to sign, it agrees that you will, if the pro se is doing electronic filing, it sounds like they have to go through it as well. And in fact, you have to, I read that agreement, I mean, you have to open up your social media to them. You have to agree to go for litigation in like Plano, Texas or something, not here. It has all kinds of things in that agreement that are pretty disturbing.
It's like those agreements we talked about a few years ago. And
Yeah.
we banned them, you know,
Exactly.
that the issue of whether you had to,
Unconscionable.
Thank you, Philip. Yeah, I think Philip reported the bill, the unconscionable terms. And, you know, here our own judiciary goes and contracts with a company that you have to mediate. And the other thing is the charge to your MasterCharge card is automatic. You can't file without a charge to your MasterCard that they're billing you on.
Yeah, it's very disturbing, the agreement. So what did we do with unconscionable terms? Where did that go?
I thought we banned them. We passed it. I think it got signed into law.
Is it?
I thought it was.
Do you remember the name of the title of the number of the bill? I reported it, so.
I think it has unconscionable terms in the.
I'll look.
Okay.
I'll look and see right now, see if I can find it.
Well, we could, but I know we passed it out of the Senate. I don't remember whether it got passed by the House and signed by the governor. But, oh, what's his name would know? David Mickenberg.
Oh,
what's his name? Mickenberg or Mecklenburg?
Mickenberg.
Thank you. David Mickenberg would know.
I think by now he's either way, Mecklenburg or Mickenberg.
Yeah, right. He doesn't care.
Where is he? Did he leave the area?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
I think he's still in Burlington.
That's the thing. Lobbyists with this whole Zoom culture, lobbyists have vanished. I haven't spoken with or seen a lobbyist.
Actually, I did hear from David a couple of weeks ago regarding S54.
Yeah.
Oh, and okay.
Nothing.
I was going to comment on, but it was a different conference committee that I was thinking.
So the other question on that, Michelle, is does the pro se filer have to sign up with the company as well?
Okay. All right, I'll take a look.
Thanks.
One of the arguments I heard about the individual file rather than a total case file was that somebody who really wanted to push it, an attorney, could file 100 cases, and then the person would have to file 100 back. And
the what?
the attorney could file 100 motions, each one being an individual motion. Then the respondent would have to file 100 back.
Yeah. Oh, that happens a lot in domestics.
Right.
That's what I was talking about the other day, Dick, when I was talking about lawyers who practice by the pound.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Could anticipate your own response time ramping up considerably depending on who was actually the initiating attorney.
So anyhow, that's an interesting conundrum.
Yeah.
So Peggy, we have quite an agenda for next Wednesday and Thursday. And I may be stuck going to Albany on Thursday, so I don't know what the schedule might be.
Okay.
Right now, this crazy system. My wife has an operation on Friday. She has to have a COVID-19 test on Thursday. We scheduled her for one on Monday when there's a pop-up in Bennington. St. Peter's and Albany said that's not good enough.
Right.
It's just, I don't know how to deal, and we're dealing with an out-of-state hospital.
So Bill had the same thing when he had his cataract surgery. But we're only 20 minutes from Keene. So he had to go over the day before and have the COVID test. And then he had the cataract surgery the next day. It has to be the day before.
Has to be. And in Vermont, you don't get the results unless you're positive.
You would get the results if it was for a surgery.
Well,
Right.
I don't know.
I just had a constituent whose husband was having surgery in Boston, and they were one of the first surgeries opening up there, and they had to go to Boston, or just near Boston for the test the day before.
Wow.
So.
Well, anyway, so that's why when I say it's tentatively Thursday, or Senator Nitka could run the committee if I'm not available, or if I'm available by phone somewhere between Bennington and Albany.
In your car.
In my car. Actually, cell service is pretty good between Bennington and Albany.
Oh.
So we'll see what the schedule
So
is.
I just checked with David Mickenberg, and unconscionable contracts was signed into law.
Oh, good. So maybe
I just
we
sent
have
Eric a note.
maybe we have an unconscionable contract.
Yes.
Add to the pile of comments. What if we have an unconscionable contract signed by our judiciary?
Indeed, it's in there.
Ouch.
Yeah. Ouch.
Maybe you ought to drop the House a note on that.
Or the bar.
Good catch there, Alice. I didn't realize, I hadn't read the contract.
I know, good.
Good. That just adds to the misery.
Don't mess with Vermont, they say.
Senator Sears, what days do you think we'll meet next week? Wednesday
Well,
and
tentatively
Thursday?
Wednesday and Thursday. We will not meet. I don't think, my life is scheduling around hospitals.
Yeah.
So I'm going to tentatively say Wednesday and Thursday. It may be that I'll be on a phone somewhere out in the hinterlands.
Okay.
Okay.
And our appointment may be in the afternoon, and I'll just miss the source session. So we'll see. Definitely Wednesday.
And we'll be doing the same
9:30 to put down 9:30 to 12, the e-filing, and then this bill, H580, would be the issues on Wednesday.
H580.
Maybe a few minutes late if you're doing 9:30 on
Excuse me,
Wednesday.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think I need to, Joe. Just if we only end up with one meeting. No, excuse me, I'm sorry, not 580. This.
Yeah.
What's the number of this one?
936.
936.
And I'll do
E-filing and
some
936.
I'll do some research on mistake of age, and then I think if you can also, have Marshall and David back to kind of address policy and how they would see that playing out, I think would be good.
Would you do a after you check to make sure that unconscionable contracts stayed in the mediation in Texas, that's unconscionable and question. So that would be another question for the judiciary.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
Before we ask Pat the question, did she sign an unconscionable contract? I think we should make sure she did.
So I haven't read the contract. Alice, where did you, we have so much information on this. Where did you access the contract?
Terry Corsone sent it to us.
Okay, all right.
I'd say I'd find it myself, but where in the world is it now?
No, I'm sure I have it in the emails. I'm trying, my printer at home is so slow, and for bigger things, I like to actually have a hard copy rather than read 100-page documents on my iPad. So
it's very long, so you'd want to go to.
Yeah, I just go into the office like every other week and print out, big cases and things like that, because my eyes can't take it all day on the iPad.
Yeah, those of us who can't go into your office to do that. Joe, it may be time for the Committee on Joint Rules to consider whether or not people should get a stipend for office.
Or what?
Office. I'm going through printers. I'm printing up stuff so I have a hard copy of things to report. There's a certain expense to all that.
Did you get that idea from Matt Valerio for asking it for attorneys? I thought that was pretty good. Get me a new computer out of it.
I got the idea from some House member who requested office supplies to be now that we don't get travel and meals and overnight.
I think I'll let you ask that when you're on approach.
Oh, okay. I'll raise that when we go through legislative salary.
Yep.
Michelle, I was just thinking you could just send an email to Terry Corsone and she could probably send you the section right
Sure,
there.
I probably have it in my emails. I'll check, and if not, I'll follow up with Terry.
But it is a good point, Alice. Thank you. With that, we'll see you all at 1.
morning, everybody, and welcome to the House Agriculture and Forestry Committee. I'm Representative Carolyn Partridge, and we are here today with Secretary Anson Tebbetts. We've heard that there is a plan, a proposal of the government, the governor and the administration has put out, and we wanted to hear a little bit more about that. I wanted to let the committee know that there is a joint meeting with the Senate Agriculture Committee for tomorrow morning. You might have seen a message that it was going to start at 8, but it's going to start at 8:30. Right, Linda? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. So, all right. I think everybody's here, and I will turn the floor over to Secretary Tebbetts. Anson, thank you so much for joining us today. Anson, you look like you're frozen. Anson. All righty then. Anybody know a good joke? Hi,
Why does a
Vicky.
chicken coop always have 2 doors?
I don't know why.
Because if it had 4 doors, it'd be a chicken sedan.
Yeah. Good. Perfect timing. There's Anson. Thank you. Hi, Anson. You know, Anson, maybe you want to turn your video off, and then we could hear you better, like at all. Well, while Anson's trying to figure that out, I hope everybody had a great Memorial Day weekend. Vicky, I thought about you.
Thank you,
And
Carolyn. I could
yes.
feel that. I could feel the thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. So Anson's completely gone now. Maybe he'll call in. Today we are having a day here in Wyndham that feels like the Jersey Shore, actually. It was muggy when I woke up, and it's cooking out there. So go from about 20.
That'll take Michael O'Grady back to his youth.
Yeah, me too, actually. Although I was on the Jersey Shore before he was. All right, there's Anson. Hi, Mike. Do you wish you were back in Avalon Beach?
Yes, but not picking up trash like I would be at this time if I were.
Yeah, right, exactly. Good to see you, Mike. All right, Anson, you look much better and you're moving and stuff.
Okay, and that maybe I moved around a little bit, so hopefully that helped.
Yeah, good.
Okay,
Thanks
good.
so much for joining us today.
Sure. Well, it's great to be here, and it's great to have some decent weather. I know a lot of work is being done out in the field with farmers and such, so that's been encouraging. As you mentioned at the top, the governor unveiled a significant, and I just wanted to give you some highlights. Is $410 million, and we're using the COVID relief money from the CARES package that was sent out from Washington. So of that, there's a $50 million component aimed at dairy. 2 parts to this. One is a $40 million program for dairy farmers, those that milk cows, sheep, goats, etc. And then there's a $10 million component of this plan that focuses on value-added dairy. So those that make cheese, make butter, yogurt, maybe bottle milk, and make butter as well. So it's a value-added component, and that's a $10 million program. So the total package is $50 million. My understanding is we are going to introduce, along with the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, a rather large bill. And our component of that will be in that overall bill for consideration. Just to maybe give you a few highlights of how we got here and why we think this is necessary. for dairy farmers and those in the dairy business. Last year, the annual average price paid per hundredweight was about $17.46 per hundredweight. Now, pre-COVID, things were looking actually pretty decent for farmers. We were headed to $20 milk, which is generally the cost of production. It varies, but now because of that, we are forecasting a price per hundredweight will at best maybe be at $15 per hundredweight, and that even has the 3 months in there that price was pretty decent for farmers. So you can well imagine the price of milk has dropped dramatically. So we're looking at anywhere probably $2.50, $2.42 to $2.50. That's the forecast difference between 2019 and what's forecast for 2020. Sales that income lost to farmers on Vermont dairies could total as much as 65 million, we believe, in over from 19 to 20. So 65 million are less income from farm milk sales on Vermont dairy. So that's pretty discouraging. And if you look at the average annual income loss per farm, looking at about $268,000. We figure because of what's happened with markets drying up. Mainly the markets were in the institutions, restaurants, coffee shops across the country and under the federal system. There was not enough to make up in the stores and retail outlets, even though we did see some robust activity in there. It's certainly not enough to make up for those losses. So we've put together with the Agency of Commerce and the governor. The governor thought it was very important that we need to get through this period this summer so we can get to fall. And really what this is this is the survival. This is the survival mode for dairy farmers and those in value-added dairy. We want to survive and then be able to thrive at the end of this, but we need to get there. So we need to put some of these stimulus dollars out to the farms so they can pay their bills and stay in business. So that's sort of the overview.
Anson
of that.
Anson, your voice is a little bit sketchy still.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if you turn off your camera, maybe we can hear you a little bit better.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Much better, much better.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave the video off. So we've put together a program for the $40 million. And this the required agriculture practices that we have. We have four types of payment based on the operations and the size of those operations. So these are just estimates. If folks qualify, a small farm operation could receive about $42,000. A certified small farm operation could receive $60,000. A medium farm operation could receive $90,000 if they qualify. And a large farm operation could receive approximately $110,000 under these stimulus payments. Now, there's a lot of things to be determined here, but that's sort of what we've come up of as the four tiers of payments. And all farms, of course, would have to signify qualifying losses and additional costs or expenses related to COVID as required through the federal programs. So that's the yes.
Anson, could you please repeat what the large farm operations would be eligible for?
Under this, if they qualify, $110,000 for large farm operations.
Thank you.
Now, value added, as you know, some of the first businesses that were really hurt by COVID were some of those value-added dairy products because of the closure of restaurants. 50% decline in sales due to restaurant closings. We've had as high as 95% of loss of markets as well as we calculate the losses in those. And keep in mind, a lot of these folks, that was their market, the restaurant, the cheese shops in some of our bigger markets of New York and Boston, Washington, Philadelphia. So those essentially dried up overnight, and they've had to change their modeling and how they do business, moving a lot to online, some moving to the curbside, adding all kinds of sales. The Vermont Cheese Council also shoring up and putting up a new online business for a number of them, but significant declines for cheese and also others in the value-added business as well. So that program, we have 6 tiers of payments based on the pounds that are processed per day. So it's a $10 million program for value-added dairies. And we have value-added dairy processors. If you did under 500 pounds per day, you could receive a $56,000 payment. And at the high end, over 500,000 pounds you'd process at the day could be as high as $185,000. So those payments are based on how many pounds are processed per day, either into value added. There's also a category.
Anson,
Yes.
Excuse me. Would you mind just saying that again?
Yeah. So we have, these are the value added dairy processors.
Right.
So this is, we have 6 tiers of payment, and it's based on the pounds per day. So
pounds of what?
Of milk.
Okay, pounds of milk per day processed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's converted into a value added, be it yogurt or cheese or cottage cheese, etc. So under $500 under this proposal per day, it would be 56,000. Then it goes 500 to 10,000 a day, goes to 70,000. 10,000 to 50,000 goes to 97,000. 50,000 to 100,000 goes to 127,000. And 100,000 to 500,000 is 157,000. And over 500,000 pounds per day, 185,000. We also have a frozen dessert category, but this does not include, creamy machines, etc. That would be a payment of $56,000. And of course, all this would be based on these processors qualifying for losses or some additional costs or expenses. Keeping in mind, a lot of this, there's been a lot of extra costs involved, particularly in value added, and particularly in, changing markets. They're processing their packaging differently to meet demands, going out of more of the institutions, the bigger packaging, maybe going to retail, but also protecting their workers. There's been extra costs involved in protecting their workers with protective gear and equipment. Also, so there's been a lot of additional costs and expenses related to this, both on the processing side and as well as on the dairy side as well. So that's just a high level overview of the program. Our legal counsel, Steve Collier, has been drafting legislation overall commerce package as it's rolled out this week.
Anson?
Yes.
I've had a request that you just repeat the, I'm sorry to do this to you. But,
that's fine.
If you could repeat the dairy, the value added levels.
Yes.
So it's under 500 pounds per day.
Yeah.
56K.
Yeah. Under 500 per day is 56.5. 500 to 10,000 is 70,000.
Yep.
10,000 to 50,000 is 97,000. 50 to 100,000 is 127,000. 100 to $500,000 is 157. And over 500 or over $500,000 per day, 185,000. And then we have a separate category for frozen desserts of 56.5.
Okay. And so I've also had a question as to what one would have to do to qualify for the dairy payments. You said if they qualify, what would be the
well, and this is one of the things that's is not hard to see the sort of the destruction that would be, the loss of the price of milk that they're being paid. For example, this month was the checks that arrived in May. There was really, you could start to see the dramatic decline in the price that they were paid for their product. So that would be one factor. Also, the extra expenses that may have been incurred on the farmer as well would be another way to look at that. So both on the income loss, but also there may be some added expenses as well. And this, because we're looking at, some of the large farms are looking at, losses of more than $1 million for the year because of this. So, we know that this isn't going to make everyone whole, but what we need to do is we need to get some money to the farm to also, they may be qualifying for some of the federal help that's happening, and that particular program is being rolled out today through FSA. It's a different program, but they may be able to get some dollars through that. So, we're just trying to get through. We're just trying to get through, June, July, August, and September. And as America opens up again, as the world opens up again, we hope some of these markets will come back and the price of milk will rebound for them in the fall and the winter, provided we don't have another downturn in the COVID aspect of it.
Yeah. And when, what are some of the requirements in terms of timing? Because we know farms are going out of business, and it's not like they don't have expenses that they've already accrued. So if you were milking, is there a cutoff? If you were milking cows on March 1st or May 1st,
yeah,
we
were looking at beginning if you were milking cows on March 1st, and I believe we have to spend these dollars by the end of the year. So we're looking for anyone that was, processing or milking animals beginning on March 1st of this year.
Okay.
Sort of that's about the time things started to go south, and this whole thing is about that time. So those losses should be so March 1 to the end of the year, what we were focusing on.
Yeah. Okay. Committee members, do you have any additional questions about or Mike, do you have any? Okay, I see Vicky's hand is up. Vicky?
Excuse me. Anson, how do they apply? What's the process for the farmers, for me to tell my local farmers?
Yeah. So the first thing that has to happen is, you folks, the legislature, need to approve this, and the governor needs to sign it. And I know there's a pledge by everyone to try to get this program done as soon as possible. So while that's happening, we have been working behind the scenes, preparing farmers if it becomes a reality to get ready. So we're working on sending correspondence out to the farm community this week, saying, look, now's the time to make sure we have all the accurate information from you, and get all the tax forms that are going to be necessary for this. We're trying to make this a very simple and clean process, a simple application, and get that ready. And so as soon as this becomes law, then we can begin the process of actually, taking the applications, and then we hope to, issue checks as soon as possible after that. We are going to handle this at the agency, our component of it, We have about 760 dairy farmers that might qualify. And then we believe that on the processing side, there'd be about 140. So we think that's manageable on our side. We're working behind the scenes trying to prep people, get our staff ready, get the farm community ready. So if this does become law, we can start issuing payments as soon as possible. And it's important that these are grants. This is not a loan. These are grants to farmers and processors.
All right, John O'Brien John Bartholomew has his hand up.
You said this is part of a commerce bill. Do I remember correctly?
Yes, my understanding is that the process is going to, there's going to be a bill introduced in the commerce committees and economic development committees. And they, and this is something on your side to discuss, but my understanding is that they're going to maybe pull those apart and have, the ag committees and appropriations committees also weigh in on those as well. So it's sort of the process we're doing now, I think.
And do you know if it's starting in the House or the Senate?
It's unclear. I'm not sure on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have Sharon's hand up and Terry's hand up. Sharon?
Thank you. Anson, did I hear you say that the farmers and producers would need to have their taxes from last year available to make sure that they qualify?
I'm not sure for last year. I think what we're doing is the tax forms that they need to have because this income will be taxable going forward, I think is the plan. So we don't want to gather a lot of, complicated information from folks. We want to make this as, simple and straightforward as possible for folks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Terry.
Yeah, Anson, obviously you know about it anyway, but on today's Facebook page for the Vermont Ag, they had another program where you could sign up for USDA funds, 16 million. I'm assuming that that's totally different than what we're talking about. And are they going to be able to overlap and not conflict with each other, or?
Yeah, I think some of those questions we need to address, but they are separate. So that's important for the farm community. Dairy farmers should be applying through their local FSA office for these particularly federal dollars that came from the United States Department of Agriculture. So they should be, going through those offices for that particular round. And then, as we get closer to unveiling the bill, maybe some of these, questions will be addressed on how folks would qualify under the state program as well. But it's important; these are two separate. One has been finalized, and then hopefully over the coming days, we'll get approval on this one, and then we can address those particular issues.
Yeah, the USDA one probably doesn't include processors. Is that just for dairy?
I think that one is for dairy farmers. Yeah, and that's and their formula is a little bit different than ours. I think there's some based on volume and production levels on that one particular one, but that one seems to be being well received in the dairy community going forward. And Wendy Wilton at FSA can explain that program. I know this today started the sign up for that.
Yeah, usually they send out notices to farmers, and they're pretty aware of what they need to do and the timeline and everything. So it's not like guesswork. We don't necessarily have to let farmers know that that's happening, because usually FSA is pretty much on top of that stuff.
Yeah, this one has been in the works for a month to 6 weeks, I believe. So I think people are, they got the formula released last week, and then the application started today, and then from what USDA is saying, they hope to, start issuing payments within a week or so.
Thanks. Vicky, is your hand up again, or did you just forget? Okay, Vicky, and then Rodney.
Anson, you mentioned 160 or so farms would qualify the dairy aspect, and I know we have about 600-ish or a little more. What about those other? That's a fraction still of our farmers.
No.
And are you seeing some actually right now even closing? Do you have any information on that as well?
I may have dropped out. 760 dairy farms might qualify.
Oh,
and
okay.
and 140 processors. I may have dropped out in my and we did have 5 and this is about a week ago. We did have 5 dairy farmers leave in the month of May.
Great, thank you, Rodney.
Yeah, federal program, their formula is based on the first 3 months of milk production, the first quarter. So it's a $1.14 per hundredweight of what you produced in January, February, and March. I have called my FSA office this morning and got a voicemail and waiting to see if they call me back.
Yeah, and I think if there's any dollars left over, they'll apply them to the remainder production, I think, as well. So.
All right. Any other questions for Anson at this moment? John O'Brien.
Anson, where do the dairy farmer workers fit into this discussion, especially the migrant community?
My understanding, that's in a separate discussion. The Agency of Administration has been working on this particular issue, and I think there's a separate avenue outside of this particular bill that's been working on that.
Great, thank you.
All right, Rodney, is your hand up again, or did you just not lower it? Okay, John, you want to lower your hand? Thanks. Anson, thank you for this information. Was there other stuff that you wanted to
No,
talk about?
I believe you heard the announcement about fairs and field days not being able to occur this year. One thing I think would be important, that there is a nonprofit component of the governor's plan for under commerce and community development. So we know that a number of those fairs and field days still have expenses and are going to sustain losses. We believe that they would qualify under some of those granting programs to commerce. So we're trying to message to the fair and field days community to look at that as a possible way to shore up some of the losses or getting through this particular year. It's also important to point out that it does not mean that events cannot happen at fairs and field days. The governor has talked about if people can get creative about holding an event, maybe a horse show. You could still have your horse show. Maybe you could still have a cattle show or something. And so it does not prohibit, events happening at some of the fairs and field days. So that's kind of one of those that we've been working on. I went to the Montpelier, just swung by briefly at the Montpelier Farmers Market on Saturday. Appears those are going well. We know a number of other ones are coming online in June. Sorry for the dog.
That's okay.
So that seems to be encouraging, and things are moving along on that front. So there's a lot going on, but those are the sort of highlights that I can think of right now.
So Anson, I sit on the Capital Grants Committee, And we did have a meeting. It would seem to me that we would want to probably continue to allow the fairs that applied for those grants to move forward with their projects, because I think a lot of construction is being allowed now. Do you have any word for us on that?
Yeah, I think we've issued a number of those grants, and I think those capital projects should, they can still go forward. And my biggest worry is sort of on the operating side of some of these fairs and field days, because it's such important parts of our community, and we're trying to make sure that we can get some, let them know about those potential grants through the Commerce Agency's program, to look at those for possibly shoring up some challenging times coming forward over the next year on those fairs and field days.
Yeah, will the stipend money go out? That might help them out.
Yeah, I believe the stipend money has gone out, or has gone out already as well.
Good. Yeah, I was very disappointed. I was really hoping that maybe some of the fairs that are a little later in the year, September Tunbridge and others, might be able to go forward with some, requirements to wear masks and what have you, but it's very sad that we can't do that.
Yeah, we had a number of conversations with Secretary Smith, and we all met all the fair presidents and officers a couple weeks ago, and it was, I think it was just very challenging to hold a large gathering. And then a lot of the fair presidents were concerned about attendance and how they have to have a certain number of people come through the doors to, break even. And then there was a lot of discussion about insurance and contracts that were coming due very soon. So they had to make some decisions on that, so they did not, lose more money in returning tickets and et cetera. And also a number of the workers coming from other states was also, I think, a concern as well, of all the people coming that operate the rides and et cetera.
Right. Yeah. John O'Brien has his hand up. John?
Oh, just quickly, any word on Eastern states, or maybe even Freiburg, since that's sort of the last New England fair?
Right now, discussions that Eastern states is going forward. We have not heard otherwise. And that one again is the end of September as well. So right now that one is going forward. Of course, Massachusetts is in a little different, it's considered kind of a hot spot right now. Maybe things will be better by the end of September, but right now that fair is going forward, and I have not heard about Freiburg yet either.
Thanks, Anson. Terry's hand is up. Terry?
Well, I was just going to say, I had heard Eastern States was trying to figure out a way to have the cattle shows, and they talked to some of the 4-H people. It's what they were thinking. Well, they would have them come and show like on Friday, but then they had to go home, and then they would have to come back on like Sunday. And I know the state of Maine said, no, that's not going to work. They're not doing that. And I'm sure Vermont is going to be the same way, because you just can't truck cattle and calves around like that and expect to get a good result. So it's just remarkable that they could even consider that they could have Eastern states with 1 million of people there watching that. I mean, honestly, that's just not a safe thing to do. But I mean, that's what Addison County Field Days, I mean, they were basically the first ones the second one to cancel, and it takes $40,000 just to open the fair. And if you don't have anybody come, that takes the first, it's a 5-day fair. It takes 4 days of good attendance, and then you start making some money on the last day. And if you only have half the people come, you're not making any money. You're losing money every day, and it just it just got to be very, very problematic, and they didn't want to turn into a hotspot and be the ones to start up a new flare of the virus. So they decided that it's just feasible just to say no. And they were actually, my wife was very glad to hear the governor say no fairs and field days, because it put some pressure on her to be the first ones. And I'm not going to say I can let her know about the economic development there about that, but I'm pretty sure Jackie is probably listening in on this, so I'm sure she'll let everybody know anyway. But it's good that they're at least considering that they are important parts of the Vermont economy, and hopefully they'll be back next year. I won't guarantee every one of them, but most of them I'm sure will be back.
Yeah, it's really sad that they're not going to be able to operate. And I know some of the challenges that are involved with getting the midway there and the cost and what have you. And I worry about whether those midway rides companies are going to even be able to stay in business through this. I know some of the southern states have opened up, and hopefully they will not get a second wave of the virus, but it's really concerning. So any other questions for Anson about this? We're going to also meet with you tomorrow, Anson.
Yes.
Tomorrow morning, 8:30.
That's correct. Thank you.
Yeah. And will it be sort of a similar presentation, or will there be additional information?
And I think Steve will join us. Steve Collier, our legislative counsel, and Allison Eastman will be on as well.
Good. Great. One thing, while we have you, I mean, are you able to stay with us for another few minutes?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, Sharon has your hand up. And then John O'Brien brought up an issue that he heard from one of his constituents yesterday about the farmers market, and maybe he could have a chance to say a few words about that. But Sharon, your hand's up.
Thank you. Will your testimony tomorrow be about other food system sectors, or will it also be focusing on the dairy sector?
I think it will be focused on the economic recovery package that we have outlined.
Okay.
Fantastic. John, did you want to say, you sent me an email, and you got an email from somebody, and since we have Anson, it might be helpful to hear. And I don't know whether it's state guidance that's a problem or local guidance. So why don't you go ahead?
Okay. Yeah, I got an email from there's a old distinguished, it's been going probably 20 years now, market garden farm in Tunbridge, and they do a bunch of farmers markets. I think Waitsfield or the Mad River they do one, and they even go down to Boston. But the Waitsfield one they just did, they were hugely disappointed at. It was they said it was incredibly dead, and the continued hoops you had to jump through for farmers markets for the vendors, they felt was causing a lot of problems just for the volume and the customers. In that, they could look over to a Shaw's, I guess, in Waitsfield, and you can go in there and buy spinach and walk out. And whereas at a farmer's market, there are all these complicated procedures you have to go through to do this exact same thing. And they just felt like if this continues on, both as a vendor and as customers, they just felt that farmers markets are going to be hurting. And maybe that's not true at all farmers markets, but it's certainly they have a lot of experience with farmers markets, and they felt that this particular one was really, really bad.
Well, thank you for the feedback. I don't, if you want to, I don't know how to we're trying to keep everybody safe, and we know there are challenges with it, and we know there's some mitigation that has to be done. And the Montpelier ones seem to be very active, but maybe that's just a different audience, different space.
Well, and I wonder if if the local farmers market board or whatever was overseeing put in some additional requirements. It would be, John, it would be helpful to know a little bit more from your constituent, what were some of the guidelines that they were following there in Waitsfield. So we'd have a little bit more information.
I'll find out, but it just from the email, it sounded like things like no change, for example, like, it all had to sort of be prepaid and or exact change. And I can find out, why, if they felt that was the reason, or it's just so much easier to go into a supermarket and buy your produce than it is to go to a farmer's market and get the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was at my sister's in Fairhaven, or Castleton. She lives in Castleton, and she told me, I said, well, I might stop by the Shaws there in Fairhaven, and she said, well, I'll tell you what, it is Saturday, and if it's too crowded in the store, they don't let you in. So I said, well, I'm not going to be doing that then. It was hot and I was tired. So anyway, Rodney has his hand up. Rodney?
Yeah, I just was wondering if this was just the Waitsfield Farmers Market, or has he been to others that are the same way, with the same regulations, and yeah, I know some of the other bot stores, they count the people coming in, and at a certain point, they gotta wait till people leave before they let more in. That is happening. I just wondered if the farmers market issue is just Waitsfield, or if he's running into this.
And Waitsfield, I'm not completely familiar with the clientele of Waitsfield, but we're still not allowing visitors to come to those mountain towns. And Waitsfield, Warren, Fayston could be one of those communities who the farmers market in the past could be relying on some visitors that are staying in Vermont and may go there. So the traffic may be down a little bit with those. And I'm not sure if, how active the downtown area with some of our, other establishments being closed or modified as well. So there could be an impact, as well as just the number of folks that are in the Mad River Valley as well, that could be impacting that particular market. But clearly there's certain, new things that have to be followed, and there's some new expenses and some spacing issues, but pretty much all the products, the only thing that's different is no entertainment and no sampling.
Yeah. And I actually do want to thank the agency and you, Anson, and others who worked on getting the farmers markets open fairly quickly. We did have Mike O'Grady write a number of letters, thank goodness for Mike, that we ended up never sending, because you did move very quickly on this issue. So we thank you for that. And John, if you want to get some additional information about the details, that might be really helpful so we can understand a little bit better.
Yep. And I think if any of the other committee members have heard from, their local farmers markets, whether it's good stories or it's, never been deader, let's all maybe do some research.
Yeah, I'll look into Brattleboro. That's another one that a lot of locals go to. It is right off the highway, right off 91. So it could be visited by visitors, but I'll make some inquiries to see how Brattleboro is doing. And Anson, you said Montpelier was good? this week?
It seemed to be, they're in a new space this year. They're actually using state property. It's right behind the Agency of Agriculture off State Street. They seem to like it. One good thing is that there's a lot of room there in that parking lot. So I think it helped with spacing and so forth. So it seemed like it was going okay. Of course, I'm not taking in the money. I don't know about sales and whatever, but they like the space. It seems to be, wide open. It's not as close to downtown as in the past, but a lot of things in downtown are a little bit different under this circumstance as well. So, where some of the other markets are going to be opening up in June. I think Burlington's 9 or 10 days away from opening up their operation. So it'll be interesting to see how people react to that as well.
Mm-hmm. Great. Good. Are there any other questions for Anson? Well, we really don't have anything else to discuss today. Unless there's something that someone would like to bring up, we can end this meeting a little bit earlier than we typically would. Okay, Rodney's hand is up. Rodney?
Yeah, this is just a general question. As Chair, have you heard any thoughts of when we're going to be getting done this session? I'm going to be spending more time in the hayfield pretty soon. 2 days.
Yeah, me too. So I think I've heard that we might, and maybe Mike O'Grady has more information about this, but I think what I've heard is toward the end of June, we might wrap things up. And then at some point come back in August. Mike, can you give us any more information about this?
Sure. Just kind of the technical functioning. In order, you need to pass a budget bill by July 1. And that means you need to get the bill to the governor approximately 5 days before July 1. It can be sooner if the governor agrees to that, but generally the Constitution provides for 5 days. So you should probably expect to be in session up until that third week of June, if not a little bit later. And then I've been told, although it's not finalized, that then the body will take a break of some kind and then come back in August and September to reassess the economic scenario and to pass a final appropriations bill for FY21. So that's my understanding. There's probably more detail and nuance that your leadership could provide.
Great, thanks, Mike. Yeah, that's essentially what I've heard. John O'Brien's hand is up.
Just along those lines in the heads up department, can we get an update maybe on the bills we've been working on and have now passed out to the Senate, where they might be going, and also what we might expect from the Senate into our committee? And maybe Carolyn and Mike and Linda know more on that. Well,
Mike, do you want to comment? We did take some testimony on S-180, which is the Pesticide Advisory Council, and we talked about coming up with potentially a different scenario in terms of council. Maybe I think Carrie suggested an Ag Innovation Council, and so Jared Carpenter expressed an interest in that. Mike, what else? They have our housekeeping bill, and yeah, and they have our tree warden bill now, and there's one left to go, and that is the humane officer language, which I am hoping that John Bartholomew is going to be asked to report any day now. I haven't heard, but typically I find that kind of information out on Wednesday afternoons. So Mike, do you want to weigh in here?
Sure. So the Senate committee has they did they've taken three meetings on H656. One was just a very high level, just summarize it. The second was a walkthrough, but they ran out of time. The third was another walkthrough, but they also ran out of time. I am supposed to finish up the walkthrough today as soon as they get off the floor, around 11. I only have feral pigs and hemp left to walk them through. They seem very amenable to the bill so far. Fish and Wildlife and the Agency of Ag came in and asked for a couple of tweaks to the feral pig language. They're just minor. And that's all I know about 656.
Okay, thanks.
As to the others, I don't even think tree wardens has been referred to them yet. I don't think it's there yet. And so it'll probably go to them today. And so I have no knowledge of what they plan to do with tree wardens.
Michael, will it go to Senate Ag or will it go to Natural Resources, do you think?
That's it. It might even go to Government Ops.
Oh.
Let me check. It may have already been referred and it's just not in their committee.
Okay. Thanks for doing
no,
that.
it hasn't been referred yet.
Okay.
It just hasn't gotten there yet.
Okay. Okay, John O'Brien's hand is up and then John Bartholomew.
And besides 180, does the Senate, are they sending anything our way?
They sent you hemp, which you sent back to them on 656. They had focused on a school nutrition bill, which I don't believe will go to your committee. I think if it goes anywhere, it will go to the education committee. And they had planned to do a dairy bill, but COVID kind of torpedoed their intentions on that. So the S180 is probably what you are going to get from them.
Okay, thanks. All right, John Bartholomew.
There was some discussion about how long the House would be in session and take a break, but what about the Ag Committee? Are we going to continue to meet through that whole period or just as needed?
What would you like to do? I know you'd probably really like to continue to meet.
It doesn't seem to make sense to meet if we don't have anything to do other than to see your lovely faces.
Yeah, it's nice to see you all. I missed you. We'll play it by ear. You know, if we need to meet, we'll meet. We have these time slots. We don't have to meet if there's nothing to talk about. I think we probably need to come up with a response regarding S180 to send back to them. And, you know, we will be looking at the governor's proposal that Anson has been so kind to spend time with us today and tomorrow talking about. And so we'll probably be asked to weigh in on that. Mike O'Grady, can you think of anything else?
I think you will potentially see other agricultural assistance language in whatever the Senate works on. They have been working on a bill that goes beyond just dairy or value-added dairy and looking at other farms that may have experienced a loss, vegetable, cattle, beef, poultry, etc., due to COVID. They are also, as referenced by Representative O'Brien, looking at a migrant, or really, it's not just migrant, it's about farm worker retention. They've heard some testimony that farms are so economically stressed that they've had to let employees go. And so they have a program that's kind of a farm worker retention program for those farm workers who didn't receive a stimulus payment under CARES Act funds, to kind of try to prop up those workers and keep them on the farm. And then they're talking about things such as how to strengthen the food system, how to shore up nutrition programs, whether it's going to be food banks or others. So I would expect that you'll see some of that come back from the Senate.
Okay, so we'll kind of monitor that. And given what you've told us about John O'Brien today regarding your farmer, I in your email or his email, it said he had plenty of spinach if somebody wanted it. I wish I was closer. I'd drive up and get some. But that may be an important thing if they're going to be including vegetable farmers in part of this recovery package. So, and Mike O'Grady, I'm assuming that if the governor's aid package to dairy farmers goes forward, then Bobby will not be pushing the idea that they had regarding the dairy assistance program.
From what I heard from Secretary Tebbets, what they're proposing is basically what the Senate has proposed, just with significantly higher amounts.
Right.
The categories are the same categories. The requirement to certify or self-certify that you had losses or expenses, that's probably just the administration hewing very close to the Treasury guidance. I don't think that's actually necessary, but it's probably a bootstrap thing just to make sure that if there is a single audit of that grant, that the agency can say that the farm self-certified loss or expense due to COVID. So the rest of it sounds pretty similar to what the Senate has already worked on.
Okay, thank you. John Bartholomew, do you have more questions? Your hand is still up. Okay, thanks. And Terry has his hand up. Terry?
I was just wondering if anybody's heard any more about the Jamaican workers for the apple picking, whether they're going to be allowed to come in. I know there's some here already, but I don't know if there's any restrictions on the number or things like that. I mean, that's kind of important in my town.
Yeah, well, Allison's going to be on the call tomorrow. Mike, have you heard anything about that? Allison will be on tomorrow. She might, or maybe Anson, you know. Anyone can chime in here.
Probably Allison would be the best person, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
She knows more about the Jamaican workers than anybody in the world, I think. So.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Her former business was critical in that. Yeah.
I'll ask her tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay.
It's Anson. I'll have Allison check in on it for you.
Yeah.
Fantastic,
okay, thank you.
Anson. Thank you.
Came up that we'd need a committee bill for. That's the sort of thing that, we wouldn't have to worry about crossover, et cetera, right? We could potentially craft something that had an eye on, say, the skinny budget or, down the road on the bigger budget. Is that right? I don't know.
Yeah, Mike O'Grady, that's probably more of a question for you. I can't remember if there was a limit on committee bills or not.
Yeah, so you're already past the rules deadline for committee bills, but if you just go to the rules committee and ask for a suspension, they have been allowing that. For example, House said the continuation of the deadline for lead testing in schools and childcare facilities. They got a suspension to allow them to introduce that as a committee bill.
Yeah.
So you just need to ask rules for that approval.
Yeah, I think we know somebody on rules too.
That doesn't mean I have any special influence to get the stuff approved.
Right. Any other questions or topics that you want to talk about right now? I don't see any hands. So I think what we'll do is we'll wrap this up a little bit early, and we'll make up for it tomorrow morning by having a meeting at 8:30. Linda will send out an invitation for that, and please hop on about 15 minutes early so that we know you're there, and we'll make up for our additional, our one less hour today. I'm going to go out and transplant strawberry plants. So I hope you all have a great day, and take care and stay safe, stay home. All right, Linda, you can take us out.
So I'm going to call the meeting to order. And Eric Fitzpatrick is going to provide us with some information about the criminal classification bill, which is a companion bill to the expungement bill that we did earlier this session. That's still in the I can't think of the name of the committee. Appropriations, my other committee. So Eric, if you want to do that, please. It's H580.
Oh, thank you.
Eric, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Senator Benning. So good morning, everybody. Eric Fitzpatrick with the Office of Legislative Counsel here, as Senator Sears mentioned, to talk about H580, which is an act relating to establishing a classification system for criminal offenses. I'm sure the topic is familiar to everyone. It's been through the Judiciary Committee a couple of times already over the years. I think probably back in 2013 was when the Judiciary Committee and the legislature first created a criminal code reclassification working group. And it was basically, I think it was at the time, John Treadwell was still with the Attorney General's office, Matt Valerio, Dave Cahill, Robin Weber from the Crime Victim Research Group, and Judge Morris were the 5 members of that group. And they, with the entire idea of a classification system, just to refresh your recollection on that for a second, you know, I'd say not all, but the majority of states in the country you classify their criminal offenses according to, for example, say 5 different levels, usually denominated by a letter. So it could be, for example, a Class A felony, a Class B felony, Class C felony, similar Class A misdemeanor, Class B misdemeanor, etc. And then there's something in the statutes that will say, here's what the penalty is for a Class A felony. Here's what the penalty is for a Class A misdemeanor. In Vermont, by contrast, as I'm sure you well know, each criminal statute has its own particular penalty embedded in the statute itself. For example, it might say, you know, a person who commits manslaughter shall be imprisoned not more than 15 years and fined not more than $10,000. Now, each one has its own individual penalty, and it's been developed over the years. Each time you add a new offense, we look at, you know, what the appropriate penalty is. But there isn't this overarching classification system that organizes everything into these different categories that many states have. And that's what the judiciary committees have been thinking about doing for several years now. As I say, the working group first started in 2013. That working group recommended a 5-tier classification system, but it didn't yet decide which offenses should go in which category. And the legislature realized that that was a substantially work-intensive project. So it tasked in 2018 the Sentencing Commission, which already existed, although it had been dormant. I think there was a small appropriation given in 2018 to the Sentencing Commission to get restarted and to look at the classification idea and think about which offenses should be categorized into which category. So that's what the Sentencing Commission has not completed that task yet, but they've started on it. And that's what you have in H580 is the beginnings of their recommendations as to how to put this classification system into place. And the House Judiciary Committee made a couple of changes to what the Sentencing Commission recommended, but for the most part, what H580 reflects is what the Sentencing Commission has recommended as the system to put in place to get started. The easiest way, and sort of the obvious question is, all right, what are these classifications that are proposed to exist? And I had Peggy put up a document that I think might be the easiest way to look at that. It's a chart, and it's called the comparison between the House bill and the Sentencing Commission recommendations. It's under my name, called Differences Between House Bill and Sentencing Commission Recommendations is the chart. And that's the easiest way to see what the categories are. I don't know if that's available to everybody, or is it something you can
Yeah,
you can
it's
pull
on
up?
it's on our committee website. I
Oh,
don't know if
perfect.
Peggy can put it up or not on the screen, but I've got it. It's,
It's from the committee webpage. You can see it, Senator Sears.
yes.
Oh, great.
So either people that have that available, or Peggy could put it up on the screen if she's here.
Okay. So I'll review those real quick. So you can see there are 5 categories each for, oh, thank you, Peggy. You can see there are 5 categories each for both felonies and misdemeanors. So A, B, C, D, and E, both for felonies and misdemeanors. And so the felony category starts with Class A. That's the most severe penalty, and that's the maximum penalty, any offense with a maximum penalty of life imprisonment or a $500,000 fine. So those would be your Class A felonies. And you'll see also there's a comparison that shows you if there's any differences between what's in H580 and what the Sentencing Commission had recommended.
Eric?
Yeah.
Before we go any further, just I acknowledge this is an ignorant question, but a $500,000 fine or $1 million fine, what is the utility of that? I mean, if I imagine that no one ever pays off said fine, what is the function of $1 million fine?
I think it's viewed as both, there is some degree of, I think you're right, that the vast majority of defendants simply don't have the resources to pay those kind of fines. But occasionally some do have the resources to pay some. And I think it's sort of, in some sense, there's a history to it in that criminal offenses both have a period of incarceration and a fine attached to them. It's just, in many ways, that's historically always been the case. But also there's, I think, a view of deterrence potentially involved, retribution. You sort of talk about the general policies behind criminal penalties, and there have been many studies as to whether any of these functionally work that way, but certainly a retribution sense, which basically means punishment, right?
Yep.
Deterrence, or any sort of effect of deterrence upon the penalty on the potential criminal defendant's conduct. I think those are sort of viewed as.
But someone can't pay the $1 million and then evade prison time.
Correct. Yes, you wouldn't be able to sort of buy your way out of prison, no.
Right. Okay. So I understand the historical argument, but all of our discussions around fines have been around the other end, that we wind up in situations where people we would like to let go still owe fines, and we're trying to make up this potentially lost revenue. I'm just wondering, if we do an entire reclassification, but we put in place what are essentially fictitious amounts. I mean, $1 million fine for someone or a $500,000 fine, it just seems out of touch with reality somehow. So I'll just offer that and we'll go on. But yeah, I can't imagine anybody ever satisfying that part of their sentence. So, Senator Sears, is that?
It's probably correct. I think sometimes that the legislature, in drug trafficking crimes, we've put up some pretty high numbers, assuming that you actually got at a person who was a chief. Usually we get at people who are rather low income and not able to afford those. But I always think of Bernie Madoff, that type of crime. Although he didn't murder anybody that we know of. But certainly.
Although I believe his son killed himself?
That may have been, yeah.
In any event.
Yeah, I think the point is well taken, that sometimes our fine structure I always found to be pretty tone deaf to the actual wealth of the individuals who are usually, you know, involved in those crimes, except those white collar crimes, as well as some of the drug crimes, certainly. Frequently, there's quite a bit of money involved.
Okay.
Alice?
I'm just wondering, so, I mean, maybe you're going to get into this, Eric, but does this mean, so say this is adopted in Vermont, does this lock the judge in on exactly what these things are? They can't do something creative?
No, it just sets a maximum for any given offense.
Right.
In a sense, it's in that conceptually, it's no different than what we have now.
I think
Every offense has a maximum. It's just
Correct.
that there's no uniform organization to what those maximums are. So it's
Correct.
just, sorry.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This is sort of an attempt. We currently have things like listed crimes, the Big 12, et cetera, that we often rely on. Is this an attempt to move us where we have various classes of felonies where people who are convicted of those certain felonies may or may not have different? Is that what we're trying to do?
I think, although this bill doesn't
I'm not
get
sure
there,
what it tries to, what is it trying to get to? And I think that's the question that Senator Nick is, and I have as well. What's the goal?
I think that's a question you really need better asked to the sponsor. But I think, you know, from a legal perspective, the strict organization of these felonies into categories is the goal. And I think some of the practitioners in the criminal defense area testified in the House that there's a geographic justice element to this and a predictability element, that with more standardization of penalties, that the actual, because, you know, there's a difference between the statutory maximum and what actually gets imposed on a particular defendant. So I think that some of the thought had been that the wide variation in the potential penalties without some sort of standardization across categories means that there's less consistency in the actual sentences that people get. And I think that's probably the best I can phrase what I think the goal is. And you know, some sense of predictability. I don't know that criminal defendants are necessarily calculating what their potential fine, you know, incarceration might be before they act. but I think predictability for the practitioners in the criminal defense field, prosecutors, defense attorneys, judges, that sort of thing.
Right.
But it's another good point that you were getting at too, Senator Sears, is that, and this is a very important piece of this legislation, is that the effective date is not until 2022. It's got a 2-year out effective date. And the reason for that is, as you look at this chart of categories, you know, you think about it, there's 900 plus criminal offenses that we have on the books right now.
Mm-hmm.
This bill does not, and if you're going to decide, well, the next step in this, and it's not done in this bill with the exception of the property offenses, which is the one place that this has been done in the bill. But the major task is going to be going through all these offenses and deciding, well, which category should it go into, right? That's the big, you can set up the categories, but then the big work product is going to be, all right, we've got these 950 offenses. Which one should be Class A, Class B, Class C, et cetera? And that is the reason that you have a 2-year out effective date of 2022, because the categories are set up in this bill, but it does not yet place the different criminal offenses into a particular category. And that's something that presumably the Sentencing Commission is going to be doing over the next couple of years.
Senator Baruth has a question or a comment.
Maybe another dumb question, but why wouldn't we wait until we compare the categories with the offenses?
Yeah.
Another excellent question for the sponsor. I will add that my perception on that is that the idea was that it gets the ball rolling, gets the momentum moving toward the establishment of the system, and that with this sort of first step on the books, kind of, in some ways you could look, it's sort of comparable to the idea of a sunset sometimes. You know, the idea of a sunset is that it forces the legislature to take another look at it in a couple of years to act again. Maybe that's a good analogy, in that the idea was put this on the books for now, sort of puts the boots in the ground, as it were, on the ground. And that way it's almost like you've got the skeleton in place and then you hang the rest on it when it comes out over the course of the next year.
I think if we can save, and now I have another question which you raised with this, Eric, and so our list of questions for the sponsor, Representative Lamont, will grow, but if somebody can keep track of them so he's aware of that when we invite him to join us. One of my questions is, under justice reinvestment, we're looking more at a risk-based than offense-based system, and this seems to move us in an offense-based system rather than a risk-based system.
I think that's right. It's offense-based, yep.
And that may be counter to what we're trying to do in the overall scheme of criminal justice reform. Just another question for the sponsor. So thank you we try not to shoot messengers here.
I appreciate that.
So continue your message, please.
What was just so I can remember too, because I don't want to forget, what was I know, so we have the risk-based versus offense-based comparison, right. And then
the Corrections Department and Justice Reinvestment, I think, leads us more and more to a risk-based criminal justice system, so that people who are high risk are the ones that are incarcerated. People that are low risk would not be. Sometimes the crime is such that you have to have a period of incarceration, but they may be, in fact, low risk to reoffend.
So the three questions that I've noted so far are, what is the purpose of having this system in the first place?
Yep.
Number two, why do it now when the Sentencing Commission hasn't finalized its recommendations for what offense goes into what category?
I think Senator Bruce's point is, why do it when we don't know what the crimes are that why wouldn't we fit the crimes in to the categories?
Yep. And then you've got the justice reinvestment comparison piece.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is more risk-oriented, risk-based, trying to establish that. And here we are labeling people as a Class A felon. I know in New York State, they have sex offenses, Class A, B, and C, I believe. And I have this constituent who's always telling me that so-and-so is a Class A felon, sex offender. And sorry, there is no such thing in Vermont. But
right. All right, I've got those questions noted, though. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you want to continue on with the kind of the chart.
Yeah.
I think we were at the Class C felony.
Yes. And you can see as I think both you and Senator Bruce were pointing out as well on the fine issue, that the House bill does knock the Sentencing Commission fine recommendations in half for the most part. 50, on the Class A, for example, Sentencing Commission recommended $1 million fine. They went down to 500,000. The categories for felonies are life for Class A, 20 years for Class B, 10 years for Class C, 5 for Class D, and 3 for a Class C felony.
Well, maybe the question number 4 for the sponsor would be, why have fines at all determining? Shouldn't it be the maximum term of imprisonment? Because the fine for drug trafficking, the drug trafficking statutes have rather high fines, but may not meet the life imprisonment.
Part of the answer to that, Dick, though, might be where do these fines end up? If they're supporting the victims' advocates in any way, shape, or form, that might be a whole other part of the equation.
I guess why bother with why bother with fines as part of our classification system?
Because they're not paid very much, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Clearly, you know, a guy with a $25 bank account's not going to be able to make a $500,000 payment of a fine.
Right. Yeah, I noted that one too. Thank you, Senator Sears. You'll see as you move into the misdemeanor categorization that the line between a misdemeanor and a felony is preserved. It's a 2-year, exactly the same as it is in existing law. So if it's a 2-year maximum imprisonment, then that's going to be a Class A misdemeanor. And then it goes down there from 2 years to 1 year for Class B, 6 months for Class C, 30 days for a Class D, and no imprisonment. Because we have a bunch of offenses on the books that are fine only, and they would fit into your Class C misdemeanor category. The idea for attempts, right now attempts are punished in the same manner as the underlying crime. In other words, whatever the penalty is for the underlying crime, an attempt is generally punished the same way. The proposal here is to make each one a Class C felony, which in the category for that is a 10-year imprisonment. Sorry, but it could be, it either would be that or the punishment for the underlying offense, whichever is less. So.
Wait a minute. I want to make sure we're talking about attempted murder being a Class C felony.
Not only if the yes, I think that's right. Whichever one would be less.
Well, given
So,
all the, and I want to get the right term regarding Jack Sawyer, all the angst, community angst about charging him with an attempt and our attempt statutes. But the one thing that people relied on was an attempt is the same as an actual, in terms of a possible sentence. Are you saying that if we change this to a Class C felony, the punishment would be 10 years, no more than 10 years for an attempted murder? Not you, as the sponsor saying.
well, the House, yeah, yes, but yes, that's right, Senator Sears.
So I think that's a real, I can see that being people wondering why they did that.
Yeah.
If that's really what would happen.
Right.
I know we had that whole argument about whether what he did was actually an attempt and Vermont's laws regarding attempts, but we attempted to change the laws regarding attempts and were unsuccessful in changing them, as I remember. And part of the comfort level was at least it was the same as if you had actually completed the crime. So I would say that's another question for the sponsor.
Yeah, I noted that one too.
Mm-hmm.
So that takes us through the chart. There's only a couple of other points I wanted to hit, but we don't need to look at, well, it's good to keep the chart up actually, because sometimes you can bounce back and forth. But a couple of other points to note are the bill, as I say, although for the most part, it doesn't put the long list of criminal offenses into a particular category. It does do so for property offenses. That's one of the substantive areas that they did get, and there's about 45 different property offenses, and that's the bulk of the bill actually. Most, you know, I think it's a 38-page bill or something, and about 34 pages of that is just going through all of the property offenses and making a determination as to which category that they go in. So in that section of the criminal law, the property offense section, the work of deciding which category to place each offense was done. And that's, rather than go through each one of those here, I think it's just helpful to note that that's what they were done. They were categorized. Another point I wanted to make is that because of the fact that it says a 2-year, it's not effective immediately, but goes into effect on July 1st, 2022. The bill has what's known as transitional provisions, and those are on page 3. And that's because it may be that since it's unclear at this point when the decision will be made with respect to the vast majority of these criminal offenses about which category to put them in, this sets up some transitional language that says what happens in the meantime. In other words, between now and then, how will offenses be treated? So if you look at, for example, on page 3, and this is section 54 of Title 13 was where it would be placed, you'll see that the language provides it unless otherwise provided by law. In other words, if the legislature has not yet passed a statute or passed an amendment to a particular statute saying what category it goes into, for example, as you were indicating about attempted murder Senator Sears, if there hasn't been a statute yet that says murder shall be punished as a Class A felony, that hasn't been done yet, well then this provides you with some language that would be in effect in the meantime. So it says under felonies, for example, any felony punishable by a maximum term of life shall be a Class A felony. So that just provides you with something that would be in effect during this 2-year period while the Sentencing Commission is presumably doing this work to categorize all the offenses.
But can I ask, Eric, let's say that we were to do that, and someone is convicted during that 2-year period. So they're convicted of a Class C felony, and then we decide in the final reckoning that that should be a Class B felony. Wouldn't that cause lasting confusion?
Well, remember, during the first 2-year period, this won't be in effect yet because it doesn't go into effect until July 1st, 2022. But nevertheless, the situation you described could still happen. Like let's say this does go into effect on July 1st, 2022, and the Sentencing Commission hasn't completed all of the categorization yet. So the fact pattern you described could happen in that situation where somebody gets convicted of some offense that's under this categorization would be a Class B felony, but later on it's become a Class C. I think that the courts could work with that because it's not unusual for that to happen even now. Sometimes the legislature changes the penalties for offenses, and that has resulted in litigation sometimes to determine, well, which penalty applies. But generally speaking, the penalty that's in effect on the day that when the offense was committed is the one that applies.
I guess now I go back to the simplicity principle. What the sponsor is asking us to do is, quote unquote, get the ball rolling. So to put these into place, put transitional language into place so that we can do something now. But as far as I can tell, there's no harm to be incurred if we don't put this into place and just wait until we have the entire scheme. That way we don't need transitional provisions. We keep what we have in statute, and then we make a systematic overhaul at a later time without the possibility of the fact pattern we were just discussing.
Yeah, that may be our amendment.
Okay.
Maybe not exactly as just worded, but I think it makes eminent sense that if you wanted to pass something and we were to agree with their attempt at putting all property crimes into X category, then that might be a start. But to try to attempt to say in 2 years we're going to know what Class B felonies are and what Class C felonies are might be difficult. Well pointed out. I think I don't necessarily oppose the idea of a criminal classification system, but I worry that that the way this is laid out without knowing what the crimes are yet could have unintended consequences.
On that same point, just another thing to alert the committee to about the transitional provisions is, and again, in theory, the transitional provisions may never need to go into effect, right? Because if before 2022, the Sentencing Commission finishes all the categorization, they can come back to the legislature and say, we've got the whole thing done. We'll have this go into effect instead of this bill because this hasn't gone into effect yet. See what I mean? So that's the theory. And the one point to note, if all the offenses aren't categorized by that time, and this does go into effect, another, you'll have to be, if you look at the transitional provisions, for example, subdivision B, 1B under the felonies, says all felonies punishable by a maximum term of 20 years or more, but less than life, shall be Class B felonies. And a Class B felony is a 20-year term. But not every existing offense fits neatly into these categories until the final classification is made. So let's say you had an offense that was a maximum term of 25 years, and someone gets convicted of that before the final classification statutes have been enacted. Well, then the way A and B work, if someone's got a maximum term of 20 years but less than life, so that would be 25 years, right? 25 is more than 20 but less than life. That would be rounded down. That would be a Class B felony, and that would be a 20-year max, which would be a 5-year reduction in what the statutory maximum is. Everybody follow that?
Yep.
So anything that doesn't neatly fit into one of those categories, because the net for C, it's a 10-year. So in other words, a 15-year one, for example, doesn't fit in. The sort of the default is to round them down during this transitional period. Again, that may not happen because ideally the Sentencing Commission gets all this done before July 1st, 2022, and you can put that into place and this never goes into effect, but just something to be aware of.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
I think we're going to transition over. I know you've got to go somewhere else. Right. Well, actually, you're not physically going somewhere else. You're electronically going somewhere else.
That's
we're
right.
Not allowed to.
I know. I feel like I was saying I have to go upstairs, but I'm not really going upstairs now.
No. This brave new world of Zoom and other stuff, it really is overwhelming, and I'm still trying to respond to the diaper request.
Oh, God.
What is
Have you
the diaper
responded to the
request?
diaper? I guess it's just for those of us on appropriations. A certain group wants to get funding for diapers.
Oh.
And I'm overwhelmed and hadn't gotten back to them, and now I'm getting these emails that I must have missed their email.
I had no idea where the diaper request was going.
That's a certain group actually in the Champlain Valley that is providing diapers to families. It's not a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. It just
There's a whole lot more about this particular bill that is going to require a lot of discussion. I was reading through some of the provisions, and in one instance, they've created a organized retail theft bill that if you create an act of theft with someone else within a given time period, I don't know why the time period's in there, but the way they get classified depends on how much they actually stole in retail value. And I don't know how they came up with that concept. If I break into Littleton Coin thinking I'm going to get $1 million, but I'm only successful in breaking into the glass case that has quarters in it, I'm classified differently for the amount that I'm removing, even though the overall act was my breaking into the place with somebody else within 180 days.
Wow.
It's little things like that that are going to leave people like me confused on how you approach this, dealing with clients and with state's attorneys trying to resolve cases. So I'm only floating that one example out there, that there's a lot more to this bill than just the classification itself.
Well, I can't wait to hear from Representative Lamont.
Well, on that point, that's actually, Senator Benning, that was the one last point that I wanted to make before I left, because you're right that is the one in the entirety of the bill is all about reorganization, except it creates one new offense, and it's the one you just named, organized retail theft. And the idea behind that is that evidently there was testimony that for shoplifting offenses, that defendants were intentionally shoplifting up until an amount of goods that would only go right up into the amount that crosses over into a misdemeanor, which is $900 currently. You remember that when we went through the property offense distinction years back, the legislature settled on $900 as the threshold between a misdemeanor and a felony. So there's been evidence that defendants are shoplifting, $850 worth of items in order to only be prosecuted as a misdemeanor. And the idea behind the organized retail theft is if you can show that it's part of a sort of a joint enterprise, it's all part of the same action, that it can be prosecuted as a felony. That's the theory.
You know where that's going to end up, Eric? That will end up as an essay question on the bar exam. Some poor slob to explain.
Right, that's true.
I can't wait to talk about organized retail theft. I'm just thinking about where I live. So you go to Williamstown, Mass, and you steal $850 worth, depending upon what the limit is in Williamstown. Then you go over to Hoosick Falls and you steal $850. Then you come to Bennington, steal $850. It's 3 different crimes, but it's not organized because they're in 3 different states, and you've only traveled about 26 miles.
Right.
I think if you do it by yourself, it's not organized. Is that?
No, I think it is organized.
No, I mean under this bill.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't read. I didn't read that part, Joe. You're way ahead of us.
Now, the real question is, can people be charged with conspiracy if they didn't actually pull off the retail theft, but they did one intentional act?
Possibility.
You might want to have Martin Lamond on for quite a while for testimony purposes. This is going to be fun.
I'm sure he'll be looking forward to it after he sees this YouTube. All right. Let's thank you, Eric. Head upstairs, wherever it is you go, to move from one meeting to another.
Yes, they're taking up S-183.
Now Michelle's coming downstairs to be here.
Right. All right. Well, I'll move on upstairs then. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Say hi to everybody upstairs.
I will.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the sound bites. I'm not even going to mention that we're home. You can tell right away. Our guest tonight is Dana Colson, who's a candidate for Vermont Lieutenant Governor. And also joining us is Ben Kinsley, who's our co-host, co-producer, and sponsor of the show. Ben, would you like to give a little 2-minute blurb on what you're up to?
Oh, I get 2 minutes now?
Oh, okay. It's been a lot.
Fine, I'll do it in 30 seconds. How about that? Yes, my name is Ben Kinsley. I have a consulting firm called Imperium Advisors, and we do, really, it started out as a public policy development and research organization, and very quickly realized it's not enough just to have a good idea. You also have to be able to promote and sell that idea. And from that realization came a whole bunch of different products and services that we offer, everything from government relations to social media development, communications strategy, a whole bunch of different things, working with mostly nonprofits all over the state. So if you have a nonprofit and you're trying to figure out how to reach the right audience with the right message, give us a shout. ImperiumVT.com.
Good job. Thank you very much. You're getting that down. We'll have to document it for posterity. Anyway, Dana, welcome to the show. Yeah, I want to know if you can give our viewers a summary of a little bit of your background, and then we'll ask you why you're doing this. But let's do the summary first.
Sure. My name's Dana Colson. I'm from Sharon, Vermont. I was born in Hanover, New Hampshire, but raised in Vermont, lived in Vermont all my life to date, and hope to live here many, many more years. I grew up on a dairy farm where we did everything from milking cows to raising vegetables to logging. In winter months, we did our own firewood. Went on to college. I graduated with a mechanical engineering degree from Vermont Tech, and later with a business degree from Franklin Pierce.
Nice.
So I have a lot of business background, worked in a lot of different businesses, primarily the welding supply industry, manufacturers. And 5 years ago, I started my own welding supply distribution business. Over the years, I've been the inventor on a number of patents. I have traveled all over the world, a lot of time in Europe, Mexico, Brazil, over the U.S., Canada. So it was interesting seeing different cultures and working. I've worked everywhere from shoveling manure to wardrobe and patent attorneys and done everything from sales and marketing to engineering to tech support to purchasing. Got a broad background.
That's great. Good for you.
Very cool.
We should pick your brain sometime about tech ed, because this show and Campaign for Vermont really are pushing the benefits of tech ed. I mean, we could spend the whole show just talking about that, but I wish people would take a look at tech ed and realize all of its benefits.
Yeah, I actually deliver welding supplies to 2 of the tech ed schools at the high school level as well as college level.
Yeah.
So I'm still involved in tech ed to some extent.
Good for you. We like to hear that. So Ben, go ahead.
So, there's a lot to talk about, obviously. I have a pretty diverse background. There's a number of things that you proposed, including, the criminal justice system reform, things like that. There's a story behind that. I don't know if you want to tell it or not,
Sure.
But maybe let's start by talking about that.
Yeah. So January 11th, 2018, my son Austin, my only child, went missing. He had planned on collecting scrap metal with another gentleman I had not known prior to this. Um, he had his own painting business in the summer. Austin did. But in the winter months, there was not a lot of painting. So he's looking to earn some extra money and asked to borrow my landscape trailer to go collecting scrap metal. This other gentleman had the truck that was going to pull the trailer, and the two of them were going to work together. Austin had lived in South Royalton, this town over from where I live, with his girlfriend Katie, and he just up and disappeared. It's not like him. So, to make long story short, we conducted a search effort in coordination with the detectives of Vermont State Police Major Crime Unit. We had federal law enforcement involved as well. We conducted a private search as well in coordination with the detectives. I headed that up. Got a lot of volunteers together. We were literally going through acres and acres of woods in several towns, waist deep in snow, searching roadsides, talking to people, worked with the news media. They were very helpful getting information out in order to receive information back from the public that aid our search efforts. That eventually, May 23rd, he was found in a Norwich barn where the gentleman he was working with had been a caretaker for. He had been shot multiple times, ruled a homicide. And that gentleman has now been convicted in federal court of possession of a firearm because he was a convicted felon. He's got a long criminal history. He was a heroin user. He was also pled guilty to home improvement fraud charge. He's not officially been charged with murder yet. There's federal prosecutors are working on that case. So we hope that additional charges will be forthcoming. Currently, he's in federal custody for 37 months. And that gave me a lot of insight into the process of how the criminal justice system works. Subsequently, Vermont State Police started an initiative called intelligence-based policing, where they started meeting in Tunbridge. I joined those meetings. It started sort of as a community watch program, but more. We were working on changing the entire criminal justice system from top to bottom. We held an event at Vermont Law School where I was the moderator for the event, brought in local, county, state law enforcement, prosecutors, probation and parole, and some politicians. And we had a very good discussion, very informative, talked about the entire process. And we've proposed a number of reforms. And that actually was where I first met John Clark. And one of the other candidates asked me what I was going to do. Time I was a little hesitant. Imagine I have a lot of work going on and also own my own business. So, but I thought about it and talked to some friends and family, and people had commented that they thought I'd be really good at it. Throughout the course of events regarding my son's case, I had a number of people that I thought were very respectful people from prosecutors to principals come up and tell me that they really respected what I was doing. And if that's how people that I think of as respectable people are respecting what I'm doing, then I thought, well, maybe I've got a shot at this.
That's great. That's really great. First of all, I can't imagine dealing with what you just dealt with your son. How old was he, Dana?
He was 19, just shy of his 20th birthday.
I don't know how you can deal with it, and my heart goes out to you for sure. But did you attend the VT Digger program that they had on criminal justice system at the Dudley Davis building at UVM?
Yes.
Yeah, I was appalled.
I was too.
Comments on the stage, and I wrote some stuff up that we're sort of waiting for the right time to put it out. It was appalling.
Yeah, it was very, very liberal tilted.
Right.
The audience could not ask questions. I thought the whole format was a little bit pushing of a left agenda.
Right.
What really floored me the most that stood out, someone from the ACLU, when they were talking about releasing everybody from prisons and closing down prisons.
Right.
She was asked, well, what about murderers? Her comment was, well, they won't do it again.
Exactly. I was blown away. Like the gentleman, shit, that's a bad word for him. The guy who shot their son. Of course, it's in his blood. It's in his nature. If somebody else does something, he's going to do the same thing. I don't understand that.
Yeah, this guy had a long criminal history.
Right.
Which the reason he had a felony was he beat and nearly killed his pregnant girlfriend.
Huh.
That he was convicted of. We've heard stories of him putting a guy in a coma in high school, got away with it.
He's just one angry, violent guy.
Yeah, he gets away with things and then he escalates and escalates.
And that's actually one of the interesting things to that comment from the and I wasn't at the forum. I don't have the whole context, but that's patently incorrect about the they're not going to re-offend because violent perpetrators of violent crimes are the most likely to re-offend, and those are really what and when people talk about criminal justice reform and trying to get folks out of prisons, most of the time it's in the context of nonviolent criminals, right? And there are certainly ways to get nonviolent criminals out of prison. But I think violent criminals are exactly what prisons are for in a lot of cases, right? Because the ability to rehabilitate violent criminals has not been proven.
Well, then on the woman who made that comment, there was Sarah George, who is the Assistant Attorney General in Burlington. She also said, and I sort of agree with this because it's a bad facility, but the women's prison should be closed, which there's just too many people saying it should be that I'm sure it's true, but that women should not ever be in jail, never. And I'm thinking, well, I don't know. There's some women who have done some pretty violent things. Just because they're a woman, that doesn't mean they're nonviolent.
Right.
My first question would be, what about the woman who went into the state offices in Barrie and shot up the place and killed someone?
Right. Yeah,
Are they advocating she should be out on the street?
That's right. Yeah. So what are you going to do with your recommendations about criminal justice reform, Dana? Are you going to have a legislator present them, or how are you going to get them out there?
Well, I had sent some emails to the justice committees in both the House and the Senate in the past, and they have done nothing.
Yeah, no.
So the Justice Committee seems to be more concerned with taking away our Second Amendment rights than dealing with crime and the opioid crisis.
Yeah, you'll need to get a legislator that's interested in fixing this and have him or her present it for you in a bill form, maybe next year. They're not going to do very little this year. Once they get over the COVID-19, I think they've got just a couple of bills that are really important, like the budget, that they'll get that out, and that's the end for this year.
Right.
So,
Well, hopefully I'll be in a better position to have some influence
well,
next year.
I agree you would, I guess. So, so you've announced your bid, and what I just, it's a part-time job, and every lieutenant governor that I've known has always put his or her, oh, just his individual mark on the job. What do you hope to do with that job?
Well, I hope to be a very pro-business lieutenant governor. The economy, I think, is going to be the #1 issue after the coronavirus pandemic is over. People were stressed financially before this. I mean, many Vermonters are fleeing the state. Businesses are fleeing. If you step back and look at the big picture, we have 600 and something thousand people here in the state, only 300,000 employed. I would estimate between state, local, and federal government, approximately 100,000 of those are working for government. That leaves 200,000 in the private sector supporting the other 400,000. They just can't shoulder that burden. We're at the breaking point before this crisis, and that's why people are fleeing and making plans. More people are planning their exit strategy. Everywhere I go, I hear this.
It's not that easy, though, to pick up and leave, but I've been covering, as Ben has been covering, some of the committee meetings, because you can do it on this type of system. And the amount of money that we're going to be in debt by the end of this year and going into next year is staggering. And where they think they're going to get this money, that's a huge challenge for us as citizens and taxpayers. It's going to be a killer.
Well, we have a approximately $6.1 billion budget. To put that in contrast, New Hampshire has a similar sized budget, but they employ half the people. They do have twice the population as well. So they have more people to spread that tax burden out among. But government is serving twice as many people with half the staff.
And I think we have the one, Ben, you probably know this better than I. We're either fourth, somewhere up there, that we have the oldest population in the country, right?
Second behind Maine. So it's interesting because I've heard that New Hampshire comparison before, and it's not exactly apples to apples, because 1.8 billion of that of the Vermont budget is education funding, which New Hampshire doesn't have. Is the education fund. And there's also some things that are just fixed costs. Also, like, for example, roads. Vermont has the same number of miles of roadway to maintain as New Hampshire does. And we still have to support that infrastructure, unless we start shutting down roads, which I don't think anyone wants to do. So, there's some of it that is just inherent higher cost to pay for infrastructure that we all use. And some of it is we account for it differently.
Cool. But their roads look really good in New Hampshire because we ride through there to get the.
They do a good job of maintaining them.
They do.
Well, interestingly enough, I drove to Manchester, New Hampshire today and back, and road crews are out working. And contractors were working on I-89 in Lebanon and down through by Warner. Crews are not working in Vermont.
No, it's a good time. Nobody's on the road. Good time to work. So Dana, you put out an awful lot of policy issues on your website. But before we get to that, you wrote a commentary which was entitled "Leading Vermont Through Crisis," and I'd love you to talk about what you wrote and what you're feeling about that.
Sure. I have a lot of experience with crisis, as we discussed before. So
yeah,
I led a search team. And that's a very personal crisis, and sometimes in a crisis, you have to take a step back, look at the big picture, and keep your cool and lead. Lead by example. Try to stay out of some of the detailed fights that, for instance, we call it going down a rabbit hole. So you have to keep your wits about you. You have to set goals and focus on those goals. They may be day to day, just getting up, putting your boots on, and going to work. Keep moving forward. In that case, our goal first was to find Austin, gather evidence, and bring those responsible to justice. In business, I have to put my boots on, go to work every day, and try to make a living. So leading the state should be, in many ways similar. Use those same philosophies, keep moving forward. I have a background, I'm also a first-degree black belt in Taekwondo.
Oh, excellent.
So we have a lot of training there where basically for a black belt testing, they push you to the breaking point. They want you to find it within yourself to overcome that. And so that becomes ingrained in you. It's part of your nature. Growing up on a farm, we worked 7 days a week. We worked hard. We worked long hours, and that is something that's ingrained in me. That's what I still do. I am also the financial clerk for my local church.
Nice.
So I bring a lot to this job.
Good for you. That's great.
How do you think that, I actually have two questions. It's kind of a two in one. So how do you think that that those crisis management principles that you've had to learn, apply to the current crisis that we're in? And second, the lieutenant governor position is mostly ceremonial. There's not a whole lot of statutory authority invested in the lieutenant governor. In a state like Vermont, of course, they preside over the Senate, and you kind of have, Howard Dean kind of started this thing where you use it as a bully pulpit, kind of, for lack of a better term, but use it to promote certain ideas. What do you see? How do you see managing through a crisis like the one that we're in currently, and will likely continue to be in for quite some time? And how do you use the office of lieutenant governor to do that?
Well, like you said, it's a bully pulpit. Gives you a much larger voice in debate. You have daily interaction in senators where they are voting on bills. Also the tie-breaking vote if there happens to be a tie. But really, you lead the discussion. In an emergency, you need to have a plan. These plans should be thought out ahead of time with contingencies for any crisis. A few years back, we dealt with Hurricane Irene, flooding and the results of that. There are some issues with our infrastructure that could have made that less devastating. For instance, with our roads and bridges and cell tower communications. So planning ahead for those type of issues and events, it could be a weather-related event. It could be another pandemic. It could be a totally different strain of virus. It could be your chemical, biological.
Right.
There's all kinds of, it could be a criminal situation. So we have to have plans in place. We have to have the assets in place to be effective and quick in their response to these issues.
Yeah, I just so agree when I wrote a few comments about when the governor said that all of the water supplies need to be sanitized or made sure that they're okay. And I thought that has got to be one of the very first things you do. If it's biological, just as you said, or chemical, I mean, that's got to be the very first thing you think about is make sure the water is safe. And I think I think you're right. We need a plan for all contingencies. And I think we'd be in a better place because if there is a biological warfare of some kinds, we won't know what it is either. Just like the COVID-19, you have to respond and fix it before it gets out of hand.
Well, this has certainly revealed an issue, right? There's a global inability to contain this virus. Like no country on earth is able to contain it. And some are doing better than others.
Yep. But they should be able to, shouldn't they? I mean, what if we had a bioterrorist attack? Who cares what it is? I mean, if it's going to kill us, we need to know how to stop it. Or am I wrong?
Well, so this is interesting because looking back at recent history, right? The last, bioterrorist threat was anthrax, right? In the mid 2000s. And that is on the order of